might cost them millions in a better bowl game. All right, we'll come back to this in a little bit. It's time for an update. Here's Chris.
Brought to you by Mother Waddles. Lions coach Dan Campbell joined Stoney and Jansen last hour to discuss the season. Coach says he feels good about Amon-Ra St. Brown returning to the field this week from his abdominal injury. Closer to probable than questionable is how he mentioned it. Also talked about Jameson Williams having a lot of room to grow from his first game back, but he liked what they saw, calling it step one in getting reacclimated to the team. The lead of the first-place Lions in the division also got a little bit bigger last night. The Packers had a chance to steal Monday Night Football away from the Raiders in the final minute, but no dice. Kevin Harlan's call on Westwood One, Love's third interception. Green Bay falls to 2-3 and 2 games behind the Lions. Both Chicago and Minnesota are 1-4, by the way, and the Vikings are placing star wide receiver Justin Jefferson on the injured reserve with a hamstring issue. He'll be out at least 4 games. 2 days away from their season opener, the Red Wings are carrying 22 players in their initial roster, including 3 goalies. Coach Lalonde says that he was pleased to see top pick Nate Danielson not look out of place with the team during camp, although he was sent back to the junior league. Newsy also wants to see and continue to see a raw Jonathan Berggren get more consistent while with Grand Rapids. At the Ticket Update Desk, I'm Chris Villar. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket and Odyssey.com.
Thank you very much, Chris. Speaking of the Red Wings, we will have Newsy Lalonde, the head coach, on tomorrow.
Cool.
8 o'clock.
Yeah.
They begin the season on Thursday. All right, 248-539-9797. If you are a fan of the Miami Hurricanes, would you be calling for Mario Cristobal's head right now?
Oh, I'm sure you would be.
Yeah.
Absolutely. I mean, that is, as a fan, and even if you're even more so a donor, you would certainly go, I think, the route that you're thinking, and that's a fireable offense.
Yes.
I'm sorry, you're going to have to spend millions of dollars to get him to go away for just being stupid.
Well, just give him another job. Maybe he can teach math.
Okay, so the question here then is that no matter what a coach decides to do in terms of calling a play in game, is never worth firing for that one single play. That's kind of what you're saying. Because this is the worst coaching decision in the history of football.
Ever.
Oh, I agree. I agree.
You take the stakes away, okay? I mean, Miami, Stoney's arguing lost their playoff chances. Well, they could win out and still get in. So technically, maybe they have.
Right.
But, a lot of people want to point to Pete Carroll.
Yeah.
And it was a horrific decision that he made. But this is the worst decision, just decision-wise, taking stakes out ever.
Right.
There
was no
you
risk.
had the game won. Pete Carroll would have taken a knee if that's what would have won him Super Bowl 49.
Here's the other thing here, and I haven't heard this been brought up, okay? And this might be completely off base. With all the gambling that is around football right now, I'm surprised somebody says, well, the only reason he would do that is because he bet on the other team or something like that.
You do different things in the game, though, for that.
Well, whatever.
In-game
There's no rational reason not to take a knee.
Okay.
Except he never takes a knee. Even in blowouts in a situation, they say he never takes a knee.
So you knew that when you hired him.
Mr. Tough Guy. I'm not going to take a knee.
The greatest thing in football is victory formation.
There's no question. There's no question it is. And this is an obvious. I mean, the University of President, who probably knows very little, if anything, about football, could have made this decision better than Mario Cristobal. The problem, and the reason I'm arguing that it's not a fireable offense, is because in December of 2021, which is obviously coming up on 2 years now, he signed a 10-year, $80 million contract So take off 2 years of that, 16. Now you're left with $64 million. Are you willing to say, well, because you were made the worst decision in the history of football, at any level, that we're going to pay you $64 million to go away?
Yes! If you care about your program.
Okay, can we, if we take...
Okay, well, where was that program before he got there?
Not very good.
Okay.
Let's take that out of it, though, the contract. I'm just asking you, do you think an owner or a AD should ever fire a coach based on one play that would be so bad that... Is it...
I mean, this is bad. This is bad. But no.
What would even come close to this? Nothing.
There isn't one. There honestly isn't.
You know, I have no idea.
I mean, I guess you could say, yeah, you're at the goal line and like Patrick Mahomes slid, that game, and so that they could run out the clock. And then Andy Reid calls in a play, he replaces Mahomes, and he sends in the backup and says, I want you to run all the way down to the other end of the field. I mean, it's just absurd to think that, right?
Right.
Yeah.
So
when a game's tied, the other team has the ball, and you on purposely foul the other team's best free throw shooter or something like that.
Yeah.
I mean,
in 2021, when Manny Diaz was coach, they went 7-5. In Mario Cristobal's first year, they went 5-7. Now they're 4-1 this year. And I mean, you could project out a number of different scenarios. I mean, does the team quit on them because of this? At the end of the year, you have to start weighing that. Do recruits decide, you know what, I don't want to go play for somebody that's that dumb. I'm going to withdraw my commitment. Like, all of these factors play into it because you're looking at it going, well, he does have the program going in the right direction.
Yeah, he does.
How does this one single decision affect recruiting, affect his ability to, coach his players and teach up his players and the future success of the program? If this is a blip on the radar and he ends the season, let's just, the best case scenario,
right,
he ends 11-1 of the regular season. No, you can't fire him.
Okay, so if you play...
If he never wins another game, now it becomes more than just that one call. It becomes his ability to, to run this program. So no, you can't do it over one.
You have to question.
You question
his
a lot of
ability
things.
as a leader.
Yeah, his ability as a leader, his sanity, his
Yes.
ability to do simple math.
Right. I mean, I can't imagine. Like, if I'm a North Carolina fan because Miami plays there on Saturday night,
Yeah.
I have signs 2 + 2 = 5. I mean, do all these stupid things,
Sure.
So, John, if you played for a coach that did this, what would you think as a player? I know, wouldn't you at least talk to some teammates or talk to some friends?
There's
outside?
going to be conversations going on in the locker room.
Yeah.
There's going to be some issues, and that's where Mario Cristobal has to rally the troops, and he's done it. He's admitted, this is my mistake.
So this was
dumb.
What's the dumbest mistake a coach ever made that you played for? Are you gonna call him out?
What, Spurrier? I mean,
Which one?
one of 32 games. Pick which one. I don't care.
About the running play to Will Carr?
At Purdue,
Yeah.
it had been successful at other times. I know. So it's
You ain't gonna throw Lloyd under the bus.
I know.
Lloyd was perfect in play calling.
Absolutely.
do you throw your heroes under the bus?
Rushing 2 or 3 guys against Colorado and Cordell
I
Stewart.
throw Stoney under the bus all the time.
Yeah. Well,
You
you need new heroes. You need new heroes.
Yeah, that's an error in your judgment. Now I'm starting to question you. What type of room am I sitting in?
All right, we have some ticket texts. So a guy whose name sounds like Crystal Ball couldn't see this coming. My crystal ball was wrong.
Yeah.
The Miami running back had 99 yards. Crystal Ball wanted to get him a 100-yard game by running the ball.
Ooh.
That's Trevor in a car.
Well, he did pick up an extra yard or two.
Yeah, he did. Dumb play call, but damn, dude, just don't fumble the ball. I'm sorry. You don't blame the player.
No. Yes. Okay, ball security. Yes. You don't fumble the ball, but you don't put the goal of the coach is to put every single player on every play in a position of success. The position of success was running victory formation and taking a knee.
Yes. It would have even been better if he had his quarterback run the other way and throw the ball and make it a safety as time expired or something. It's so basic football. And you even say they actually practice the victory formation. And we have two of these. Is it worse than taking the wind in overtime? Yes, it's worse. But that was pretty bad. You would have to prove that it was intentional and malicious. A one-time mistake would not result in a termination being upheld in arbitration. Yeah, of course.
Right, yes. I mean, again, I'm looking at this from the university side of things. I don't want to pay him $64 million and basically say, you know what, don't work for the next 7 years.
Okay, fair game from an AD going forward, putting coaches' contracts. If you have an opportunity to go into victory formation and win a game, you will do it. If you don't, you breach your contract.
Yeah.
I mean, it's almost like the Kyler Murray thing, honestly.
Right, yeah.
To swear to God, in terms of, do we really need to put these kind of things into contracts? Because it's so...
Right.
There's no justification.
And I guarantee 100% of coaches are not going to sign that contract.
And you know what else?
Because this is asinine.
There's not one person in the United States of America that would agree with what Cristobal decided to do. It is the most.
Well, I mean, there's a lot of people. And
No.
There's
not one person.
There's a lot of crazy people.
Kyrie
I'm not gonna say. Yeah. Yes. Flat Earth.
No. Even he would know.
Well, he says the Earth's flat.
Yeah. I'm not gonna go with 100% of
I'm
people.
not 100%. All you have to do is take a knee and the game's over. Explain that to Kyrie Irving. I think he would even say take the knee.
You would think.
You would think. Because it's not like they're playing Oregon with
a lot of weirdos.
It's not like
There's
it's
a
at
lot
Oregon
of weirdos.
where the field was crowned. This is a flat field.
You could bring in whatever you want, but no, this is stupid.
It's beyond stupid. All right. Our telephone number is 248-539-9797. Coming up next, the NFL standings might be decided by something that is out of anyone's control. 97 won the ticket.
Hey, when you've been injured in an accident, whether it's an auto, truck, or motorcycle accident or slip and fall, attorney David Feminino is the guy that you need to call. As I've told you before, when you get injured in Michigan, you get David and get paid. David personally makes sure that you get every single dime you deserve, and David will never take a fee until you get paid first. If you are injured or if you know someone that's been injured, you need to tell them to call David Feminino at 855-65-CRASH or go to his website, getdavidgetpaid.com. That's 855-65-CRASH, getdavidgetpaid.com.
Obviously, we know on any given Sunday anybody can win.
Yeah.
San Francisco, Lions better than them?
No.
Not yet. No.
Philly.
I would say as good. Can I say as good?
Yeah, you can say
Yeah.
whatever you want.
Yeah,
It's your mouth.
I would say slightly below right now. Slightly.
Buffalo.
Gosh, that's
Gosh,
I mean, honestly, I would say
As
as
good.
good.
Yeah.
If it was a home game, I'd take the Lions. If it was
Okay.
there, I'd take Buffalo.
All right. Now, this one, they obviously beat them, but Kansas City. Now, if they had the Kelsey Chris Jones equation, but
Yeah.
so you're going with the.
no, I'm not. No,
I
I'm
would
not
say-
saying it's an asterisk, but
The
I'm,
asterisk?
no, we're
Tisk,
looking. No, we're looking at
Yeah.
them right now.
What, did you have dinner with Tirico the other
No,
I'd say
we're
right here,
now.
right now, yeah.
Sorry,
They
Mike.
are.
Okay.
You didn't say that about Philly, but you said about.
I said the Eagles. I said Jalen Hurts aren't playing that good. Isn't playing that well.
He always shows his true colors.
No. Miami.
I think as good as.
This team it's 4 games, and none of us are going crazy about it, right? But it's amazing how remarkably consistent this team is. They're a top 10 passing team. They're a top 10 rushing team. They're a top 10 offensive team in terms of yards total. Like everything is just like consistent. They are, I think, 8th in the NFL in scoring. That's just all offensive numbers. And then defensively, they're number 1 against the run, which is crazy talk. Right. They're getting all this amazing pressure on the quarterback. Their points per game is right about where it was when they were 8-2 down the stretch. I think they were giving up 20.3 points per game. This is 20.8, which ranks more towards the middle of the league. So that area can be improved upon. But they're remarkably consistent, and this is how you go from being average to good, and then go from good to great. It's how consistent are you?
Two 539-9797. The Green Bay Packers lost last night to the Las Vegas Raiders, 17-13. So the Lions
Thing of beauty.
are 4-1, and the Packers are not.
2-3.
2-3.
2-game lead. Only 5 games in.
With the tiebreaker as well.
Yes, and the chance to continue to build. Who do the Green Bay Packers have this weekend? I didn't even look yet. I was celebrating too much last night. Oh, they got a bye week.
They have a bye.
Yeah. Nobody ever lost on a bye week.
That's true.
It's
However,
nice to be able to say that about another fan base,
yes,
isn't it?
exactly. Especially one,
Yes,
especially one like
you 0-4 going into the bye week like we've been so many times.
Yeah.
Well, at least it's a bye week. Nobody's lost on a bye week.
that's right. Can't lose. Can't.
Yeah.
Anyway, also in the division, the Minnesota Vikings. Justin Jefferson is going to go on the injured reserve list with his hammy. Other teams, a chain from Miami, he might go on injured reserve. They're debating right now, but he's definitely going to lose a few weeks.
Yeah.
Van Der Esch of the Cowboys, he was injured. There's injuries it just seems to me. Well, obviously the Lions, they've been able to, be 4-1 even with their injuries. I mean, no St. Brown, no Gibbs last week. Mosley we know his situation. Branch, who else? Am I missing? Gardner Johnson.
Yeah.
Look, the teams. All these teams have a lot of injuries. Is it going to be decided like who makes the playoffs and seeds by who's the healthiest? And it seems to me, and I may be just prisoner of the moment here, John, that this is happening more the last couple of years than it ever has before.
I don't know. I don't think the numbers. I don't have it in front of me. I don't know if the numbers would support it or not, but I don't think it's any different this year or in 2021 than it was in 2015 or earlier. I think it's just football. It's the game. It's the way it goes. And sometimes guys get hurt. Sometimes they get hurt and they're out for the year. Sometimes it's 2-3 weeks. Like, you just never know. But I think I don't want to say prisoner of the moment, but I think we are noticing it much more this year because we're relevant.
Okay, that's
And we are actually looking at it going, hey, we're 4-1. Wait a second here. What are we going to do without Amon-Ra St. Brown? Oh, wait, Josh Reynolds steps up. Or they hit 7 different receivers. Oh, wait a second, C.J. Gardner Johnson. Remember that day in training camp?
yes.
And people thought the sky was falling.
Mm-hmm.
And then all of a sudden, poof, he's back 2 days later, which was a miracle. And then it was, James Houston gets hurt, or Josh Pascal's missing time, or Vaitai is going to be down. We don't know if it's going to be for the season. How long is it going to be? Decker's hurt. Like, all of these different things, we keep thinking the sky is falling because we've been trained for decades that the sky is actually falling,
I know.
but it's not anymore.
I know, but you look around the league too, and you see, Dobbins out for the year for Baltimore, and the Lions play them.
Yeah, but Dobbins has been out every year for
I know.
the year.
I know. It just seems that injuries play a huge factor in what's going to happen.
They may not be as tough as we once were.
Okay, so but
I'd say that jokingly.
so Stoney, though, there are, like John says, there's injuries every year.
I know.
You forget about them. But what's the two? I think there's two biggies. Aaron Rodgers, obviously.
Right.
And the Jets, actually, if they want to go call the Vikings for Kirk Cousins,
Yeah. it'd be
Yeah.
nice.
it's an interesting conversation. So they could sort of save that for a year. But I think Justin Jefferson now.
Yeah.
And besides that, what's the huge ones?
Well, and Richardson. He's only a rookie.
Potentially, yeah,
Yeah.
but you didn't expect
he's
them. They're
rookie.
growing.
I
I think,
know.
the Jefferson injury has probably doomed the Viking season.
Jalen Ramsey, but they've been able to overcome that, and he'll be back at some point.
Right. And look, anything with Miami's are interested in, and he's been an unbelievable surprise.
Yeah, but it's
Yeah,
it could be a
Waddle
flash, too.
missed a
Yes.
couple of days, or they missed a game. Wasn't that the one that they ended up scoring 70 on Denver?
Yes.
And Waddle wasn't even there?
Correct.
The injuries happen every single year.
I know.
I think we are just more tuned into it this year simply
Maybe.
because we are a relevant football team.
And I think the Lions have been actually considering everything somewhat fortunate.
Yes, there's
you
no
lost
doubt.
Gardner Johnson and Mosley, where they weren't on the team last year, and the defense has been playing well. They hardly contributed this year, and to me, it just signifies that the 8-2 at the finish last year was more real, than maybe we bought into. That was one of the talking points in the offseason. Were they really 6-4ish? Did they? They seem that 8-2 has carried over.
Yeah.
Correct.
Well, and here's the thing,
Defensively.
too, is there actually is a tipping point where you have so many injuries that you're depleted in terms of talent. And, we saw it when Kansas City took on Tampa Bay in the Super Bowl. It ended up, their offensive line injuries probably cost them a chance at a Super Bowl. It happens every single year, but there is a tipping point. At some point, if you lose enough talent, you're going to lose a lot of games. But it's there's one key individual that just simply can't get hurt. That's your starting quarterback.
Correct.
And so far, I don't want to. Do I say it out loud? No.
I think the Lions could
I
survive
don't want to jinx it.
and be fine and be a playoff team if Goff, Decker, Ragnow, and Sewell stay healthy at this point. I really do. Because that there you have balance in the offense then. I think anybody can run behind this line
Pretty
Now,
much.
David Montgomery's been fantastic, and he does it better than a lot of
He
people.
missed a game, right?
But the Lions would be able to, if they had catastrophic injuries at running back, that they'd be able to still go get somebody that could be productive.
Correct.
Yeah.
And I think it's that simple. I think St. Brown, they could survive long term. Reynolds, it's been great.
Yeah.
Raymond, nobody ever talks about Khalif Raymond.
No, but it's also being able to spread the ball around to a number of different receivers. That's on Goff.
Our telephone number is 248-539-9797. Time for news. Here's Heather.
An Ypsilanti high school was named the best in Michigan for 2024. Washtenaw International High School has taken the top spot on Niche's list of best public high schools in Michigan. So to create this list, the website looked at more than 94,000 schools and over 12,000 districts. And Washtenaw International High School received an A+ for academics, teachers, and college prep. They received an A for administration and diversity, B+ for food, and B for its clubs, activities, and resources. So good for them. There's a lot of other schools here in Michigan that also were on the list. International Academy in Bloomfield, Novi High School, Troy High School, Huron High School in Ann Arbor, Northville High School, Groves High School, Okemos Community High School in Ann Arbor, and Pioneer High School as well. So good for them. If you're hoping to wake up a billionaire this morning, you're going to have another chance to try again on Wednesday's drawing because nobody won the Powerball yet again. So the jackpot has now soared to over $1.7 billion. Good luck. You got to keep playing.
Keep playing.
You have to.
What does it need to get to actually become a billionaire? Does it have to get to like 2.2?
It does because
Yes.
the all cash payout for this one is $756 million. So you'd technically only be a millionaire, but you're very close to.
Multi.
Yeah, exactly. So it's about time, if you haven't yet, to start stocking up on some Halloween candy. We have not stocked up, but we've definitely bought and eaten it already.
That's why you don't want to buy it too early.
Exactly. Because Halloween is going to be here before you know it. October is flying by. And if you want to stock up on the most popular candy, you're going to want to invest in Starburst, candy corn, and Butterfinger. Those are the three most popular candies here in Michigan, according to candystore.com. I don't think they actually sell little mini candy corns like to hand out for Halloween.
No, you have to actually remove them and then throw them at people individually. Those are awful.
I don't mind candy corn.
No.
I'm a candy-aholic. Like, I will eat any candy.
Me too.
But I don't love candy corn. Like, it's not going to be my candy of choice. If you were to present all of these
Like-
candies, I wouldn't go towards candy corn.
I like some of the novelty. Like somebody dropped off like a big amount of Halloween candy on Friday.
Yeah.
So it was offered to me. I took the candy cigarettes.
Oh, I love those.
Oh, they're delicious.
Oh my gosh, they're so good. I would
Don't
too.
even revisiting in his past.
Damn right.
I would take those as well.
Haven't had a cigarette since
back
haven't
when
had
they used to give them away in baseball cards.
I haven't had a cigarette since April of 2000.
Yes,
I'm so
Lucky
craving.
Strikes.
Yeah.
But a lot of
No
people
filters.
are expected to buy Halloween candy this year. They say spending this Halloween is expected to set a record at $12.2 billion, surpassing last year's $10.6 billion. And they say participation this year is expected to exceed pre-pandemic levels. So people are ready to get in the holiday Halloween spirit. There is going to be one thing, though, that's going to affect your candy purchases. Apparently, there's a worldwide sugar shortage going on. And it means the price of your candy is probably going to increase. Maybe that's why the record is going to be $12.2 billion. Apparently, it's due to some extreme weather conditions that's putting a damper on some of our sugar production. Not ours in particular. Well, ours too, but
Yes.
across the world. Yes.
Yep. It's
So-
somebody, it's the man right now trying to control the number one drug, sugar.
Sugar. A guy in Pennsylvania was busted for a second DUI just 17 minutes after he was released for doing the very same thing. So listen to this. This 49-year-old was first taken into custody. This was on September 16th when he tried to flee the scene of a crash on a tractor, on a farm tractor. He was
Okay.
on the street at a stop sign and he backed into the SUV behind him.
Bummer.
And then he tried to flee. The SUV decided, you're not getting away with this. He followed him, honked the horn repetitively, and finally the guy in the tractor got pulled over, admitted he'd been drinking, busted for the DUI, taken to jail.
Yeah.
Then he was released. Then 17 minutes later, he was found doing the exact same thing.
Hop back on the tractor.
Yeah.
Got to go home.
Yeah.
Have a little nip there. Boop, boop, get on that tractor.
Yeah, just one.
Maybe. I don't know. I don't know. And it was like in Lancaster. That's the home of the Amish. Why don't you just take the horse and buggy instead of the tractor?
Can't you get in DUI on a horse? and buggy?
You
think
can on a
so.
horse too.
Probably.
Yeah, you
Yeah.
can.
Yeah, but you wouldn't be slamming in SUVs probably.
Yeah,
Most likely not
it's a
reversing
moving-
into them.
Yeah. Well,
Yeah.
Yes, you might injure the horse.
yes.
All right. Thank you very much, Heather.
Why the
All right,
long face?
I gotta go see Man About a Horse
Did you
now.
just call me stupid?
Oh, your joke.
Coming up next, Lions head coach Dan Campbell. I go see a Man About a Horse.
All right, let's get to work. It's a Tuesday. It's October. It's 85 degrees out. And I have no football to watch. All right, Rico, we can start a multitude of ways. We're going to get to University of Michigan a little bit later. Let's burn it down before we build it up, I guess. Lions, a little bit after that. You have things you want to say about Saturday. I want to hit the fan portal. I can't do this the rest of the fall.
Yeah.
As a Spartans and Giants fan, if I can't continue to do this flaccid penis offense that we watch constantly. 60 minutes on Saturday, 60 minutes on Sunday. Nobody can block a soul. Nobody can throw the ball. Nobody can do anything. Clown car effort, arguments on the sidelines, teams that look like they're on Quaaludes. I want to hit the fan portal. But see, you have something else you want to say today.
No.
And you won't share.
No,
So
no.
I said, fine. I'll sit here and just let you go ahead. Go ahead and shoot.
Did you tear up?
No, I didn't. I was like, that's emotional. I think my hair on the back of my neck stood up a little bit, the goosebumpy. I did not actually physically get tears, but I could tell I was like, wow, this is.
I thought we
wow,
went out
this
to
is more
first
than
base. That would have gotten you.
More than I expected.
Because I know you wanted him to play first base
did
really
want him to
badly. And then when it happened, I thought, oh, that'll get Doug. King, did you get emotional at all?
I got emotional, but not like teary. I emotional as in the fact that it was sad and happiness at the same time, if that makes any sense, right? You know, you're like, you get to see the great send off, which made you happy, but the sadness is this is the end and it's over.
Yep.
And I talked to Doug about this last week. You don't really, we're not going to really appreciate it, I don't think, for like a year or two, and just realize how legendary Miguel Cabrera was. I mean, this greatest right-handed hitter, greatest hitter of my generation as far as I'm watching, you know, as a Tiger. It's unfortunate that I had to go out without a playoff or a meaningful at bat. But,
That
you know,
sucks.
yeah. But other than that, though, yeah, it was really cool. I think Tigers were first class. The whole thing really great. The whole weekend, not just yesterday. If you got down there this weekend, you know, you got to see everything. It was really cool.
Obviously, we know on any given Sunday anybody can win.
Yeah.
San Francisco, Lions better than them?
No.
Not yet. No.
Philly.
I would say as good. Can I say as good?
Yeah, you can say
Yeah.
whatever you want.
Yeah,
It's your mouth.
I would say slightly below right now. Slightly.
Buffalo.
Gosh, that's
Gosh,
I mean, honestly,
Abraham
I would
and
say
Rose,
as
94-10,
good.
Jansen.
If
Yeah.
it was a home game, I'd take the Lions.
When it comes
Okay.
to the
I'd take Buffalo.
IRS collection
Now
or
this
audit,
one,
you need a law
they
firm that
obviously beat 'em,
specializes
but
in the
Kansas
resolution
City.
of all types of tax problems.
They had the
When
Kelsey,
dealing with
Chris
the world's
Jones
largest
operation, but-
civil law enforcement
So you're
agency,
going
your
with
case
the-
can take a lot of
No,
twists and
I'm
turns.
not
Your
saying
first
it's
call
that,
should
but
be
I'm-
with experienced
no,
law
we're
firm
looking
like
at-
Abraham and
no,
Rhodes.
we're looking
They're
at them right
prepared
now.
to
Oh,
advocate
dinner
on
with
your
Tirico
behalf,
here?
no
No,
matter
I'd
if
say
it's
right
civil,
here, right
criminal,
now, yeah.
or even the
Sorry,
Michigan
Mike.
Department of Treasury. Whether personal income tax or business payroll taxes, you need a team of local lawyers. Visit abrahamandrose.com today or call 248-539-5040 so you'll never personally have to deal with the IRS.
All right, let's get to work. It's a Tuesday. It's October. It's 85 degrees out. And I have no football to watch. All right, Rico, we can start a multitude of ways. We're going to get to University of Michigan a little bit later. Let's burn it down before we build it up, I guess. Lions, a little bit after that. You have things you want to say about Saturday. I want to hit the fan portal. I can't do this the rest of the fall. Yeah. As a Spartans and Giants fan, if I can't continue to do this flaccid penis offense that we watch constantly. 60 minutes on Saturday, 60 minutes on Sunday. Nobody can block a soul. Nobody can throw the ball. Nobody can do anything. Clown car effort. Arguments on the sidelines. Teams that look like they're on Quaaludes. I want to hit the fan portal. But see, you have something else you want to say today.
No.
And you won't share. No, so I said, fine. I'll sit here and just let you go ahead. Go ahead and shoot.
Obviously, we know on any given Sunday anybody can win.
Yeah.
San Francisco, Lions better than them?
No.
Not yet. No.
Philly.
I would say as good. Can I say as good?
Yeah, you can say
Yeah.
whatever you want.
Yeah,
It's your mouth.
I would say slightly below right now. Slightly.
Buffalo.
Gosh, that's
Gosh,
I mean, honestly, I would say as
as
good.
good.
If
Yeah.
it was a home game, I'd take the Lions. If it was
Okay.
there, I'd take Buffalo.
All right. Now, this one, they obviously beat them, but Kansas City. Now, if they had the Kelsey Chris Jones equation, but
Oh, so you're going with the
no, I'm not saying it's an asterisk, but we're looking at
Yeah.
them right now.
Did you have dinner with Tirico the other
No,
day?
I'd say
we're
right here,
now.
right now, yeah.
Sorry, Mike.
They are.
Okay.
You didn't say that about Philly, but you said about.
I said the Eagles. I said Jalen Hurts aren't playing that good. Isn't playing that well.
He always shows his true colors.
No. Miami.
I think as good as.
This team it's 4 games, and none of us are going crazy about it, right? But it's amazing how remarkably consistent this team is. They're a top 10 passing team. They're a top 10 rushing team. They're a top 10 offensive team in terms of yards total. Like everything is just like consistent. They are, I think, 8th in the NFL in scoring. That's just all offensive numbers. And then defensively, they're number 1 against the run, which is crazy talk. Right. They're getting all this amazing pressure on the quarterback. Their points per game is right about where it was when they were 8-2 down the stretch. I think they were giving up 20.3 points per game. This is 20.8, which ranks more towards the middle of the league. So that area can be improved upon. But they're remarkably consistent. And this is how you go from being average to good and then go from good to great. It's how consistent are you?
Two 248-539-9797. We put out a Twitter poll.
Yep.
And about what has the best playoffs, because the Major League Baseball playoffs are going on right now. And quite frankly, I'm not surprised at the results, because they always say the NHL has the best playoffs. So there's still a few minutes left, but in our Twitter poll, NBA last, 1.9%. Major League Baseball third at 10.9%. NFL second at 30.4%. And the NHL 56.8%. I thought it would be NHL, baseball, NFL, than NBA. I am surprised that NBA only got less than 2%.
I'm not surprised. But it's... and here's the argument for a lot. I mean, there's a lot of, you can have whatever your argument you want for whatever you like.
Right.
But for the NFL, it's not a 7-game series. The suspense is there for 60 minutes, and you either do or you don't. Mm-hmm. It's the finality of a 1-game. You win, you keep playing, you lose. Hey, it's the off season.
Correct.
I think is what draws a lot of people in.
The reason I picked baseball over football is because the suspense in the baseball playoffs is, obviously it's the way it's televised because the crowd shuts in between, but it's on every pitch. In football, you're not usually in suspense or on the, nervous on every play like you are more in baseball. That's what my take is. But yes, hockey is, I think, the best, because I think the sport changes more in hockey than it does in any other sport.
The sport changes?
Yeah. Because
from regular season hockey to postseason hockey. Yeah, I think you're right.
The intensity is more. And the speed seems to pick up, and the referees, thankfully, don't call it as close as they do in the regular season, in my opinion, usually. So, and there's nothing in sports as good as overtime
Yeah.
in Stanley Cup playoffs.
Yeah. And I mean, obviously in the NFL, you actually do have overtime.
Yes, you do.
It's overtime till somebody wins. There's no
Yes,
ties.
Right. Exactly. And, extra innings in baseball, obviously.
Yeah.
Yes,
I picked Major League Baseball.
I know.
So
For the suspense, right?
yeah. I like the 7-game series. I like the fact that on every single pitch, you're hanging on every single pitch. Now, if the game gets out of hand, okay,
Right,
that's decided. But
Like last night was a perfect example. I mean, and look, we debate no matter what sport, if there's a controversial play, whether it's because of an official or a player makes a dumb move or a manager or a coach. And last night, the game ended with an 8-5-3 double play. And Bryce Harper messed up. Bryce Harper was on first base, and Castellanos hit a ball, and Michael Harris II, who's a terrific center fielder, made a catch that I won't call it routine, but in his wheelhouse, it was not that spectacular. What ended up being spectacular was the relay throw was a bad one, but Riley was backing up.
heads up play.
And Bryce Harper was just sprinting around trying to score the tying run from first base and not paying attention. He should have waited on second or be around second base. And
He didn't realize he was going to have to tag up until he was about 20 or 25 feet past.
Yes. And as bad as you might want to say that the Phillies choked, which they did.
What were they up?
They were up 4-0 at one point. And it was 4-1. And then the 2-run homer that he hit of Wheeler. And I believe, that the manager left Zach Wheeler, who was great for a while, in too long. And that was part of it. And then even the go-ahead home run, your reliever, Hoffman, he went off speed where he really shouldn't have because he was, giving up. Riley, he ended up hitting the home run with one hand.
Yeah.
If he would have just given him the heat, I'm not saying he would have struck him out, but I don't think he would have hit a home run based on the previous pitches. But that said, it made it exciting because I thought, all right, Iglesias is actually, they kept the lefty reliever, Metter, in the game. He walked Bryce Harper and then bring their closer. And I thought, well, and Castellanos, after Riamalto, fouled out or popped up, Castellanos was almost a hero.
He was. Former Tiger, obviously.
Mm-hmm.
But just a little bit shy. But that's, hey, they are going to play more games.
Yes, they are tomorrow in Philly and
they've got the advantage.
And they do. They have home field advantage, and that crowd has been great in the playoffs the last 2 years. We'll see what happens, because that crowd can turn at any time, as you know.
I know. That's why I had to confess earlier.
Yes, I know. You were hate watching. I get it. I understand.
I was enjoying that moment.
You would rather me be upset and have, upset moments because my team lost. You'd rather see Jimmy and Rico happy that their Braves won.
No, your feelings don't play a part of it.
Okay.
Neither does Jimmy's or Rico's.
Okay.
It plays no part of it.
You just hate the city.
I'm in it for me.
You just hate the city of brotherly love, don't you?
Yeah. If it was a true moniker, that would be okay. Since it's not, then I have no problem throwing them under the bus.
Okay. Carson Anderson are here. Jared Goff at 10:30, like always.
Correct.
Yes.
And like always, it's time to play the 2 Grand Slam. Are we going to do the double dip, or are we going to go Gator alone?
Gator went alone and went 10 for 10 last
Yes.
week, right? I think he goes for back-to-back.
Okay.
Oh boy.
Our contestant today got 8. Here we go, Gator. Who does Michigan football play this coming Saturday?
Indiana.
Who is the last Big Ten football team to defeat Michigan?
Michigan State.
Jenna Fisher played this character in the American version of The Office.
Pam.
This Detroit Lions, the Lions drafted this quarterback in the 3rd round this past April.
Hendon Hooker.
The Memphis Grizzlies franchise originated in this city in 1995.
Vancouver.
This singer has the current hit Dance the Night.
Pass.
The Los Angeles Dodgers are currently playing this team in the NLDS.
Arizona.
The Baltimore Orioles are currently playing this team in the ALDS.
Texas.
Port-au-Prince is the capital of this country.
Katy.
Pinckney is located in this Michigan county.
Livingston.
This singer has the current hit Dance the Night.
Sierra.
No.
I have no idea.
I'm not laughing at you. I'm laughing at the fact that I wouldn't even have been able to pull out Sierra. Like Dua Lipa is
Dua
the
Lipa is the winner.
Yeah. Who?
I feel pretty good about that.
Yeah. You got 9.
You got 9. Well done.
Whoa.
Yeah.
That was the one I missed?
Yeah, that was the one you missed. You got them all right.
I don't listen to pop music, so
That's okay.
I'm out.
You're allowed. So besides Jared Goff, some football stuff, I assume?
You want to rip on Philly some more?
Yeah, let's do that.
We got a
Go
little
ahead, sure.
we got a little surprise at 10:20.
All right. 97.1, The Ticket.
All right, let's get to work. It's a Tuesday. It's October. It's 85 degrees out. And I have no football to watch. All right, Rico, we can start a multitude of ways. We're going to get to University of Michigan a little bit later. Let's burn it down before we build it up, I guess. Lions, a little bit after that. You have things you want to say about Saturday. I want to hit the fan portal. I can't do this the rest of the fall. Yeah. As a Spartans and Giants fan, if I can't continue to do this flaccid penis offense that we watch constantly. 60 minutes on Saturday, 60 minutes on Sunday. Nobody can block a soul. Nobody can throw the ball. Nobody can do anything. Clown car effort, arguments on the sidelines, teams that look like they're on Quaaludes. I want to hit the fan portal. But see, you have something else you want to say today.
No.
And you won't share. So I said, fine. I'll sit here and just let you go ahead. Go ahead and shoot.
All right, good Tuesday, everybody. Jared Goff joins us at 10:30. Detroit Lions quarterback, much to talk about. As this team is 2 games clear right now after 5 weeks of the NFL. I mean, realistically, you couldn't ask for more than that. If we'd gone back to the beginning of the season and said 5 weeks into the season, the Lions are going to have a 2-game lead, I think people would say, oh, my God, I'll take that. Gator, will you take that?
Yeah, I'll take that. I did not expect this to be a 2-game lead at this point.
What's funny is watching that game last night, I just felt like these teams are bad. These teams aren't very good. I don't think Green Bay is very good, and I don't think Vegas is very good.
No, it's like they showed flashes, but there were like 3 flashes the whole game.
But is this a weird, like, I was like cusping on football snobbery.
I understand it. Yeah, I'm kind of with you on that. Like, so this is the best you have to offer. But
another example of it, though, is honestly, as exciting as it is to be 4-1, that game against Carolina in the second half was kind of like, all right, just get it over with. Like, I don't want to use the word bored. It wasn't boring, but it wasn't in doubt. There was no way the Lions were going to lose. And it was like, let's get out of this thing without any injuries. There was like no intensity for most of that second half. We were in a really weird place, man. This is unfamiliar, completely unfamiliar.
Yeah, we still not really sure what to do with our hands, as King likes to say. And I just want to enjoy it as much as possible because I think we all feel this. It's different.
It is different.
It's different. And trying to find a way to really point out what's different about this year is it puts you in uncomfortable places.
Yep.
Is it just the confidence you have?
Yep.
We've seen
It's all of it.
We've seen teams look really good before and fall apart.
Well, I was thinking
But
about
yet I'm looking at this team and I'm like, I don't feel like they're going to fall apart.
Well, and look, the first goal is the division, right? Green Bay's 2-3. They have a bye this coming week. Chicago and Minnesota are both 1-4. They play each other.
And Minnesota just lost Justin Jefferson
Yep.
reportedly for a while. He's on the IR.
So somebody's going to be 1-5. And I was thinking about the 15 games that the Bears, the Vikings, and the Packers have played. In those 15 games, is the most impressive performance Minnesota's 1-score loss at Philly?
Yeah.
It's either that or the Bears' 40-20 win over Washington. And so that's 15 games. There's 2 games that kind of turned our head, and one of them was a loss.
Who'd the Packers beat early?
They beat New Orleans. They came from behind and beat New Orleans, and they beat Minnesota. Right? Those are 2 wins.
So yeah.
I mean, I guess the point is,
I was going to say the Packers beat
way-
New Orleans, but it was such a comeback at the end, and it was, New Orleans lost their quarterback.
yes, it's way early in this season, and the Lions have wrapped up nothing yet. But if the Lions stay hot, and this might be their toughest 2-game stretch of the season, if the Lions stay hot, they could really deliver some early knockout blows to the rest of this division. Like they've wrapped up nothing. But we might be a few weeks away from them almost virtually wrapping it up early. I know that sounds ridiculous, and it's this kind of talk used to get I'd get a good hard scolding from Detroiters. But
hard scolding.
Yes.
Come on, Douglas.
Quality, good old-fashioned scolding.
Gator, would you say Doug's getting a little chesty here?
I'm getting a little chesty.
He's starting to feel a little chesty. We're starting to see some wolf.
Oh. Doug, it is unbuttoned. Is that top one unbuttoned?
Yeah, but I got a T-shirt on.
All right.
Doesn't stop the wolf.
When the wolf wants to come out.
You can try to contain the wolf, but
You're damn right I'm chesty.
Castellanos couldn't get it done last night, so Doug's making up for it.
Mm-hmm.
I got you, Nick. Hang on.
All right, so okay, but do I deserve a scolding?
No, this team's playing really well. It's a really good football team. I think we can say that. They've beaten everyone on the schedule at this point except for Seattle. And I'm sure they'd love to have that game back because mistakes were made. But yeah, there's reason to be optimistic about this. There's reason to feel confident, or dare we say chesty, about this team. They built it the right way. This isn't like the up-down seasons we saw with Barry Sanders. I mean, this team is being built the right way. It took a long time to win that first game, and then when they did, they won 3 games, and that 7-game stretch at the end was good football. It took a while to win to win the second game the second year, but when they did, they went 8-2 down the stretch. Building, and just missed out on the playoffs. We start this year, and yeah, they hit the ground running this year, which was great to see, because for the first 2 years under Dan Campbell, they struggled to win the first half of the year. Now, 4 wins in the first 5. That's uncomfortable territory. This is the first time since the early 90s that this team has started off 4-1.
Doug, you're feeling chesty, and you have every right to, because the last 3 games, they've won by 18, 14, and 14. They're not just winning. They're taking care of business. There's never a doubt. Everyone feels confident, relaxed. It's a different winning streak. It's a different winning 4 out of 5, Gator. This team looks you're probably going. Your next question is, how early has a team ever wrapped up a division? Was it been in mid-November?
So the thing is, the Lions, there's a big if here, because this is, I think when it's all said and done, these next 2 games will be the toughest back-to-back games that they play. At Tampa, at Baltimore. So they could go 0-2. They could absolutely go 0-2 and everything's back on the table, right? 1-1 is probably a success. 2-0, I mean, they'll be sitting so pretty. I don't know how real Tampa is. Baltimore still has wide receiver problems, which is unbelievable because it feels like Baltimore has always had wide receiver problems. But they're a decent team. So this is a challenge. This is a huge challenge. They could go 0-2. I don't want to speak it into existence. I want to speak the 2-0 into existence. But at the end of the day, if you look at the rest of the schedule, the toughest back-to-back games are either Chargers and Bears or Saints and Bears. If the Bears are somehow, some way, a version of the team that just played Washington and not the one that went 0-4.
Well,
But that's how far you have to stretch to find, because it's like Cowboys, Vikings. It's Vikings, Cowboys, Vikings at the end of the year. I mean, there's not two games that look as daunting as these right now do on paper.
yeah, and I don't know how daunting these games look. It takes me a while to buy in on some players sometimes, and Baker Mayfield, I'm just not buying it.
I know.
And we'll have to see it at Tampa. The Lions can't afford to let up. Hopefully they get guys back this week and they can just, pummel them offensively. If the Lions score, 28 points, you feel like it's done. Unless you're playing Seattle.
This is the longest stretch. This is the longest stretch the Lions have ever had of going over 20 points every single game. Longest stretch ever. 248-539-9797. All right, we got a bit of a surprise. Just something we do on occasion. We'll get to that today at 10:20. Jared Goff at 10:30. 97.1 The Ticket. Doug Hurst, Scott Anderson, 97.1 The Ticket. Zach, you're on 97.1. Hi, Zach.
How's it going, you guys?
We're
All right,
good.
Zach.
Was anybody else, I was just wondering, questioning Josh McDaniels' call at the end of the game last night to kick the field goal?
Yes. Yeah,
I
I
was
think
just-
everybody was watching was going through their head like, what's the best option? To kick the field goal? Do you punt or do you go for the first down? And he chose the field goal, which was similar to what happened. Was it last year or 2 years ago?
Dan Campbell?
Yeah.
Well, yeah, last year he was up. They were up 3, and he tried a field goal from 54 yards that missed against Minnesota to go up 6 and try and force them to score a touchdown. And Minnesota went down, scored a touchdown, won the game.
Yeah, I mean, easily
Yeah,
it could have
'cause they missed
been
a field goal.
It easily could have been real bad. I mean, luckily it wasn't, but I was biting my nails. I was like, what is going on here? You could easily just get the first down and just end the game.
Well, I mean,
you could do that. You could punt and try to pin him deep.
I think what he would debate with you is how easy it is on 4th and 2. I mean, you
Right,
say
yeah.
easily get the first down. I think that's, I don't know if he would characterize it as easily get the first down, and that's why he tried the field goal. All right, we're bringing in our call screener, Kenny, who is our resident. I don't want to call. Hey, you're by the last thing you are is a hockey snob.
No,
You're
no,
not a
no.
snob.
Hockey snob is like you're inclusive. You don't want to bring anybody else in. You're
not inclusive.
You're not
Yes.
inclusive. You're exclusive.
You're
exclusive.
You're a hockey not snob. What word would we use for him?
Aficionado?
You say fan, man.
Maven?
Yeah, I guess
I'm a lover of the
Devotee?
sport.
Yeah, he is over
Admirer?
the top. Yeah, he is over the top.
It's a holiday today. Did you know that? Today
I
is
know.
a
Well,
national holiday.
That's why we're bringing you
Was
in,
it Columbus
Kenny.
Day?
No, that was yesterday.
No, it's the first day of the season.
That's
Oh,
right.
that I know. You're treating it like a holiday.
Yes, absolutely.
So
Well, you're dead. Do you see how dedicated this guy is?
to his shorts theory.
Yeah.
Yeah, he's wearing shorts.
Oh
today.
yeah, white guy in shorts has returned.
No, but see, you have this. Kenny's got this weird quirk that in the spring, when he makes the jump to shorts, he won't go back to pants. So on that one warm day that pops up, he goes shorts, and then he's in for shorts until still like
Snow?
But when do you go back to pants?
When I'm confident that I can for the long haul.
Okay.
I heard you guys have respect policies on this show. Is that
Oh
not
yeah, we're
correct?
respecting. No, we
That's my
absolutely are
policy.
respecting your policy. I find your policy to be fascinating. In some ways, it is a commitment to stubbornness that I have true
is.
respect for. But-
Yeah, I am very stubborn. That is, I think, at the root of what this is.
All right, how excited should the hockey world be over Connor Bedard's debut tonight?
I think this guy, the bill that we have been sold, is that this guy is the next it, the next Sidney Crosby, the next McDavid, the next it guy. So from a hockey perspective, even if you're not a fan of the sport, you're going to tune into that game. It's prime time, 8 o'clock on ESPN. You're going to watch what this kid can do.
I don't want to root for him because he's wearing a Blackhawks sweater.
And that
I
is
can't.
the
I mean,
crux of the issue.
it's
It's a
just
huge issue.
for us here in Detroit. I find it to be a disgusting turn of events that he ended up there, and we knew he was going. Like this goes back to the stupid lottery, but we don't even. I don't know, man. I find the entire thing to be very, very difficult to choose to root for him, and we don't even see him like we used to. Not even in the same conference, but I still can't stand.
Yeah, but it's like they got Patrick Kane, they got Jonathan Taves with those high draft picks they got, and then now they get Connor Bedard.
Yeah.
If you can remove the Chicago thing entirely and just look at this as a hockey fan and objectively say this guy is, I mean, he's being sold as the next great one, right?
Yep.
I don't know if he's going to amount to that, but as a hockey fan, I'm pumped up to see what it looks like live and in person.
So he debuts tonight against Pittsburgh and Sidney Crosby, which is obviously no fluke by the NHL, and they're staggering games. There's like a 5:30, an 8, and a 10:30 start tonight. Red Wings don't play till Thursday. Is it playoffs or bust this year, in your opinion?
I believe so. I think they have to be in that mix of teams at the end of the season that is either right on the fringe, left out, or wild card. That, to me, is the expectation going into this year. You did not rebuild your second, third, and fourth line and add a 40-goal score to not be in the playoffs.
I'm with you on that. I was actually talking to Birchie on Sunday at the Lions game about getting excited about hockey starting up, and I said, I think they're a playoff team. I think that has to be the expectation. Obviously, the guys in the room, that's going to be their expectation. But I think for fans, the Yzer plan, we trust in Yzerman and, making his moves, but they made more offseason moves to bring more adults into the room. And he did it so much that it's at the expense of seeing Simon Edvinsson up or Marco Casper up, Elmer Soderblom. All these guys are not with the big club for a reason. And big reason is guys they brought in. And when you're bringing in DeBrincat and you're bringing in Petrie and Gostisbehere and others, I start to get excited. Bringing in a competent backup goaltender that can spell Husso when he needs to, because last year just got overworked. These are the things that should make this team a playoff team.
My question is, in what other sport do you bring in a bona fide, what you would call a star? DeBrincat is a 40-goal scorer when he's at his best. That's star-level caliber. In what other sport and what other situation do you bring in a star, quote-unquote, to not win rather immediately? This year, next year, whatever you want to call it.
It's tough in hockey because of ice time and, one out of every 4 shifts kind of deal. But yes, it's kind of the deal is that's the expectation. Does it? I feel like that this guy, it's personal to him. Being a local guy, that anything he can do to put this team over the top, he will do. I think we're going to get the best of Alex DeBrincat, I guess is my point.
I worry about the local angle because everybody wants to say, oh, he's from here. That means it's going to work out. Maybe it's true. Maybe it's not. But, yeah, I think it wasn't working out in Ottawa, and certainly they're going to use him differently than they used him in Ottawa.
Yeah, playing with if he's going to play with Larkin, and it seems like he's going to play with Larkin, that should pay off dividends. I mean, Dylan Larkin's always a guy that will have more assists than goals, and he stepped his game up. He took it to a different level last year, and he's a star. So it's about time. I mean, we want to see if they can stay healthy.
Right.
That it's about time we saw the top line look like a top line again instead of just being, oh, look at the 15 games that the guys played well together at the end of the season when everybody got healthy again. Do it for the full season. And if they do it for the full season, they should be a playoff team.
Can somebody tell the national media this? Because every article that I read about the Red Wings is, they're a late, mid-80s points team. They're going to just miss the playoffs. It's not going to be the year that all these Red Wings fans are hyping it up to be. Maybe it is, maybe it isn't, but I'm tired of seeing every single article that I read about the Red Wings has them well outside of the playoffs.
Well, I think the big knock against it is that they're not the only team that improved in the conference in the offseason.
It's true.
And there are the teams at the top that are going to be at the top. There's some teams that are going to drop a little bit, but they should still be playoff teams. And then they got the other teams in that group, like the Red Wings, that are trying to improve, that maybe they got a little bit better than what Detroit is. But I just, as a whole, really like what they've done.
I do too.
Given that they're an 80-point team last year, to be a mid-80s team would be a massive disappointment.
100%. And if you're a mid-90s team, that means you're fringe playoffs. If you're high 90s, you're probably in the wild card. And I looked at teams like Boston, who just lost the heart and soul of their team, their captain. They lost a bunch of other guys, too. They're bound to drop off. We say this every year about Boston, by the way. This is going to be the year that they finally fall down a hill. Last year, they have the best season in hockey history. So,
Kenny, it was good to have you in. Just thought we'd sprinkle a little hockey with the season starting tonight. Bedard's debut and the Red Wings coming going online Thursday.
Yes,
Looking
sir.
forward to it. There is our hockey.
Are you worried about him at all with the shorts being outside? Not outside,
he's
but
gonna-
in the outside of this studio, because
He's going to
the rest of the building's freezing.
Yeah, this building, we stopped paying for heat or something. 248-539-9797. Let's talk to Detroit Lions quarterback Jared Goff. That is coming up at 10:30 here on 97.1 The Ticket.
Obviously, we know on any given Sunday anybody can win.
Yeah.
San Francisco, Lions better than them?
No.
Not yet. No.
Philly.
I would say as good. Can I say as good?
Yeah, you can say
Yeah.
whatever you want.
Yeah,
It's your mouth.
I would say slightly below right now. Slightly.
Buffalo.
Gosh, that's
Gosh,
I mean, honestly, I would say as
as
good.
good.
If
Yeah.
it was a home game, I'd take the Lions. If it was
Okay.
there, I'd take Buffalo.
All right. Now, this one, they obviously beat them, but Kansas City. Now, if they had the Kelsey Chris Jones equation, but
Oh, so you're going with the.
no, I'm not saying it's an asterisk, but we're looking at
Yeah.
them right now.
What, did you have dinner with Tirico the other
No,
day?
I'd say
we're
right here,
now.
right now, yeah.
Sorry, Mike.
They are.
Okay.
You didn't say that about Philly, but you said about.
I said the Eagles. I said Jalen Hurts aren't playing that good. Isn't playing that well.
He always shows his true colors.
No. Miami.
I think as good as.
This team it's 4 games, and none of us are going crazy about it, right? But it's amazing how remarkably consistent this team is. They're a top 10 passing team. They're a top 10 rushing team. They're a top 10 offensive team in terms of yards total. Like everything is just like consistent. They are, I think, 8th in the NFL in scoring. That's just all offensive numbers. And then defensively, they're number 1 against the run, which is crazy talk.
Right.
They're getting all this amazing pressure on the quarterback. Their points per game is right about where it was when they were 8-2 down the stretch. I think they were giving up 20.3 points per game. This is 20.8, which ranks more towards the middle of the league. So that area
Doug
can be
Scott
improved
Anderson,
upon.
97 to take it.
But they're remarkably
Gosh,
consistent.
so much to
This
get
is
into
what
today.
this is how you
Good to mix in
become
some
go
hockey
from-
talk and looking
from
forward to
being
the season and
average to
hopefully
good, and then being
the interest
go
will
from
be
good
cranked
to
up a little
great.
bit
It's
because
how
we
consistent are you?
hope that our team will be in competing for a playoff spot. And we've watched many a playoff chase in our lifetime, Gator. It's been a drought. Today's the anniversary of the last time Detroit won a series, by the way. Today's the anniversary. JV beat Oakland with a dominant performance 10 years ago today.
It's been 10 years.
That's the last time Detroit won a series.
Wow.
Yeah, so it's been a while. It has been a while. That may change. If the Lions can make the playoffs and win a game, let's talk to the quarterback. Jared, as always, we appreciate you joining us here on the program, and we opened the show talking about how we watch, the Monday night game and have a different feel because with you guys on top of the division, it's an opportunity to gain another, some ground on when Green Bay loses. You're 2 games up after 5 weeks. I mean, are you paying attention to that stuff right now, or is it too early?
Yeah, of course you're watching all that. Anything in your division you're watching and seeing where things fall. Now it doesn't really affect us much. We got to go win games every week, but you want to see how teams are doing. Sure.
Yeah, it's a ton of football to be played, but 5 weeks in, you have to love where your team stands, how you're playing, who you're doing it with, what's going on in the division. You have to be pretty pleased.
Yeah, it's been good. It's been a good little stretch for us, and the challenge now is how do we keep going on the right trajectory and making sure we're not happy at 4-1 and still hungry, and I don't think that'll be an issue with this crew, but just making sure it's instilled in us, and we got some tough games coming up.
I think Lions fans right now are kind of struggling with what exactly it is that feels different about this team and this year. Can you identify what's different about this team from years past?
Yeah, I think it's actually somewhat similar to last year's team. It's just we didn't get off this hot start last year. We kind of stumbled out the gates, but those last 8 or 9, 10 games of last year and then into this year, it's been very similar. What it exactly is, I don't know if I can put my finger on for you, but it's a belief in each other, and it's a trust. It's a belief in the coaches. They believe in us. That's really the main part, I think. But we're playing good ball. We're doing a good job. I think the defense is causing a lot of havoc right now, and whenever they do that, it makes it easier on us on offense, and we've been able to finish the drives.
Speaking of that trust, there's some plays that you guys call where you might intentionally leave somebody unblocked, either hoping that they're going to, follow the fake along the line or not. And it always seems to be a play where the flow goes one way, you spin around, and maybe you're going to throw it in the other direction, and the guy's right there in your face. When those plays are called, do you pucker a little bit with those plays?
I don't quite know what you're referring to. The keeper where I got hit.
I think it's one where maybe it could be play action going to your left, and you'll spin around, and you're going to end up trying to throw it maybe to the right side, and there's like a corner is sitting right there and comes right up on you, and you've got to deliver it really quickly.
Oh yeah. No, I don't pucker with those. No, we usually are protected. Sometimes guys get through, but I can take a hit here or there. It's not a big deal.
So you guys, you find out no Amon-Ra, no Jahmyr Gibbs. Everybody then has to step it up. But if you look at the offense, who stepped it up the most where you're like, that guy really came to play when we needed it?
Yeah, I think, Josh has been that steady kind of step up in there. And Josh wasn't entirely healthy either. He was battling through some things and getting himself out there on the field, which was huge for us. I think, he wasn't at full strength, but his play the last, few weeks and really the whole year has given us a big boost. Obviously, Khalif, he's the easy one. He's always in there and just always does a great job. I thought Marvin played really well as well, both in the run and the pass. And then Sam, Sam has stepped up and done some great things as well. And getting him involved constantly has been great. But yeah, it's been a whole group effort. Jameson will continue to get more reps as we go, and I'm excited to see where his progression can go as well.
I'm not asking you to diss the running back room from last year at all. They were very good. Jamal Williams scored 17 touchdowns. That's crazy good. But how is this year's room different or even perhaps better than what you guys had last year with the running backs?
I think David is so dynamic both in the run and the pass, and is so good after contact. He can stand on his feet and make a messy run into 4 or 5 yards pretty consistently. We know what Gibbs can do, obviously with his speed and his ability out of the backfield. So they're a great 1-2 punch and complement each other really well. And again, as we go on, I think David's kind of getting the lion's share right now. And as we go on, Gibbs will have his games where he'll have his big numbers and big yards and a bunch of touchdowns. And that's how good backfields are, is when they kind of trade off game by game, depending on the situation. It usually happens organically, but it'll be good to see when Gibbs gets back.
I want to ask you about a couple trick plays you guys ran. First of all, the snap between your legs. I've never seen that before. Did you guys steal that from somebody, or was that an original with a quarterback standing behind the center and the snap going through your legs to the running back?
Yeah, we stole it from a college team. I believe it was William and Mary. I think that was a school. It was wherever Colby Sorsdale went to school, which I believe was William and Mary. And we saw it from them. Our special, we call those our specials, is what we call them. Our trick plays, our specials, and our specials ideas guys found that one and thought it fit our game plan this week, and we put it in.
You mentioned after the game that when you guys practiced, that somebody asked you, did it ever hit you in the leg when you guys were practicing? And you said, no, never in the leg. Did it ever get a little bit further north in practice?
It never hit me anywhere.
Okay.
It never hit me anywhere, which was good. But I had to get really close to Frank. There was no room for error. I was very intimate with him and on that play.
We'll leave it at that. Another special is the reverse flea flicker. What is the key to making that one work? Because my favorite part of that play is watching how long Laporta has to sell the run.
Yeah, that's a big part of it, is his patience. But the quick toss from Montgomery to Khalif to me is pretty intricate, and it's not as easy as we made it look, or as the Niners made it look later in the night. But we practiced it quite a bit that week until we felt pretty good about it and felt like we could run on game day.
What's your favorite play to call? The one that puts you in your happy place?
Ooh, man, it's a good question. There's a bunch. I like starting the game. We started the game off with 2 passes. I like doing that. I don't know if it's a specific play call that puts me in my happy place, but I think when Ben says they were going to start off with 2 play action passes off the get go, I'm like, sweet, let's go, and that makes me fired up.
Yeah, a 3-play drive in 45 seconds, whatever. It's not so bad.
That's right. That's fun. That's my happy place right there.
Tell us about your thoughts on Jameson Williams' performance, and as a veteran, what do you say to a young wide receiver after a drop?
Yeah, it's going to happen. I mean, it's not it's not like he's the first guy in the history of football to have a drop. It's going to happen. And just come back the next play. It's not going to deter me from throwing him the ball. It never will. As long as he keeps getting himself open, going to keep delivering him the ball, and he'll make those plays. I'm excited for his progression. And again, I've said this a couple of times, but he was off for the last 4 weeks. He wasn't around, so there's going to be a little bit of a warm up process for him, which is fine. And when we know that, and he's doing a great job every day in the building. And I thought last week of practice was one of the best weeks of practices I've seen from him. And he just keeps getting better. It's exciting. It's really exciting. His full potential is really high, and the sky's the limit for him. But yeah, just keep working him in, and hopefully as time goes on, his workload gets more and more.
When you guys had a chance to look at the film, what did you on plays that he wasn't targeted? Did you notice that? Oh my God, he's open.
Yeah,
I just wasn't number one option, and boy, he blocks really
no,
well.
No, yeah. Sorry, I cut you off there, but to be honest, his blocking was really tremendous. I know that's not a stat that you see from receivers or anything, but he sprung some of those runs both early and late in the game, and he loves blocking. He's good at it. He does a good job on it, and that's a good sign from a receiver. Is a guy that enjoys it and wants to see his running backs do his thing. And but yeah, no, I don't think there was anything I wish I would have got to him otherwise. Maybe next week we get him a little bit more involved.
You on your touchdown run, did you run over the Fox Steadicam guy in the end zone?
Yeah, he was. I went to toss the ball to a little boy in the crowd, and he was right on my back for some reason, and I turned towards the sideline, and he tripped down, fell down, and unfortunately, you never like to see that, but went over there and picked him up, and David, I guess, picked him up, and he got a little too close though. They gotta keep their distance, and hopefully those things don't happen again.
Ben Johnson gets a ton of love, and deservedly so, but I wanted you to talk a little bit about the relationship that you have with Mark Brunell, the quarterback coach, and how he's helped you out.
Yeah, Bru's been so good for me in my career and progression all the way back, to when I first got here. And he's seen a lot. He's been through a lot. He knows the position. He knows the ins and outs of it. He knows the challenges of it. I think that's the main thing, is that there's so many times where I'll throw a ball a certain way, I'll move in the pocket a certain way, and maybe, a coach that hadn't played quarterback before doesn't quite know why I would do that. Why wouldn't you just stay there? He's like, well, I can see what you're seeing with the pass rush or where that defender is, and so I get it. So being able to have a coach who understands those intricacies of the position makes it a lot easier for me to explain different plays throughout a game or throughout a practice.
2 first-place teams will go at it this Sunday. And when you take on Tampa down at their place, does this have that big game feel to it, even though it's early in the season?
Yeah, it certainly does. Hopefully it'll have some implications for later on in the year. But they're a good team. They're 3-1 and have played well. But again, like us, they played well on offense, defense, and special teams. They seem to be a complete team, and we've got our hands full. They've got a great defense, and we're going into their place. They're going to be wearing the creamsicles, and we're going to have to do our best to take them down.
2 things. Do you like the creamsicle jerseys, and also the change in state and start time to 4:25 start? How do you feel about that?
Yeah, I love it. It gets us on national TV a little bit more. But yeah, the creamsicles are great. I think they're sweet. I can't wait to see them. But I like the 4:25 start. Just means we get home a little bit later. But other than that, it's pretty cool.
Well, Jared, finally, I asked you who stepped up. You guys have put together the longest stretch, was more than 20 points, the longest stretch in Lions history of scoring more than 20 points in consecutive games. I'm going to say it. I think you've stepped up. I think this has a lot to do with you, and I know you won't say it, but we appreciate it here in Detroit, and keep up the good work.
Awesome. Thank you, guys. I appreciate that.
All right, take care, Jared.
There he is, Detroit Lions quarterback Jared Goff here on 97.1 The Ticket. I mean, this is the best the Lions offense has been, and he wasn't going to say himself, but this guy has really stepped it up in Detroit.
It's you hate to use a term like reborn, rejuvenated, resurrected, or whatever with an R,
right?
But I think he's being rewarded, another R word, for being here with this team, with this coaching staff. And I think it starts with the staff believing in you and, kind of reminding you, hey, dude, you were first overall pick for a reason. and we're going to support you, give you guys that you trust, and there you go.
Do you like the term the second act of his career?
Yeah, I think it's fine because it's when you go from one team to another, when you spend 5 years with one team and then you go to another, and here it is 3 years into it. Yeah, I think it's fair to say that.
Well, hey, we appreciate certainly him joining us each and every week here on 97.1 The Ticket. Hey, get ready to start the NFL week off right, because right now all customers can get a no-sweat same-game parlay for Thursday Night Football. Just place 3-leg same-game parlay on this week's game between Denver and Kansas City, and you'll get bonus bets back if you don't win. NFL same-game parlays is the perfect way to combine your bets for a chance at a bigger payday. Build your own or choose from one of the popular same-game parlays pre-built for you on FanDuel, their top-rated sportsbook app. Visit FanDuel.com/Doug so you don't miss out on your chance to get a no-sweat same-game parlay on America's #1 sportsbook. FanDuel, official sports betting partner of the NFL. Must be 21 or older and present in Michigan. Refund issued as non-withdrawable bonus bets that expire 7 days after receipt. Maximum refund is $5 unless otherwise specified. Restrictions apply. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problems? Call 1-800-270-7117 for confidential help.
All right, let's get to work. It's a Tuesday. It's October. It's 85 degrees out. And I have no football to watch. All right, Rico, we can start a multitude of ways. We're going to get to University of Michigan a little bit later. Let's burn it down before
Doug
we
Harsh,
open up, I guess.
Scott Anderson,
Lions,
97.1 The
after
Ticket.
that.
Champa Chump been posting on our website, 971theticket.com. And we also tweeted out a link if you want to check it out. Go to at Doug and Gator 971. All right, so is the biggest takeaway that Goff had to get intimate with Frank Ragnow on the snap between his legs?
Oh, listen. Sometimes you line up under center. I don't know if it gets more intimate than that.
Yeah,
so
that's true.
Apparently you can.
He said I had to get close.
You can,
He
Gator.
did make it sound like you had to.
I had to get real close. And it's pretty cool that did Sorsdahl bring this to their attention? I mean, I'd have to imagine that Sorsdahl and Ben Johnson talked about it if they stole it from William and Mary.
Yeah, you would imagine it. But I don't know if it came from when Sorsdahl was there, or is this just something they years ago found this in the William and Mary playbook? I don't know.
Well, this happens a lot. And what did we say yesterday? College is the incubator for NFL trick plays with the Boilermaker that Purdue ran, then Michigan ran. Now the Lions and 49ers both ran it, the reverse flea flicker, throw to the tight end. But that's wild that it came from William and Mary. Good for William and Mary.
Hey.
248-539-9797. Let's go to Bob. You're on 97 on the ticket. Hi, Bob.
Hi, how are you?
Doing great.
Hey, I agree with you on the optimisticness of the Lions having a great record. I can remember to the days of, you ready to this, guys? Another one bites the dust when they had the good team.
That was 1980.
What they have now is they don't have a one-trick pony and I love Barry, but he had no support. These guys have a team, and they an upper management who can help them if they run out of if they run short at a certain line. They've got everything covered.
Well,
and I think
Barry did that. There were some really good receivers there, and they had a really good offensive line when Barry was there too. But they just didn't have everything.
Well, if you ever look at every 50 fabulous runs that Barry had, there's no blue shirts around him. He's all by himself. I mean, on the NFL Network. But what I'm saying is, I think they're doing great. I agree with you on your optimism, and I got to give my kudos to Mrs. Ford and her daughter. They really just showed their husband and son how to pick a football team, because they really are doing a heck of a job.
What they've done is they've hired smart. They finally got the right people in charge, and they've stayed out of the way.
Well, I think another big part of it is that Sheila Hamp is a football fan. She's immersed herself in football. She has been since she was a girl, and as she's gotten older and had a chance to, kind of learn from the sidelines, if you will, she took part in the meetings. She wanted to be active with it before she became the owner of the team. I think that means a lot too. It's before it was just an investment. Hey, Bill Ford Sr., he owned the team. And that was it. You didn't see him talking about the team a whole lot. Same thing happened, years later when Bill Ford Jr. was there, but then Bill Ford Jr. didn't want to be part of it, took himself out of it. Mom comes in and, starts to right the ship a little bit, and then Sheila's all invested in it. This is what she wants.
Well, and let me tell you something.
Passion.
It's the people that are running this thing have got in a very good place, and I mean they got to finish the job. There's so much football to be played. I think we're bordering on doing victory laps today, which is silly. But I mean, Green Bay losing last night, 2-game lead, 5 games in, and quite frankly, looking like clearly the best team in the division. When the best performance by the other 3 teams is a 6-point loss by Minnesota at Philadelphia, that might tell you where the rest of this division is right now. And then Minnesota's losing Justin Jefferson. And I mean, is the biggest threat, I feel like I'm prone to falling for what our eyes showed us last, which is the Bears doubling up the Washington 40-20. But maybe the Bears aren't as bad as 1-4 indicates, but I mean, still, Detroit's 3 games clear of them. 3 games clear of them. And I'm watching that game last night, and I'm like, this is not a great football game. These are not great football teams.
It's not, and that's why we're watching. We're watching to see Green Bay and what is Jordan Love, and he's an inexperienced quarterback, is what he is. I think he's got more talent than maybe I wanted to give him credit for, but he's got a long way to go. There's some bad decisions that are made, and Green Bay does have some talent, but they just weren't able to put it away last night. And it's because they're not a good team yet, and neither are the Raiders. The Raiders are, just as bad. You're watching Josh McDaniels lead that team, and Josh McDaniels is outmatched. Like
Josh McDaniels is a terrible coach.
He's not
I
a
don't
good
care.
head coach.
No, he's never been. I think he's a good offensive coordinator, especially when Tom Brady's your quarterback and you have Bill Belichick running the defense. But as a head coach, he's been a disaster.
Yeah.
The caller brought up earlier his decision to kick. That's questionable. Last week
Very
he
questionable.
kicked when they were down 8 points instead of going for a touchdown. He only wants to get players that have been with the Patriots. That we've seen that here, right, locally.
Yeah.
That doesn't necessarily work out all the time. If you can only coach players you've coached before, what kind of coach are you?
How long did it take him to get Devontae Adams involved in the game?
Yeah.
I was like, did he get traded to Detroit in the first half? Like, where is he? Did we trade for Devontae Adams?
But going back to that Jordan Love thing, I'm not ready to write him off yet.
I'm not writing him off. I think he's got talent, yeah.
I'm with you, Gator. I think that people are like, he sucks. Well, he might not be good this year, but you got to give him some time. I think he's almost like a rookie. I know he's been in the league a few years, but
I was never scared of him.
Jordan Love's got some time to maybe, be a thorn in our side, but I don't think it's going to happen this year.
You think he wishes he had that last play back, take off and run?
I think he wishes he had a lot of plays back. He's young, he's raw, he's still learning, and he's got young receivers out there. Watson's just come back from injury. Dobbs is a young receiver.
Jaden Reed.
I think that, exactly.
Tight
you can
ends
see
are all the rookies.
Aaron Rodgers may have not looked great last year, but I think he was playing with lesser talent out there, and that's why he was kind of pissed about, hey, I need help out here. Give me something else. But I think the division, Kirk Cousins looks like that team's in disarray. Justin Fields, 2 back-to-back good games. Talking to Jared Goff every week and seeing him, what he's done with this team since he's been here, man, I couldn't have been more wrong. I thought, like a lot of people, gap quarterback, bridge quarterback, he has earned, if he continues playing this way at the end of the season, there's no doubt you have to extend him.
There's a
You
big
have
payday
to.
for him.
Yep. And I'll pay
if not
that
with
tax.
the Lions, it'll be with somebody.
Yeah.
He's going to get a big payday.
Well, he still have a year left, so that's why you want to do it. To actually save a little bit of money.
Yes, that's and lock him up.
Yep.
No, you've got that. Now, the question, of course, is for how much. Cap always goes up. There's kind of ways to finagle the cap, but you want to be able to continue to build and re-sign other guys because that's what you can run into, and that's
the
if you're in
balancing
Goff's,
act.
if you're in Goff's position, is it a balancing act or is it I'm maxing out whatever I can get? It's a question maybe for later in the year with Jared.
Well, I think
when he's sitting out the last 2 regular season games.
Maybe 3, who knows? But what happened with LA, I think he still remembers. They left him for dead. They didn't want him anymore. They blamed him for things.
Yeah.
To come to a place where you're embraced, where Brad Holmes wanted you, right? I think that should mean something. And I'm not saying you're going to save a ton of money, but to want to be somewhere where you're wanted, I think makes it it's important for Goff.
Well, yes, it is. And he's playing arguably the best football of his career. Whether it's just that Jared Goff has gotten better here, or maybe he's just more of a Detroit kind of guy than he's an LA kind of guy. Maybe he's his skill set is better used by Ben Johnson than it was by offensive guru Sean McVay. Maybe it's this constellation of players brings out the best in him. Whatever it is, it's good to see him playing the best, arguably the best football of his career. Gator, an amazing fact about our Pistons we will get to at some point next hour. Also straight ahead, a fact about our Lions, and the question becomes, does this change everything? We'll get to that today at 11:03 here on Carson Anderson on 97.1 The Ticket.
Obviously, we know on any given Sunday anybody can win.
Yeah.
San Francisco, Lions better than them?
No.
Not yet. No.
Philly.
I would say as good. Can I say as good?
Yeah, you can say whatever you want. It's your mouth.
I would say slightly below right now. Slightly.
Buffalo.
Gosh, that's
Gosh,
I mean, honestly, I would say as good.
Yeah.
If it was a home game, I'd take the Lions. If it was
Okay.
there, I'd take Buffalo.
All right. Now this one, they
Brought to you
obviously
by
beat
Mother
them, but
Waddles.
Kansas
Expectations
City.
being raised higher and higher as the Lions continue to win
Jones
each
situation,
week.
but-
3 straight games with
Yeah. So
double-digit
you're going with
victories
the-
and getting a lot
No,
of respect
I'm
from
not-
the
no,
national
I'm
power
saying
rankings.
that,
However,
but
we
I'm
asked
just-
Coach Dan
no, we're
Campbell,
looking
he's
at-
trying to
no,
manage
we're
any
looking
big
at-
heads within the locker room. At Coach on with Stoney and Jansen this morning, he also made it sound very likely that Amon-Ra St. Brown would return to the field this weekend and says of rookie tight end Sam Laporta and his incredible production, what you see is real. Today is Big Ten Basketball Media Day for the men's teams. Assistant Sadi Washington filling in for Michigan's Juwan Howard, who continues to recover from his heart procedure. Tom Izzo very ready for this season with a handful of returning upperclassmen stars and a talent-heavy recruiting class joining them as well. And the Red Wings have 2 more days until they begin their campaign in New Jersey. However, the NHL season officially begins today with 3 games. Nashville at Tampa, Blackhawks and Penguins, so Bedard versus Crosby, and then the Golden Knights versus the Kraken late tonight. The Lightning, by the way, will be Detroit's home opener opponent on Saturday. At the Ticket Update Desk, I'm Chris Villar. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket and Odyssey.com.
Doug Harsh, Scott Anderson, 97.1 The Ticket. Happy Tuesday, everybody. Hey, had some hockey talk earlier in the show. Let's get a mix in a little preview. NHL starts tonight. 248-539-9797. Thanks to Jared Goff, who joined us last hour. Let's get back to your phone calls. We go to Dave. You're on 97.1. Hi, Dave.
Hey, how you doing?
All right, Dave.
Doug.
Yes.
And Kanger and Gator. Doug mismentioned as Devontae Adams on his way to Detroit, because he wasn't playing much last night.
Yeah.
What would it take to get him here? What would you give up?
It's a great question. I'm going to guess
I don't know
they're
how his
looking
contract goes right now.
The contract's pretty sizable.
It's hefty.
And in fact, I think it gets huge next year, which might preclude the Lions from being interested because they're probably liking the way their wide receiver room's playing.
Okay.
And I guess it
It's kinda
might tell
panning
you
out slowly.
You know what? You know what it might tell you? If they don't trade for a wide receiver, it might be the biggest message about what they think Jamison Williams is going to be.
Well, there's that perhaps, but I would ask this question, Dave. If the trade deadline were tomorrow, what position would you want to trade for? Is it wide receiver or is it something on the defense?
Well, our defense is playing good, but we've had a couple drop out, unfortunately. And it seems like our guys are stepping in that were there last year, and they got a year under their belt, and they're performing. So I'm kind of still wide receiver-ish. What do you got?
I'm not either because I think the offense is fantastic, and they showed on Sunday without some key members of that offense, perhaps the top 2 weapons.
That's true.
On their offense were out, and they're still, they can put up points. But I would understand why people would say that, and I'm not saying that you're wrong for it. I'm looking on the defensive side, and maybe a defensive end, another pass rusher might be.
Yeah, that's true. Yeah, I mean they put up 42 without St. Brown. Even on the field,
or Gibbs,
right?
Or Gibbs, yeah.
It's funny because I'm going to guess that they would. His contract is like a $14.5 million hit this year and a $25.5 million hit next year, and I just don't think they're going to want to take that on. To be honest with you, and there are other options if they want to go.
If you're the Raiders, you should shop them. And there'll be people that'll be like, yeah, we'd like the teams that would like to have him, but the price has got to be. It's got to start at least with a first-round pick.
I would think that that's what they would ask for.
Multiple.
That doesn't mean they'll get them, but because the problem that they have is their contract is so big.
Well, the caller brings up a kind of interesting question, though. The Lions don't have a glaring weakness, really. They've been playing so well. I mentioned last 3 wins are by 18, 14, 14 points. It's hard to win in this league by double digits consistently. It's usually a one-score league. So you look at the secondary, maybe do they need an opposite corner of a Sutton? But Jerry Jacobs has been playing a lot better lately. They still have Brian Branch. They have a young safety group with Kirby Joseph. Tracy Walker's playing now. I do think a second receiver might be not a need, but a spot you can add to, because as much as Reynolds, I like Reynolds and Khalif Raymond, no disrespect to those guys. I hate saying that because they're playing well.
Oh, they're playing really well.
But you look at the league, okay? It's built, teams have 2 to 3 solid, if not borderline star receivers. We know St. Brown is our number one. That's where J-Mo comes in. Is he the next guy? If he's not the next guy, I do think you look for somebody else, whether it's the draft or free agency. But we talked about before the season, Mike Evans was a name that was brought up. DeAndre Hopkins, right? There's still free agents out there that you bring up, Gator, that you thought maybe the Lions should take a look at. So I think receivers, it's not like they're set, is what I'm saying. Like I said, Josh Brown just had a great game, so it kind of feels weird to bring it up even. And they did put up 42 points without St. Brown, but it was the Panthers.
So one of the things that I mentioned before the break, whether or not this changes everything. We're 5 games in. 5 games into a season, it feels like storylines have started to develop, and storylines are kind of sticking. There's some glue to what's being reported and said about you. So it's not too early to look at this, in my opinion. Have you seen the remaining strength of schedule?
No. I mean, I know it's on the schedule.
Right. Toughest schedule the rest of the way belongs to Cincinnati. Their strength of schedule of opposing teams is a winning percentage of .603. Followed by Arizona, Baltimore, Dallas, Seattle. Other teams of interest. Philly's strength of schedule is .542. It ranks 9th. San Francisco's .536. It ranks 10th. Other teams from our division. Minnesota is 17th. Their strength of schedule is .500. Green Bay. Chicago is next out of our division. Chicago's strength of schedule is 28th, .431. Green Bay's strength of schedule is tied with Detroit as the easiest schedule the rest of the way, .397. And considering the fact that Green Bay plays that game at Detroit, I think you could argue that tilted to Detroit as the easiest schedule the rest of the way. Now, is it going to be when it's all said and done? I don't know. I would suspect that there'll be some movement between now and then. But here's what we know. It's not going to be tough. Relative to what Philly and San Francisco and Dallas and Tampa's the 16th toughest schedule. I mean, is this shaping up for the Lions to have one of those regular seasons where they just keep stacking win after win after win, and the whole 11-7, 12-5 that we had at the beginning of the season, Kang and I at 11-7, you at 12-5, might not be high enough?
Well, I'm gonna start to pull back the reins.
Okay, all right.
I don't want to think that far ahead. What I will say is this about the schedule is that the number one reason why the Lions schedule is on paper going to be the easiest is because it's their division. They've only played one division game so far.
Mm-hmm.
So they're taking on a division that sucks on paper right now.
Philly's not.
Like
San Francisco's
they're not. So I'm just, here's where I'm comfortable in saying that I think the Lions schedule is easier than those teams. Is how that translates to wins at the end of the year, I'm not even looking at it. How it translates to their path to get to where we want them to be. Division winners, it's great. For a higher seed, perhaps in the playoffs.
That's where I'm talking about. That's the point of the conversation.
I don't feel comfortable throwing a number at it, other than saying I think that this team is poised to kind of create their own path here.
Keep taking care of business, and the
Just do what you
sky
gotta
is
do.
the limit. Like,
And it starts Sunday at Tampa. And the following Sunday at Baltimore are two tougher games on the schedule.
you know what this does for me, though? It allows me to say, all right, we are licensed to talk about them at a high seeding spot in the NFC. When your schedule on paper is that much easier than San Francisco and Philly, and it is, I think we're licensed to talk about, can they reel one of those two teams in? I mean, I know they're just a game back, but those two are the established powerhouses in the NFC. We're the up-and-comer. We're the new guy on the block. We're trying to prove ourselves. It's going to be extraordinarily interesting because this lines up very nice, potentially.
It does potentially. One of my concerns the rest of the way is making sure the quarterback can stay healthy.
Yep.
Right?
Huge.
And we know how good he has been for this team. We know there's going to be a drop-off if he can't play. And I don't even want to think about him getting hurt. I'm knocking on wood. I'm saying I'm hoping I'm saying the right things here. But looking at this schedule, they're taking on some teams that have really good pass rushers. When they go to or just guys that can flat out hit you. Tampa's going to hit you. Baltimore's going to hit you. The Raiders have Max Crosby. He's relentless. He's on a bad team, but that guy is an outstanding. He's one of the top 5 defensive players in football.
Yep.
Later in the year, they'll take on the Cowboys with Micah Parsons. What I've seen in the last few weeks, even though Lions been racking up these big point totals and the point differential's big, correct me if I'm wrong, Jared Goff's taking some shots.
He has.
I mean, as good as the Lions' offensive line is, he has taken some shots. He's not been sacked, but I think he's only been sacked 7 times.
We've talked about him in that naked
been
boot.
hit.
That naked boot, it can expose you, and that wasn't a defensive lineman. That was a cornerback on a blitz. That was the wrong play call against the right defensive play call.
Which is what ends up happening.
Which is going to happen on occasion. And is there concern? Is there, you just never want to
turn
see
around. Whoa, hey. Didn't see you there. Let me get rid of this football so we
That's
don't.
when you just go down, man. Don't take the hit.
Yeah.
Just go down.
Just going to throw this in the dirt. We're okay.
All right, now it's something to think about. 248-539-9797. It's Carson Anderson, open lines, 97.1, the ticket. Hey, discover how good your water can be. With the new Kinetico system that removes up to 99% of contaminants if you're not filtering your water, you are the filter. Don't be the filter. Get clean, purified water and reduce plastic bottle waste. 855-339-4242 or visit cgcwater.com. Save up to $1,000 on a K5 drinking water system when you purchase a Kinetico Premier Softener. 855-339-4242. Financing options available with approved credit. CGC Water Treatment and Plumbing, your authorized independent Kinetico dealer.
Them right now.
Did you have dinner with Tirico the other
No.
day?
I'd say
Well,
right here,
now.
right now, yeah.
Sorry, Mike.
They are.
Okay.
You didn't say that about Philly, but you said about.
I said the Eagles. I said Jalen Hurts aren't playing that good. Isn't playing that well.
He always shows his true colors.
No. Miami.
I think as good as.
This team it's 4 games, and none of us are going crazy about it, right? But it's amazing how remarkably consistent this team is.
Mm-hmm.
They're a top 10 passing team. They're a top 10 rushing team. They're a top 10 offensive team in terms of yards total. Like everything is just like consistent. They are, I think, 8th in the NFL in scoring. That's just all offensive numbers. And then defensively, they're number 1 against the run, which is crazy talk.
Right.
They're getting all this amazing pressure on the quarterback. Their points per game is right about where it was when they were 8-2 down the stretch. I think they were giving up 20.3 points per game. This is 20.8, which ranks more towards the middle of the league. So that area can be improved upon. But they're remarkably consistent. And this is how you go from being average to good and then go from good to great. It's how consistent are you?
All right, let's
Doug
get
Hart,
to work.
Scott Anderson, 97 won the
It's a
ticket.
Tuesday.
Open lines,
It's
248-539-9797.
85 degrees out.
A lot of feedback coming in.
And I
here.
have no
We'll
football
get to
to
that in a
watch.
minute. First,
All right.
to your phone calls.
Rico,
Art, you're on
we can
97.1.
start.
Hi, Art.
Hey, gentlemen, good morning. I think a 2 seed is not a unfair pipe dream for the Lions. And if they can stay reasonably happy, I couldn't help watching that game and dreaming what it would be like if they figured out a way to get Brian Burns and have him opposite Hutch. And it's not unrealistic because Carolina has no draft choices. In fact, the Bears, unfortunately, have their number 1 pick. And I'm just thinking, if there's a glaring need to me, it's somebody to help protect Hutchinson on that defensive line that can rush the passer.
Well, I think there's Art, you and I are in lockstep. I'm thinking about Brian Burns to add. I was talking to Doug about it during the break. It's a name I brought up. The other one is played last night, and I mentioned him in the last segment, is Max Crosby. I mean, these are two guys that are game-wrecking defensive ends just like Hutchinson is. And if the Lions had 2 of those guys, that's something. And I love James Houston, what he's brought to this team, what he did last year in half a season was incredible. But he got hurt this year. There's no guarantees he's going to come back and be the same player that he was. And I'd be about it. I'd certainly pick up a phone and get a conversation going or try to figure it out internally if you can add either of those players. Burns is a free agent after the season. And he's going to command a monster contract for next year. It's going to be well in excess of $20 million, probably, 25 maybe. Max Crosby is signed to a deal through 2026. He's got a potential out in 2025 for the teams, but he's signed at a cap hit that's around $18, $19 million. Actually, the cap hit's higher than that, but that's for the Raiders, I guess.
So there's a couple things here. One is Burns is in the last year of a contract, going to be a free agent, and I could see an 0-5 team with no draft picks wanting to make a trade. I don't know where the hell this Max Crosby talk has come from. I think Richard Sherman mentioned him, but I can't imagine the Raiders trading Max Crosby. I mean, is this something that I saw this stuff on social media, and I'm like, where is this coming from? And I haven't seen it come from anywhere where I'm like, oh, maybe he is available.
It's because Lions fans are getting chesty. He's from Eastern Michigan. They want to take the next step here. They want the next, hey, what's going to push us over the top? The Raiders are a bad team, but you're right, Doug.
Raiders are a bad organization.
Yeah, exactly. And that organization cannot afford to lose a captain like Max Crosby, who brings the effort and keeps that locker room or culture somewhat in check, because as we've seen over the years with the Raiders organization, they've had a lot of stuff off the field that they have to deal with. They're dealing with some right now with Chandler Jones. So they need a guy like Max Crosby to just keep that locker room solidified and just some kind of a sense of good culture there. But
unless somebody knows that Max doesn't want to be there anymore.
Yeah, because on top of that, he's locked up and he's productive as hell.
He's so good.
Yeah.
He had 4 tackles for loss last night.
I mean, the Lions' pass rush is top 3rd in sacks. They're top 5 in pressures. I mean, I agree. It would be great to add another edge rusher, but this doesn't look like it's a major issue right now. So do you give up what it would take to go get Brian Burns financially and draft capital? I'm not sure that's addressing the right problem. It's a wealth of luxury at a position that it's great to have pass rushers. I mean, it's fantastic.
Let's look at the first part of it. The first part, if you were to trade for him before the deadline, you have him for the rest of this year.
Mm-hmm.
So thinking about what the defense looks like for the rest of this year, if you don't think they're a Super Bowl caliber team now, they certainly are if you add Brian Burns to the mix, right?
Mm-hmm.
So maybe it is just a rental, and and dare we say you get the job done at the end of the year if there's a parade.
What do you mean get the job done?
If he gets you to that level,
if you win the Super Bowl,
yeah, then you can bring him back, or you don't have to bring him back because
you don't care.
Yeah.
Okay, all right, yeah. I'm confused what you meant by getting.
But money wise, you can absorb it. but you'd have to make some tough decisions on some players, and
Yeah,
you're asking to try to find some kind of friendly extension with Jared Goff.
As we do our best to peddle in reality, I feel like Burns is way more realistic than Max Crosby. I just can't see. First of all, I haven't found one credible report. Have I missed anything? Help me out. Have I missed anything that says Crosby's available, or is that just internet chatter?
No, I think it's just people putting it out there on their own. Yeah.
All right, fair enough. Then the reality is a team with few draft picks, a pending free agent that might not come back. Brian Burns seems way more realistic in my view, and it's something they may look at.
Think about the Von Miller trade to the Rams, and the Broncos got fleeced. I think they gave up like a 3rd-round pick or something. Remember, we're all like, why does everyone just give their players to the Rams? I think you were pretty pissed about that, Gator. But I think that was a situation, too, as this same as Brian Burns. I think he's definitely more realistic than Max Crosby, but he's looking for a contract. The Panthers need draft capital and assets because they gave up a ton to get Bryce Young. There might be a match there.
Sean writes in, would you guys make the trade with the Raiders to get Crosby, possibly Jameson Williams, and a 3rd for Crosby? I don't know that would get it done, and I still don't think the Raiders would trade him. Didn't he just redo his contract, too, to help the Raiders out?
Oh, like reworked his new deal?
Yeah. Max Crosby signed a 4-year, $94 million contract with the Raiders. When did he do that? I guess it doesn't say when he did it. But more feedback. I don't think we need to go big for a wide receiver. I'd rather go for Devontae's teammate, Renfro. Scheme open, easy completions to a great route runner to keep his offense efficient. Keep this offense efficient. That's from an unnamed texter. Doug in Sterling Heights says, for the first time in my life, I'm suggesting the Lions go all in, trade for Myles Garrett. Christian in Plymouth heard the Broncos might tear it down. What would it take to get Patrick Surtain? Okay, again, you're talking about operating pedal in reality as best we can. Yes, the Broncos could tear it down. Do I think Cleveland's going to tear it down? No.
I don't think Cleveland is at all.
No,
I think Cleveland, I don't know if they like where they're at, but I think they can still feel encouraged that they're turning things around now that Deshaun Watson is getting into the flow of things, getting back to his career.
Mickey in Garden City, we need to trade for another defensive back. One more serious injury, and this group is in trouble. Well, that's kind of where I am. Now, will they be getting guys back? Eventually, yes. But they are teetering on problems in the secondary. We're going to see probably Stephen Gilmore, Chase Lucas maybe get some run, Khalil Dorsey, he's hurt. Brian Branch is, like I would suspect, we haven't heard that that's going to be long term. But yeah, they might. I'd be surprised if they didn't at least have a free agent signing.
Well, the one thing that's interesting about this year is compared to many years ago, for the last, I don't know how many seasons, is that there will be chatter about this team adding at the trade deadline.
Yep.
Whether it's a defensive end, a defensive tackle, a corner, a wide receiver, perhaps an offensive lineman. I mean, it should be real discussions and adding really impressive players to the mix too. I mean, Brian Burns isn't the only guy from Carolina. Derek Brown's another one. He's signed through next year. He's not an unrestricted free agent until 2025. Big guy, defensive front, and he's a playmaker. Another one of those great. There's a couple of jewels in Carolina, but they just don't have enough, and they've got these expiring contracts that maybe they just need to rebuild themselves. Are they looking at moving either of them?
Well, don't you always say, Gator, don't be afraid to give up the good to be great?
Yep.
And this is when you get to this area right here where you're like, hey, not just winning, hosting playoff games, but winning playoff games, hosting maybe multiple playoff games. Are we getting into the F them picks territory? Where, hey, we're good enough. We just need.
Yes. No, I mean, seriously.
To win the Super Bowl, you have to be able to give up something, right?
You've got to give up something.
You're right. You're right. I mean, the way this is trending, look, the next 2 weeks are going to be super telling, right? This might be the toughest back-to-back games they have the rest of the way.
Sure.
One's a first-place team. The other's a team with big goals this year that's pretty decent in Baltimore. But they don't have a gauntlet the rest of the way. The rest of the division is fading, and the Lions, have managed to do the unthinkable, which is continue to win with this many injuries. I mean, you got to start talking about, by the time we get to the trade deadline, they'll have gone through this 2-game stretch, and we'll have a better sense for how legitimate Super Bowl aspirations actually are. 248-539-9797. Incredible fact about our Pistons. Plus, Gator, nobody hit the Powerball, so we have to do another edition of Would You Buy?
Oh, man.
That's coming up today at 11:35. 97.1 The Ticket.
A multitude of ways. We're going to get to University of Michigan a little bit later. Let's burn it down before we build it up, I guess. Lions, a little bit after that. You have things you want to say about Saturday. I want to hit the fan portal. I can't do this the rest of the fall. Yeah. As a Spartans and Giants fan, if I can't continue to do this flaccid penis offense that we watch constantly. 60 minutes on Saturday, 60 minutes on Sunday. Nobody can block a soul. Nobody can throw the ball. Nobody can do anything. Clown car effort, arguments on the sidelines, teams that look like they're on Quaaludes. I want to hit the fan portal. But see, you have something else you want to say today.
No.
And you won't share. So I said, fine. I'll sit here and just let you go ahead. Go ahead and shoot.
Doug Harsh, Scott Anderson, 97 on The Ticket. Open lines, 248-539-9797. Let's get back to your phone calls. We go to Doug here on 97 on The Ticket. Hi, Doug.
Hey, how you guys doing?
Doing
I just
great.
wanted to say I'm 53 years old,
Sure.
and my whole life I know I'm Charlie Brown and the Lions are Lucy waiting to pull the football away. And I truly do not believe that this year. I bought in when they were playing Atlanta, and in the fourth quarter, they ran the ball. Atlanta knew we were going to run the ball, and they couldn't stop us. They're a good team.
It's, you know what's making me realize how good that they are a good team is watching so many other teams and going, well, these teams don't look very good. And it's because for a strange turn of events, our team is setting a standard that other teams can't live up to.
I think you said it earlier. One of the big reasons why I'm feeling confident and you're feeling chesty is Jared Goff.
Yeah.
He's a more than competent quarterback. He's a top 10 quarterback in this league. And he's got such command of this offense that it doesn't matter if you have stars for him to throw to or not. He's built up the relationship and the trust with these guys every day in practice that he's making it work with Josh Reynolds and Collie Freeman and in a rookie tight end and throwing to the running backs when he has to or going to Brock Wright when he has to. He's been phenomenal with this team. Add to that, they're able to run the football consistently as well. This is back-to-back weeks that Montgomery's gone for over 100.
Right. And he's been very good. This is kind of classic sports talk radio, and I don't know that we need to really engage in it, but I'm just going to tell you, when you say he's a top 10 quarterback in this league, and I'm like,
he might be top 5.
That's where I'm going, is he's playing like he's top 5. Okay? You might say, I'd rather have A, B, C, D, E, F. Okay, but our guy's playing like he's top 5. And he has been for more than just this season. So I think it's okay for us to talk about him being top 5.
If you look at quarterback rating.
Top 5, right?
He is 6th with 104.4.
What's his QBR? I don't know why. As if anybody knows the difference between QBR and quarterback rating.
His QBR puts him at 5th. At 71.2.
And I subscribe to the QBR. He's top 5.
Sure. And the guys that are ahead of him, Brock Purdy is unbelievable right now, right? 9 touchdowns, no picks, and throws for 250 a game. Josh Allen is number 2. We know why Josh Allen's great, but he makes plays with his feet. That's why he's in a top 5 quarterback. Mahomes is Mahomes, and Tua is having a phenomenal year. Anything from you on Tua?
No, he's playing phenomenal for now.
And then there's Jared Goff is the next one. Now, here's who's behind Jared Goff. Right behind him is Baker Mayfield, who they play on Sunday. Justin Herbert, who throws for a ton of yards, but it doesn't matter. Dak Prescott, who's Jekyll and Hyde. Geno Smith, who's fantastic against the Lions and good against the rest of the league. Matthew Stafford is number 10. Guys like Jalen Hurts checks in 11. Lamar Jackson checks in at 13. C.J. Stroud is 14. Trevor Lawrence is 16. Deshaun Watson is 19. Russell Wilson is 22 on this list for QBR. I mean, the list of quarterbacks in the past few years, when you went in the top 10, you could look at those top 10 quarterbacks. These are all really good top 10. These are all great quarterbacks. It's really hard to decipher outside the top 2 who the next guys are. For this year, it's gotten even tighter. There's less quarterbacks to look at, but Goff is one of those guys.
What's funny is my man said something that's interesting. His buy-in was when he saw them run out the clock, when the other team knew the Lions were going to run the ball, and they couldn't stop it. That happened in Kansas City as well, right?
Ish.
So everybody has their buy-in thing, that makes them say, okay, that's why this team is different. You know what it is for me? It's that they've absorbed all these injuries and are still playing at a high level. It's not that they're just winning. They're still playing at the same level they were. This is the wow, this team's different. That's where I feel like it's acknowledged. What about you? What's your biggest buy-in?
I think the injury thing is a huge part. I think it's because of the roster that he's built. And he's built it where now, as you pointed out before, and we both agree on this, that they've got depth guys that used to be starters.
Yep.
So he's built it the right way, that this team's, basement, if you will, has been raised significantly. Whereas before, it took a while because you were still trying to add more and more players. But right now, I mean, the bottom guys in this roster are really good players in the NFL. And it's just the overall talent, I think, is what's done it.
Kang, what is the thing that's made you buy in the most?
It's Jared Goff. I mean, we could talk about, of course, football is a team sport, and having a good defense, having a good offensive line, skill position players, that all helps. But if the quarterback doesn't keep this thing on the tracks, it doesn't matter, okay? Look at, I don't know, was it Tom Brady, was it Bill Belichick? Now I'm talking about the greatest of all time, but the quarterback position matters so much in this league. If the Niners don't have Brock Purdy there, are they as good? If it's Trey Lance still there, are they just another average team with great defense and skill position players that aren't getting used correctly? My buy-in is Jared Goff has been so damn good. You read off the numbers. He's been so damn consistent, control the offense. I don't know if it was the Ben Johnson and him thing or Dan Campbell and Goff thing or just Goff got it on his own as well, but that's why I'm buying in. The guy looks super legit. I'm ready to, at the end of the year, to extend this guy and give him the money he deserves.
248-539-9797. Gator, you ready for another edition of Would You Buy?
Yes.
Would you buy, Kang? Would you buy? These are if you hit the Powerball. Nobody hit last night, so the next drawing will be worth $1.77 billion.
It's crazy. So, guys, on my way to work, I have this route I always take, and there's a billboard that has the Mega Millions and the Powerball jackpots. And the Mega Millions is first, and there's a tree that covers it as I approach this sign, so I don't get the whole. It's like a slow reveal. So I see
20.
Exactly. So I'm like, all right, no one won, or someone won the Mega the other day, whatever. It's low. But then as it creeps, I don't know who won. I don't check in the morning. This billboard tells me if someone won or not. And as I get closer, and it reveals it, and it says $1.7 billion. I'm like, holy cow, man! Are you kidding me?
Well, since you guys buy tickets, you're allowed to dream, and I like to ask you guys questions about things that you would potentially buy if you hit the $1.77 billion Powerball. Like, for instance, Gator, would you buy some top-of-the-line expensive artwork?
I would definitely purchase artwork.
Okay.
I would definitely do that. If I don't top of the line, I don't know. Like you're talking, would you spend like $5 million on a
What's
Picasso
top of the
or something
line?
like that?
That
6 figures, 7 figures. What do you like?
I could see myself doing that. On at least one item. Yeah.
One thing.
Yeah. I mean,
This piece over here is a.
I have been known to go to galleries every once in a while.
Is that right?
Oh.
Yeah, and check out artwork. Yeah.
You have been known?
Yeah. Yeah. Well, I'm terrified to purchase anything because I know what I like, right? But
Well, that's the thing.
And
Art.
it's partly like it's that,
Fine
or view
art.
it as an investment. As an investment, I have no idea. So when you're talking about the high end stuff, you're talking about that's investment worthy.
Yep.
Right. I may not give a crap about this Picasso, but hey, I know if I buy it for $5 million in 5 years, it might be worth $10 million. If I have this $400 million payout, I'm probably more inclined to buy stuff that I like because I don't need the investment. So maybe, I don't know. It's hard to answer, kind of a wishy-washy answer to you. I would absolutely buy artwork that I like. Would it end up costing me millions? Probably not.
Because of stuff you like, probably. But you wouldn't jump all in and say, I got to land this Picasso, as you mentioned.
No, but I would have no problem, no hesitation walking into a gallery and seeing some piece that's worth $50,000, $75,000, $100,000 saying, yeah, I'd like that. Can you deliver it?
That's still a big chunk of change.
It is. Yeah. Kang, would you?
Yeah, the collector in me, it's always willing to buy stuff like that. I guess this ends up being an investment piece as well, because when you're spending that much money, you're hoping for at least to get your money back if you have to at some point. But you want to like it as well.
Yeah.
But like I said, I'm a collector at heart, and I would definitely buy something that, just one piece. I'm not going to go crazy, open up a museum or anything like that. But I appreciate fine art. It's weird because art's only worth what someone's willing to pay for it. But I follow like Basquiat. I've seen, everyone knows Warhol, things like that. But yeah, I'd buy something pretty expensive.
Everyone knows what?
Warhol. Andy Warhol.
What was the first name you said?
Oh, Basquiat. That's different. I didn't say everyone knows him.
All right, gotcha.
But he's pretty damn famous too.
Yeah.
I'm sure you know, Doug.
All right, next up. Would you get some work done?
On the house?
No. On the U. Botox up or
going to the knife?
Yeah.
No, I would not. I'd certainly pay more attention to why are you taking your head off and showing your head?
No, I wouldn't.
Did you get some hair?
No, I
Doug
wouldn't.
looks like Alex Anzalone the next day. You get a new hat, Doug, or something? Or
Yeah. No, I just dropped a few pounds. Do I look different?
would you get work done? Now,
Low.
am I like? Does this count? My elbow's been hurting.
You're gonna get your elbow.
Like Tommy John surgery count?
Well, what's funny is you have no reason to do it now.
No.
But if you have no job and you're living off your winnings, you could have plenty of time to recover and sure have Tommy John.
But as far as like cosmetic,
The cosmetically, no,
I'm
absolutely
not
not.
doing.
All right.
No.
I didn't have high hopes for this one, but I thought it'd be funny to ask.
Would you pay for your spouse to?
If she wanted. If she wanted, yeah.
She's perfect the way she is, Gator.
There it is.
Look at this. Look at this guy.
Veteran.
Yeah.
Veteran move.
Totally. Like you just won the answer.
Record, send.
All right, we're gonna have another edition a little bit later on. It's Carson Anderson, 97.1 The Ticket. Hall Financial, the mortgage lender that saved Michigan residents millions, now has an exclusive no-fee home loan. Whether you're purchasing a new home or refinancing, the no-fee home loan is undeniably the most cost-effective home loan in Michigan. This brand new mortgage option will save you thousands of dollars in closing costs you'd normally pay. If you aren't working for Hall Financial, with Hall Financial, on your home loan, you're overpaying. Call Hall Financial right now to learn more about the no-fee home loan option. 866-CALL-HALL. That's 866-CALL-HALL. Or chat with them online. CallHallFirst.com. That's CallHallFirst.com.
Obviously, we know on any given Sunday anybody can win.
Yeah.
San Francisco, Lions better than them?
No.
Not yet. No.
Philly.
I would say as good. Can I say as good?
Yeah, you can say
Yeah.
whatever you want.
Yeah,
It's your mouth.
I would say slightly below right now. Slightly.
Buffalo.
Gosh, that's
Gosh,
I mean, honestly, I would say as good.
Yeah.
If it was a home game, I'd take the Lions. If it was
Okay.
there, I'd take Buffalo.
All right. Now, this one, they obviously beat them, but Kansas City. Now, if they had the Kelsey Chris Jones equation, but
Oh, so you're going with the.
no, I'm not saying it's an asterisk, but we're looking at them right now.
What, did you have dinner with Tirico the other
No,
day?
I'd say
we're
right here,
now.
right now, yeah.
Sorry,
They
Mike.
are.
Okay.
You didn't say that about Philly, but you said about.
I said the Eagles. I said Jalen Hurts aren't playing that good. Isn't playing that well.
He always shows his true colors.
No. Miami.
I think as good as.
This team it's 4 games, and none of us are going crazy about it, right? But it's amazing how remarkably consistent this team is.
Mm-hmm.
They're a top 10 passing team. They're a top 10 rushing team. They're a top 10 offensive team in terms of yards total. Like everything is just like consistent. They are, I think, 8th in the NFL in scoring. That's just all offensive numbers. And then defensively, they're number 1 against the run, which is crazy talk.
Right.
They're getting all this amazing pressure on the quarterback. Their points per game is right about where it was when they were 8-2 down the stretch. I think they were giving up 20.3 points per game. This is 20.8, which ranks more towards the middle of the league. So that area can be improved upon. But they're remarkably consistent. And this is how you go from being average to good and then go from good to great. It's how consistent are you?
We're getting scolded, Gator. Thank God we've got Matt and McComb. Please stop with the pipe dream trades. This regime will do a more sensible depth trade. They will not trade draft assets to make a big splash. So, yeah, certainly they could do sensible depth trades. But there comes a time where you give the engine some gas. And I think it depends on how the season, these next couple of weeks go. I think it depends a lot on which teams fade a little bit, which teams take off. But yeah, I don't think ruling out, and I'm not ruling out a sensible depth trade, and I'm not ruling out a big splash. I think that this is the story. The good news is they have time, and markets will change. Like maybe Max Crosby does become available.
Yeah, I think he possibly could be available. You don't know what the Raiders are going to do. This is just a strange organization. I mean, I just saw a picture on Twitter of the owner playing slots in the airport in Vegas, just hanging out. Like, you're the owner of the Vegas Raiders. You're not at a casino. You're going to play slots.
What? Playing slots at the airport?
Just playing slots at the airport, just hanging out. Like, it's kind of weird because he's a weird guy. It's a strange organization. Who knows what they'll do?
Who knows what they'll do? You're right. 248-539-9797. Let's go to DJ. You're next on 97 The Ticket. Hi, DJ.
Hey, good morning, guys.
Sorry, go ahead.
Yeah, just to touch on you guys' point. I mean, me personally, I feel like the Lions shouldn't make a trade just for the sake of making a trade, but I do feel that they should try to add a difference maker. I mean, I would possibly try to add like a corner, like signing a free agent corner, but I agree with you guys, like Brian Burns or Max Crosby, somebody that can take this team over the top. Because if you look at teams like San Fran, like for instance, the move they made last year to get McCaffrey, I mean, it literally almost took, I feel like San Fran probably would have went to the Super Bowl if you know, they went down to their third string quarterback. And I mean, you see the carryover that it has so far with McCaffrey now on the team. I feel like it definitely would catapult the Lions into, you know, Super Bowl contending, which I feel like they have a team that can contend now, but that would just take them over the top with somebody like Brian Burns or Matt Crosby.
Yeah, I mean, again, I don't know where the Crosby stuff is coming from. I can't believe that it has actual legs.
Speak it to existence.
Burns, maybe. But, I mean, we're still a few weeks away of seeing which team is like, all right, white flag, start shopping guys. Carolina's a prime candidate with a free agent, though. I mean, it makes sense. If we were down in Carolina, this would be a topic. What can we get for Brian Burns? Need to get some draft capital back. Right?
Yes. And if you're the Vegas Raiders, your next two games are against New England and at Chicago. You're probably thinking you can win those games.
Probably.
Yeah. Then you got the Lions,
and then you have the Lions. But then you have both New York teams. I mean, they
think they can go. You could go theoretically 4-1 that stretch. We know the Raiders aren't that good, but those four teams, other than the Lions, they suck too.
248-539-9797. Back-to-back, another DJ. You're on 97.1 The Ticket. Hi, DJ.
Man, I felt like an idiot again, man. I said, what up, though? Thinking y'all was talking to me. And it wasn't. I'm listening, talking to myself. Yeah, so, yeah, that's the second time y'all done got me like that. But anyway, man, what's going on?
How you doing?
So, I'm all right. Here's the thing, man. This is so unfair with sports, and it literally boils me, right? Jared Goff is actually good. You know, I'm a diehard Lions fan. He's good. Montgomery is good. But I have to remind people that, I don't know if you all know it, but Graham Glasgow, out of 78 guards in the NFL, is number 2 according to Pro Football Focus. Big B is number 4. Sewell is number 5. Ragnow is number 2. The only wink link, quote unquote, is Taylor Decker. I hate the fact that it's so unfair that the skill guys get all the credit and all the glamour, but Jamal Williams was only averaging 2.7 yards carry before he got injured in New Orleans, guys. Brock Purdy is not able to do what he does unless Trent Williams takes Michael Parsons out of that game. Like, our offensive line is the reason for all of this. All of their numbers are inflated. Ben Johnson is able to call what he calls because he has all day to do it because our offensive line has 4 guys in the top 5 of their position in the league.
No doubt.
So, not taking nothing away from Jared Goff. Yes, he's having a phenomenal season, but, dudes, it's all our offensive line. So it's making all these dudes a little better than what they actually are. And it bothers me because our offensive line, yet they get credit, I don't think they get enough. That's just me.
Well, it's funny because I guess you do the show long enough each and every day that you eventually circle back to the offensive line, and I don't think we've done so today, but you're right. I mean, it feels like it's the foundation. Now, you say it's all the offensive line. I think the offensive line is the greatest strength of the offense. But I think you have to credit everybody else too.
DJ, were you an offensive lineman did you play football?
No. So here's the thing, man. No, I did not play football, but I played basketball. But I was more of a guy who will go get you 15, 20 rebounds. I was the kind of the grimy, gritty guy. I was the kind of the meat and potatoes dude. That's why I identify with them.
Okay, because I was good. Because you always call it.
You know what I hear when I hear that, though? I hear I couldn't shoot. That's what I hear.
But pre-draft, you were the one who is calling for the Lions to draft Skoronski, right?
Absolutely, yeah. Guys. Because I just realized I don't want to say it's all of them, but I just understand. I know you guys have to. We've watched these Lions teams for the past 25 years, where as soon as they call height, it's 3 people in the backfield and you can't get a pass off. That's why I understand without them, none of this works. Like, seriously, they are that important.
Yeah, they are. They are. And they deserve the love, and I'm not going to fight you on it. I'll push back a little bit because you said they are all, and they are critical. I think it's the strongest group in the, it's got the strongest room. The O-line room says, yes, the O-line room's the strongest room in the building. I would agree with that.
It is, and it's something that moving forward, I think that they need to make sure that it stays that way.
Okay, here's more coming in on Crosby. Where's the Crosby stuff coming from, Kang?
I told you. It's fans. He went to Eastern. He's a great player. Raiders suck. The Lions want to go to Lions fans want to go to Super Bowl. I mean, that's it.
Here's more. They should go after Max Crosby. He fixed our culture. We should be giving up picks. We should be giving up picks anyway. We aren't going to be able to afford all the young guys we already have, so let's add a real player with 2 or 3 years left on his contract. Okay.
Makes sense to me. Pick up the phone.
Mm-hmm. And I guess you ask for anything, but I just can't imagine the Raiders moving him. All right, I promise we get to some Piston stuff. Stoney and Evan are webmaster. They do a podcast, a Pistons podcast, which is doesn't get enough love. Restore the Floor, it's called. And they have Monty Williams on this week, and Stoney asked him about doubling the win total. And Monty Williams said, yeah, I mean, I don't know if we got to think of it that way, because if we double our win total, we only move up 2 spots in the Eastern Conference standings from what if the standing going off last year's standings.
Because it tells you how bad they were last year, winning only 17 games.
That's amazing.
It is. But here's what's also interesting. Go back 2 years ago. Cade Cunningham is a rookie.
Yep. Gets
hurt. He only played in 60-something games. He's only played, I think, in 74 games in his career, or 76 games, something like that. Jaden Ivey's played in almost as many games.
Right.
Jalen Duren's played close to that. Cade Cunningham's first year, they won 23 games. If you double the 23 and get the 46, now you're talking.
Yeah.
But that's a huge jump.
Huge
I
jump.
would not expect him to go.
But the teams that make huge jumps are teams that had something like losing Cade Cunningham for an entire year. So, I mean, it's not out of the question, but
kind of is.
It's sort of, if everything goes right. If everything goes right, this team could flirt with 4 games under 500.
Look, I like the talent on this team. What I don't like is the results. I don't like that they haven't played defense. They improved a little bit offensively, but they got worse defensively. They have to find a way to be much better, not just better, but much better defensively before they can even think about moving up that win total.
All right, more of your phone calls and feedback. Also, this morning, Dan Campbell joined the morning show and talked about a number of things like building the depth, Jamison Williams, can they trust their kicker? All things you will hear what he had to say starting at 12:20 here on 97.1 The Ticket. Hey, Pro Football Focus put this out there, so I'm going to comment on it. It's current playoff picture in the NFC.
Oh, boy. 5 games into it.
I know, right? But what I find interesting about it is who the Lions' first-round opponent would be. You know who it would be?
Well, let me see if I can hazard a guess.
Well, if you look it up, it'll be real simple.
Well, I'm not going to cheat.
It's not a quiz question.
Just looking at the standings and seeing what I think of. That was a burp. Sorry.
Did you just burp on the air?
I didn't mean to. Something came up there. Seattle.
It would not be Seattle.
All right, good. Who is it?
Atlanta. Atlanta at Detroit. And if we win, we go to Philly to play the Eagles. Unless there's a bunch of upsets. But yeah, Atlanta at Detroit. I think I'd like the Lions in that game.
Yeah?
Yep. I think I would. I like the matchup. I don't know why. I just like the matchup.
Reason to like the match.
Yes. So probably the biggest news in the NFL today is the injuries. My God. Minnesota's losing Justin Jefferson with a hamstring. He's going on IR. So he's missing 4 games. Miami, Devon Achane is going to miss a few weeks with a knee. The Jets are losing Elijah Vera Tucker with an Achilles for the year. Leighton Vander Esch at Dallas is out 4 to 6 weeks with a neck injury. And, I mean, we've already seen it happen here in Detroit with the number of players that have been hurt. Although it feels like the Lions are going to start getting guys back. Hopefully they won't lose guys this week in practice.
But you add to the mix this week, it's Emmanuel Mosley gone for the year.
Strange but true. I feel like we never had him.
Yeah. Yeah, it's I started thinking about it yesterday. I really kind of got depressed for a minute when hearing Kang's story about how he saw him at a store and he was buying jerseys, presumably for his family members. We're going to go see him play for the first time. It's so sad.
Yep.
And then he's there for 2 plays and he's done. God, it actually got to me a little bit yesterday. I did not like to hear that.
He was a good dude, Kang? A little bit you talked to him?
Yeah, he was awesome. I asked him, his nickname is E-Man, right? We always call, like,
Right.
you even joked that it was, did he say He-Man?
Right.
But he seems like Campbell gives a nickname to everyone. So I asked him, is that something Campbell gave you, or is that you've always had that? He goes, oh, I've always had that nickname. He goes, I've got so many nicknames. Probably Mose, I'm assuming, is one of them. But yeah, he's a bunch of nicknames. He was super excited, happy. Hope he had kept receipts for those shirts and stuff. by the
Yeah,
way.
right.
But, yeah, but his parents were there. He was getting stuff for his family, I'm guessing, to wear to the game the next day.
So are you guys tight now? Like, can we get him in studio?
Well, I know I can get him at least store credit if he wants, to. I know the guy who owns it, so I get him store credit, if he wants to exchange it.
That could go a long way.
Yeah.
Well, look, I mean, that's a sad part of it. But yeah, injuries played a big role in the NFL. Michigan State back on the practice field. Spartans. You had a question on your show sheet, Gator, and I want your answer to your question. And your question was, does it even matter who starts at quarterback for Michigan State? And I think it does, but do you think so?
Well, I think I thought it was interesting just to look at it from either perspective. If Noah Kim starts, does that mean like they're giving him one last kick at the can at this, or does it mean that, you know what,
Kim's last stand?
Yeah, do we see they see something in him? And look, playing quarterback, it's not an easy position to pick up and play when you just starting. Okay, and it's too small of a sample size to throw him out with the bathwater and say, forget it, we're moving on. That's the case you can make for starting him. Going to Katon Hauser, if he's the starting quarterback, the case can be made that, okay, you're doing this because you really want to take a look at him and give him a taste of what it's like so that he doesn't enter the portal and stays with this team and probably starts next year if he's going to start this week. I go back and forth who I want to see. I mean, I think my heart wants to see Katon Hauser. And it's because I think he's got a higher ceiling than Noah Kim does. But there's also a part of me that says I want to see Noah Kim because I don't want him to go out like he has. Because I think there's so much more in him than what we saw. I mean, there are times when he throws beautiful passes with zip and on time, and they can be 30 yards downfield and it's right where it needs to be, and he can make plays with his feet. But the bad taste in your mouth is the interceptions he's thrown. Not taking care of the football, not leading this offense to where it needs to be. And it's frustrating.
Meanwhile, Michigan back on the field taking on Indiana. Indiana's already fired their offensive coordinator this year. They have, you talk about teams that have gone to the portal. Some do it successfully, and some are Indiana. They have 23 transfers on their two deep. 23.
From last year or over the last several years?
Well, right now, I don't know what. I doubt they all came in last year, but they have 23 of them on their two deep, and I don't think it's helped them that much.
You know, some teams. I mean, keep in mind who enters the portal. You know, just because it's a portal player doesn't mean you're getting a great player from some other team. You're getting a player who is not happy where he's at and wants another opportunity. And you know, you're Indiana. It's not exactly.
Well, there are portal winners and portal losers, and Indiana appears to be one that is a portal loser that gets the guys that were either never going to play at their current teams. And they're not getting the cream of the crop. They do have one of my favorite players in the Big Ten, in Jalen Lucas. And how about this, Gator? Their starting middle linebacker is Aaron Casey. Their backup middle linebacker is Jared Casey.
Are they related?
No. Bucket. Goes in the bucket.
Bucket.
Goes
There
in
it
the
is.
bucket.
Look out. Get ready for Saturday, folks. Get ready to be blown away.
Goes in the bucket. NHL starts tonight. We talked a little bit of that out of the gate. You got Connor Bedard making his career debut against Sidney Crosby. Connor Bedard was born a year and a half after Sidney Crosby made his NHL debut. They're considering this a showcase of the past Wonder Boy and now the future Wonder Boy. We shall see. Red Wings start their season on Thursday. In the meantime, we did talk with Jared Goff. If you missed it, we'll replay it today at 1:30 here on 97.1 The Ticket. Just a couple of notes. One is you can stream the show on the Odyssey app. More and more people are doing that. As we see, go to AUDACY, download it for your mobile device today. It's free. Then you can listen to our station anywhere in the United States or Canada, or heck, just that one time you got to drive to Jackson. You know, you want to hear the show, whatever the case may be.
You got to drive to Jackson.
Everybody at some point has to go to Jackson.
Okay.
Right? You got to drive to Jackson. Oh, I got to go to Grand Rapids. Well, guess what? I'll be glad you have the Odyssey
Keep
app.
it on the app. And
you can also stream to our website, 971theticket.com, where Champ and Chump are posted. Evan put that post up today. We tweeted out a link if you want to follow it on Twitter. And at Doug Gator 971 on Twitter. Stream with video with Twitch, twitch.tv. Search up 971 The Ticket, and you can check us out. There we are. The Czar said, nice hat, Doug. You didn't comment on my hat today. Is this hat get your favor?
That's fine.
Okay, good.
Yeah, I like it.
All right. You can also watch on YouTube. Go to youtube.com. Search up 971 The Ticket. So it's all ways you could take in the program here on 97.1 The Ticket. All right, so Dan Campbell joined the morning show. And he talked a little bit about a variety of things. We'll get to all that coming up today at 12:20. There is one Lion that is starting to get a lot of love. Dan Campbell mentioned him. Jared Goff mentioned him. One of the power rankings mentioned him. He's starting to get, he's like the underappreciated Lion. Who do you think is the underappreciated Lion?
I think, I think I know the answer to this question, who those guys have talked about, but I think it's probably also relevant to say Josh Reynolds.
Mm-hmm.
As a wide receiver on this team, he's not the biggest name, but I feel like he's the guy that got everything clicking a couple years ago. Offense struggled. Jared Goff, his first few games with the new team, and then they went out and made a deal. Let's get Josh Reynolds in here. His former teammate with the Rams, and from moment one, it clicked.
Plucked off the scrap heap.
Yep, and it worked, and that was the piece that the Lions got to kind of snap Jared Goff out of it and get him start playing better football. And it's no coincidence that it's a guy that he had worked with before that helped him do that. And then it's gone on now for 2.5 years here that it's worked, and he does the dirty work. And when you ask him to step it up, he stepped it up. He's catching the football. He's getting open. He's making plays after he catches the football. He is absolutely unsung because this isn't anybody I may thought was going to be a stud player for this team. And not that he's a stud player, but I think he's a heck of a lot better than anybody wanted to give him credit for.
I don't know that there's a bigger feather in the cap for a general manager than when a player is available to everyone in the league and you get him and he produces for you. Certainly everybody in the league didn't call Josh Reynolds. Certainly the Lions weren't the only team that called Josh Reynolds. But that guy was available, and our guy went and got him, and he's playing great for us. And when your guy identifies and beats the rest of the league to a player that was available to everybody, that to me is a feather in your cap. When your undrafted free agents are players, when guys you get in the 5th, 6th, 7th round that other teams passed on multiple times, when you are doing that, you are what I think you have the best eye for talent. And Brad Holmes proves it over and over and over again. That's why I had him as my champ of the weekend. He did not win champ of the weekend, but you can check it out at Doug Gator 971. All right, Dan Campbell on the morning show. Hear what he had to say about the depth showing up. Jamison Williams. Why the defense is better. He also at one point talked about the kicker. I don't think, did we get that cut? I didn't tell you to get that cut, did I? I'm sorry. I do think maybe we should play that one too, because it was a stony question about do you have faith in your kicker? And I think people want to hear the answer. It's Carson Anderson, 97.1.
All right, let's get to work. It's a Tuesday. It's October. It's 85 degrees out. And I have no football to watch. All right, Rico, we can start a multitude of ways. We're going to get to University of Michigan a little bit later. Let's burn it down before we build it up, I guess. Lions, a little bit after that. You have things you want to say about Saturday. I want to hit the fan portal. I can't do this the rest of the fall. Yeah. As a Spartans and Giants fan, if I can't continue to do this flaccid penis offense that we watch constantly, 60 minutes on Saturday, 60 minutes on Sunday, nobody can block a soul, nobody can throw the ball, nobody can do anything, clown car effort, arguments on the sidelines, teams that look like they're on Quaaludes. I want to hit the fan portal. But see, you have something else you want to say today. No. And you won't share. No. So I said, fine. I'll sit here and just let you go ahead. Go ahead and shoot.
Doug Hart, Scott Anderson, 97.1 The Ticket. Open lines, 248-539-9797. Great to be with you here on a Tuesday in Detroit. Jared Goff, 1:30. In the meantime, Dan Campbell joined the morning show. We like to play the best, most interesting stuff that he had to say to the morning show, and so let's get right to it. Obviously, Emmanuel Mosley went down. They didn't have Amon-Ra St. Brown. They didn't have Jahmyr Gibbs. They've been rolling the last few weeks without C.J. Gardner-Johnson, without they have missed Brian Branch last weekend. They haven't had Josh Pascal and James Houston. Hasn't seemed to matter. They're still playing at a high level. Here's what Dan Campbell said about depth guys stepping up. Gator, everybody says it. Everybody says it's next man up, right?
Mm-hmm.
Everybody says it. Why is it working here?
It's working here because they've improved the depth of the team, because they haven't been afraid to go ahead and upgrade positions that push guys that were starters into being backups. As far as why does it work by getting guys to go to your practice squad, I don't know. That's just identifying talent, I guess. But some of that also has to be the way that they're coached up.
There's one of two things. One is the obvious, that you just mentioned, and that is they've got the talent. They've got guys that are talented now in backup roles. The other thing is you do have to credit the coaches for the level of preparedness that everybody has. I mean, there was probably no better example than was it the opener or week 2? It was week 2. Home game, Seattle, or was it the Atlanta game? Which game was it where Cody Sorsdahl ended up on the field? Where he was like the 4th offensive lineman in there. I think it was the Atlanta game. Whichever game it was, I mean, that's pretty remarkable that they didn't collapse.
Yeah.
With multiple, there was 2 or 3 starters out.
Well, he was like their
backup out.
3rd or 4th string right tackle. I mean, it was incredible, and he did just fine. And I think it also speaks on the talent that gets to the NFL, and this is why parity in the NFL, why you can see any given Sunday and how that plays through. Because to get to this level, you have to be good. I mean, you've got to be better than good. You're not just a good college player. You had to be great, And these guys, once you get to this point, there's a drop off in talent, but the drop off may not be as severe as you would think, because these guys are all good players. But they do get them ready to play.
It just we don't need to push it any further because they've absorbed so much. They've taken so many hits in terms of injuries. I don't want to see it pushed any further.
No, but
I'm not scared of it anymore.
But the other thing is that they've got the examples from this team that they can show the guys that are on the practice squad, maybe rookies or unrestricted or undrafted free agents that they had to sign.
Mm-hmm.
And these guys don't know anything, right? And they can hear, oh, whatever, that's coach speak. No, it's not coach speak, because here's the deal. Look at how this team has done over the last couple of years, all the injuries they've had to face, and guys that have stepped in and done a credible job. Look no further than last year with James Houston, who was drafted, 6th or 7th round pick, didn't get to see the field for the first half of the season, right? Probably down on himself or whatever. Coaching staff tries to keep him motivated, keep him going. Hey, man, your chance will come. Just keep your nose to the grindstone, work hard, practice hard, and, opportunities to present themselves. And it did. And what happened? He hit the ground running, flat out sprinting, and ended up with 8 sacks in 7 games or whatever the total was. It was fantastic. They've got players that they can use as examples of this is what happened when we had next man up. This is what happened when you were drafted but you're not playing right away. This is what happened when you're added to our practice squad and maybe you feel like you're from the scrap heap. Not here. We feel like you're all going to be able to contribute at some point in time. Be ready for it because it's going to happen. And if you're not ready for it, you're not going to be on our practice squad. We're going to let you go.
I used to look at organizations where I was jealous because I felt like Pittsburgh did this. I felt like New England did this. I felt like these teams that were winning would take guys off the scrap heap or guys that were depth guys, and they would step up and they'd rush for 232 yards on a Sunday night and then show up late for practice the next day, and they could cut them with no ramifications. Like the way New England operated and the way Pittsburgh, because they set up these – that actually happened, right?
With both those teams.
Yeah.
Actually, it was the kid from Country Day.
Yeah.
The running back.
Completely blanking on his name. But the point is, those teams had cultures in place that seemed to set the standard for everybody in the locker room. I can't believe that might be us right now. I can't believe it. But some of the characteristics they're showing makes the Lions look like that team. All right, here's more. And this is Dan Campbell talking about the impact that Sam Laporta has made and how special it is. We go back to Jared Goff and what he had to say about him and how quickly he developed the trust in Sam Laporta. The one thing I would, and they don't have time in the long-form interview, but this is sort of the sit-down fireside 3-hour chat with Dan Campbell after the season. When he says we put a lot on our rookies, I want to know if the Lions do anything unique with the tight end, or not a lot on the rookies, a lot on the tight ends. Do they do anything unique with the tight end position that not everybody else does? Like, what is it specific when you say that? Guy played tight end, he coached tight end, so he knows about what that position, what can be asked of. I'm intrigued by that part of what he had to say because I want to know what the Lions do that's not the same as everybody else.
Well, the offensive coordinator was a tight end coach, wasn't he?
Ben Johnson? Yeah, I think he was, wasn't he?
So that adds another
quarterback at North Carolina, and then but let me double check that. But
I thought he was tight ends coach with the Lions.
I think you're right.
But that adds another wrinkle into it. Maybe the Lions spend more time looking at a position than other teams do. But tight end has become a position throughout the league.
By the way, Bing sucks. Google's so much better than Bing.
I don't know why you don't.
I can't figure out how to change it.
All right. I'm
sorry. Go ahead.
I'm already subscribed. I get it. I understand your frustration with computers. But the way the Lions have used tight ends before they got Laporta,
yeah.
I mean, they had Hawkinson and they used Hawkinson. Last year when they traded Hawkinson and then they had the 3 tight ends in the mix, those guys end up catching a bunch of touchdowns in the second half of the season. And the team was a better team moving on from Hawkinson. They draft Laporta and they throw him in the mix right away, and he's starting from day one, and he looks like he's a top 5 tight end in the National Football League.
Crazy.
As a rookie. And maybe top 5's being conservative. And he's outstanding. This guy is absolutely outstanding already as a rookie in the league. I'm very excited about what the future holds for Sam Laporta.
248-539-9797. All right, straight ahead, more from the head coach of the Detroit Lions, Dan Campbell, and another edition of Would You Buy? Would you buy? There's one in here, Gator, that I can't wait to ask you on. That coming up before the hour's done here on 97.1 The Ticket. Hold on to your glasses because we got some exciting new news in the world of vodka. Stoli Vodka, the iconic brand known for its exceptional quality and rich heritage. Well, they've just unveiled a stunning new bottle design that's sure to turn heads at your next gathering. The new Stoli Vodka bottle is a true work of art. Its sleek and modern silhouette reflects the brand's commitment to innovation and premier craftsmanship. But it's not just for looks. It's what's inside that counts. Grab a bottle today. Experience the spirit that's captivated the world for generations. Stoli Vodka. It's the taste of excellence. Cheers.
Obviously, we know on any given Sunday anybody can win.
Yeah.
San Francisco, Lions better than them?
No.
Not yet. No.
Philly.
I would say as good. Can I say as good?
Yeah, you can say
Yeah.
whatever you want.
Yeah,
It's your mouth.
I would say slightly below right now. Slightly.
Buffalo.
Gosh, that's
Gosh,
I mean, honestly, I would say as good.
Yeah.
If it was a home game, I'd take the Lions. If it was
Okay.
there, I'd take Buffalo.
All right. Now, this one, they obviously beat them, but Kansas City. Now, if they had the Kelsey, Chris Jones equation, but
Oh, so you're going with the
No, I'm not saying it's an asterisk, but we're looking at them right now.
What, did you have dinner with Tirico the other
No,
day?
I'd say right here, right now, yeah.
Sorry, Mike.
They are.
Okay.
You didn't say that about Philly, but you said about.
I said the Eagles. I said Jalen Hurts aren't playing that good. Isn't playing that well.
He always shows his true colors.
No. Miami.
I think as good as.
This team it's 4 games, and none of us are going crazy about it, right? But it's amazing how remarkably consistent this team is.
Mm-hmm.
They're a top 10 passing team. They're a top 10 rushing team. They're a top 10 offensive team in terms of yards total. Like everything is just like consistent. They are, I think, 8th in the NFL in scoring. That's just all offensive numbers. And then defensively, they're number 1 against the run, which is crazy talk.
Right.
They're getting all this amazing pressure on the quarterback. Their points per game is right about where it was when they were 8-2 down the stretch. I think it was they giving up 20 points.
97 won a ticket. Hope you're doing well. Tuesday in Detroit. Lions are really good. The rest of the division, we're not so sure. It's a great place to be. And the head coach of the Lions, Dan Campbell, joined the morning show this morning, and we like to play the best of what he had to say. All right, so the lightning rod topic in Detroit and Sports Talk Radio for a minute has been Jameson Williams. And look, there was good and bad on Sunday. For sure, the blocking downfield was a big part of it. When David Montgomery went for a touchdown, Jameson Williams came from way back in the pack and almost beat him to the end zone. You could see the speed on display. Then there was a drop pass. A drop pass would have been a sizable gain. He didn't hang on to it, and not good. All right, so here's what Dan Campbell had to say about J-Mo's performance in his first game back from suspension. Okay. I mean, we can sit here and we can praise what they have in the wide receiving room. These guys, I think, are playing way above average. Josh Reynolds, Amon-Ra, Leaf, they're all playing way above average. But we look around the league and you see the Tyreek Hills or the DJ Moores or whomever, and you look at the guy that we have that seems to have that skill set, your mind starts to dream about what could be.
Mm-hmm.
And yet the Lions are 12-3 in their last 15 games, getting virtually nothing from him. So you don't need to overdo it. I think the one thing that has come clear to me in listening to Jameson Williams is I think his sense of urgency is there because he's got a little FOMO. He's missed out on a lot of this. And that is when you're a player of his skill set, you're not used to that. And I'm looking, I think there's a really good chance we're going to see better things in weeks to come because of that motivation.
Yeah, I think he's obviously going to feel more comfortable in the offense out there. And Goff even said to us that maybe he'll get some more opportunities this week, which I think that tells me he's going to get more opportunities this week.
Right.
And it's a situation that I like him on the field for a couple of reasons. Just the mere threat of him getting wide open because of his speed is, of course, number one. But after watching the 28 snaps he got in the game on Sunday, a lot of those came in running situations, and he is, as Goff said, as Campbell has said, and as we have said, he is a willing blocker. And to get that from the wide receiver position is big. Because if you're not getting the ball thrown to you, you still want to know that you're contributing in some way. It could easily go the other way. And you've seen a million videos of disinterested wide receivers who, when they know it's a running play, they just kind of jog off in the distance. And and don't want to get involved. He wants to get involved to the point where it's like it's a strength to run at his side. If you're going to take it outside, make sure it's on the side where Jameson Williams is, because he's willing to block.
So every once in a while, you make points that really resonate, and I'm like, God, Gator nailed that one. You nailed one yesterday when you asked me 1 year ago, at this point in the schedule, how many games had James Houston played? And the answer was none. He hadn't been active for any of those games, right?
Right.
And did he make an impact in the second half of the season?
Yep.
That speaks to a young player's learning curve. That young player's learning curve might be. Someone just took over my computer. What the hell's going on?
What the hell's the record?
That young player's.
Are you fighting?
Somebody's. I'm going to take my hands off and see what they do with it. Do you think they're putting it up there?
I think something like that's trying to happen.
Oh, I know what they're doing. Thank you. They're getting rid of Bing.
Oh.
The engineers have overridden my computer to get rid of Bing. That's great. Thank you. I'm going to send a thank you text.
I don't have that issue.
Anyway, long story short, right, is James Houston hadn't even played.
Right.
Jameson Williams has barely played 2 games worth of snaps.
Right. So there's that. I mean, but he's also a first-round pick.
Mm-hmm.
And he's a guy you expect to bigger and better things from, and you want them right away. And I get it. I do too. And I'm a little surprised it's taken this long, but injuries and suspensions will do that to you. But I do want to see him be a much bigger factor in games and not look out of place. Be a number one option on a bunch of pass plays. But he's not the only guy that you want to see. I want to see Broderick Martin play. Why isn't he playing? Is it just because he's buried on the depth chart right now? Is he going through the same thing that James Houston went through last year?
All right, final one from Dan Campbell from the morning show. They asked him a question, why is the defense better? And I thought this answer was really interesting. Here's the head coach of the Lions. Okay, so growth and development, that's the part that we kind of expect, right? You draft young players, they develop, and that's how you get better. But the part that I find really intriguing is we changed some things at the beginning of last year, and it wasn't working, and AG changed them back. And that's the more fireside postseason chat. Exactly what were you trying to do that wasn't working, and what have you changed it back to that is working?
Well, whatever he's done, I like. This is a defense that is stepped it up, changed things dramatically last year with giving up 20 points a game and the quarterback rating against being as low as being I think the number was 79 point something.
Yep.
They've done a phenomenal job in the last 10 games of last year and so far through 5 games this year. The big change this year is the run defense is spectacular. Run defense was better in the second half last year, but overall was terrible. The first 6 games this year, this team is giving up, less than 70 yards a game? That's amazing. It's absolutely amazing.
It really is. 248-539-9797. All right, straight ahead, another edition of Would You Buy? And coming up next hour, every once in a while, we reach out to our listeners for some help.
Yeah.
We're gonna send a call out.
Looking for some help.
Well, there's a sports story out there that's amazing, and I don't think you or I know anything about it. So I guess we want some perspective. So we rely on our listeners. Somebody will know something. We'll get to that at 102. Hey, Twin Peaks has some big news. They've extended hours. Now your favorite lodge is open Sunday to Thursday till midnight and Friday and Saturday till 1 a.m. And what makes their late nights better is the happy hour specials that go from 10 to close at their Michigan locations. They offer up some great happy hours that you've been accustomed to, and I've told you about. $3 wells, $4 tall domestics, $3 shots, all pair great with the scratch-made favorites like the mozzarella cheese bites, fried pickles, queso and chips, and crispy mini tacos. You can get, and this has got to be the best deal in town, you can get a shot of beer, an app, and some tacos for less than $20. Here's the thing about the food, too. It's not your standard heat and serve bar food. It's prepared fresh daily. When I drove past the Twin Peaks at like 7:30 last month in the morning, I'm like, wow, the parking lot's full. What do they got going on? I'm thinking European soccer. No. It was their crew preparing the food because they do that every day. So check it out. Swing by after work. Take a load off with these awesome deals. Take full advantage of these specials during awesome football action, Mondays and Thursdays. There's college tonight. There's hockey tonight. So great night to be at Twin Peaks. Find the location nearest you. Go to twinpeaksrestaurant.com.
Points per game. This is 20.8, which ranks more towards the middle of the league. So that area can be improved upon, but they're remarkably consistent. And this is how you go from being average to good and then go from good to great. It's how consistent are you?
All right, let's get to work. It's a Tuesday. It's October. It's 85 degrees out. And I have no football to watch. All right, Rico.
Doug Harsh, Scott Anderson, 97.1 The Ticket. 248-539-9797. Good to be with you here on a Tuesday in Detroit. Thanks to all of you who've tuned in, no matter how you did it, whether it's streaming or over the air or you're watching. All of it's great. We appreciate it. Gator.
Doug?
As you know, the Powerball, there was no winner. I've got more would you buy questions. This is based upon if you or Kang hit and the next drawing's tomorrow night and it's $1.755 billion, would you buy?
All right. Help me spend that money, Doug.
Yeah, I'm glad to help. If you hit, would you turn into that random tipper that would give a restaurant worker like a $5,000 tip?
Yes.
Okay.
Not all the time, but that is something I could definitely see myself doing.
That'd be one of the best things for me personally. This is like a selfish thing. I know it seems like an unselfish act, but to me it'd be selfish because I'd get so much joy out of giving someone a tip like that it feels like I said, it's more for me than them. Like if I had this money, if I won something like this, I'd be giving I'd have a pocket full of $100 bills in my pocket. Like whenever I see someone working their ass off bringing in carts and no one appreciates them and people are just leaving carts on the side or whatever, not bringing back to the carousel or whatever, I would see that guy and be like, you know what, you're doing a great job. Here's $100 and just walk. You know what I mean? Like something like that. It's not just like service workers that are make their living off tips. It'd be like random acts of $100 bills to people that I just feel like hang in there, stay positive. Because it sucks out there when no one knows. It feels like no one appreciates what you're doing.
Right.
And you're working your ass off and you're getting paid, below minimum wage, whatever.
Yep.
So I would definitely be that kind of guy who would, just kind of just over tip or whatever.
I did recognize the stray that I just caught, but yes, thank you.
I didn't mean that. That had nothing to do with you, Doug. It's any
right.
If I see someone who's 70 years old working still, I'm like, why is this? I feel terrible. Like they should be retired, not working.
Yeah.
Things like that.
Yeah, people view retirement in different ways. Some people don't
some
even
want
want to
to,
get there because
yeah.
they just want to keep busy and want to keep working. But to your point, Kang, I mean, having worked in the service industry for a very brief moment in time in my life, you see things in different perspectives from your own life that, I could see myself absolutely wanting to help out. Like kitchen staff, people that work behind the scenes in a kitchen, the dishwashers, or the short order cooks, whatever. The people that are, just they're working because that's the only job they can find because maybe they've had some issues with the law and they're just trying to restart their life. And those are people that I think would really appreciate it. And as you said, it is kind of a selfish act because you'd feel great about helping them out.
Yeah, that would just really make someone's day, I think.
Yeah.
To, just if it even happens once in their life.
Then I guess we all hope that one of you hit because it'll be good for the community. All right, Gator and Kang, if you hit the $1.77 billion, would you buy a life-size replica of the Millennium Falcon?
Life-size?
Yep.
No, absolutely not.
I will give you a bit of a price tag.
Uh-huh.
The one that they built at Disney for the Star Wars Rise of the Renaissance set. So this came with all the bells and whistles and they really poured a lot into this. Cost $1 billion. So you don't have to have all the ride aspects of it. You just need to, I'm asking, would you build a life-size replica of the Millennium Falcon?
Absolutely not.
No.
Here's a little aside. Something always bothers me about the sci-fi movies when it comes to the fighter ships that they have, like in the Star Wars movies, the X-Wing fighters or the TIE fighters, even the Millennium Falcon for that matter. Actually, a great example with the Falcon.
Nobody could make the Smuggler's Run in 14 parsecs.
You can't do that.
Yeah. Is that what bothered you?
The Kessel Run.
Sorry.
It's what bothers me about them is all the flipping around that those aircraft do.
Yeah.
And there are people that are like, you watch the movies and like Luke and Leia are standing behind Chewie and Han, right?
Yeah.
And they're like, hang on, we got to do this maneuver. And the Falcon is like doing 720s and 180s and flipping all over on the side. And the people aren't moving at all. They're not strapped in. It always kind of makes me laugh. Like there would be vomit all over the entire interior of the Millennium Falcon for going on a little run like that.
So that's why you wouldn't buy one?
No, but it's just something. It's just something I thought I'd bring up because it's just that part is one of the many that you have to suspend reality.
Kang, would you buy a life-size replica of the Millennium Falcon?
No.
How about an X-Wing or a TIE fighter?
No.
Be kind of sweet.
I don't mind buying a model of it and having a kind of a.
You can afford that now.
Yeah, but to have one that was actually made by
Gator, you get the first ever actual working TIE fighter.
No,
I don't. You could fly it to work every day.
Oh, could I? Let me get the TIE fighter out. Yeah. Somebody's been in my parking spot. It's probably.
Well, then there'd be more than one TIE fighter, I guess.
Do we have TIE fighter parking?
TIE fighter parking only.
I mean, people are already parking in visitor-only spots. So.
Here we go. Here we go.
Yes.
This is Gator's Crusade.
Still parks there every day.
Really?
Yep.
So, Kang, no TIE
No,
fighter.
not
X-Wing?
for me, man. It's just no interest there. Seems like a lot of wasted money for me.
That'd be waste.
Would you buy any like replica of a bar or something?
Replica of a bar?
Well, like a bar, like the bar scene in Star Wars. Would you like put that set as your bar or
make my basement the cantina? Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, or like remember
You're fixated on Star Wars.
I was gonna say the same thing, man. Everything.
Well, it doesn't have to be. I mean, give me another famous bar scene. Would you put the Cheers bar in your basement?
You know how the Karsh's role play.
Well, how would you?
The Karsh tease goes home.
Yeah, how's that golden bikini treatment?
Wolf is coming out for sure.
It's not Wolf.
Little Han vest. Looks good. I'm telling you. Yeah, but we've
Are
already
you frozen in carbonite, or are you just happy to see me?
So nothing you wouldn't do anything from any movie scene or any where
No.
you'd get a replica of that.
No, when it comes to stuff like that, I get excited about designing something my own.
Okay.
Than the way that I want it, not the way that it looked like on TV or in a movie.
Yeah, Gator likes to do this. Like he's a remodel kind of guy.
I am a remodel
right?
kind of guy.
Yeah. All right, go for it.
Would you start a remodeling business? I mean, you don't need the money, of course. I'm just saying because it's something you like to do on the side.
It's something that would make myself available to my friends if they're interested in doing projects. I'd love to if they want my help, be more than willing to give any advice that I have, or I'd love to help them pick stuff and make materials out. I actually have a couple friends that are going through that right now, and I'm like, I'm helping you. I'll help you out if you want. They're like, yeah, I'll call you when I'm getting ready to look at countertops. Great, can't wait.
You love countertops.
I really do.
All right, final thing. For fun, would you buy some construction equipment? A bulldozer, a backhoe,
Excavator.
an excavator, road grader.
Wrecking ball.
This is interesting. Not that, but could I see myself on my property having a garage that's full of toys like the riding mower and anything else you can use, like the bigger equipment, the tiller or whatever that you can use for your own yard and doing projects that you'd have to rent or hire somebody else to, maybe that. But no, not as far as like getting a big old bulldozer or loader.
Kang, what
excavator,
about you?
no.
No backhoe for you, Gator?
Well, I can't talk about that. That's something else.
I wouldn't buy it, but I'd definitely go rent that stuff for fun. Like get a bunch of guys together and
You'd be Nick Lachey. You'd be like when he did his own, what they laid sod and then they got a crane to get the video games in the upstairs game room. Wasn't that it?
Yeah, it was scripted.
A billiards table. Whether it was or it wasn't, he was operating the machinery.
He's still hurt, man. Come on. MTV hurt him bad.
Yeah.
That's a scar that will always be there.
It's never going to heal.
When he found out
The Hills
was
was fake. I don't think
completely
Newlyweds. I don't think
fake, like-
Newlyweds was fake. I think he really
Right,
did all that.
yeah.
He was shopping at Home Depot.
The Home Depot.
Okay, so you
Chicken
would
of the sea.
you might get something, huh?
No, I would rent, like, for fun, go rent. I wouldn't buy any of that stuff. Hey, Gator, you want an in-ground pool? Can I go,
Yeah, I mean, that's where the thing, like, because believe me, I've got in my mind what I want my pool.
Yeah,
my
so
pool
can
to
I
be
dig the hole for you?
fantastic. Right. So something like that, when the crew comes over,
Yeah,
when I
can
want
I-
to,
yeah.
hey, do you mind if I dig the first bucket or whatever? They're like, yeah, it's your money, dude, whatever. Like, yes, I'd want to try that stuff out.
Yeah.
Like, I watch Gold Rush every week. I record Gold Rush and watch it whenever I can. And I'm fascinated by the big machinery they use. I mean, the bulldozers that they have, the ones they start with from humble beginnings to the ones they have now that they can afford them are like night and day difference. The size.
But could you imagine if you're digging your own homegrown pool and you've got your in-ground pool and you got your crew over and they got the backhoe out there and you go, can I do the first bucket? And they go and they teach you how to do it and you successfully maneuver and dump the dirt out. Can I go again? Could you see yourself being out there all afternoon and they just instruct you how to dig the hole?
No, I can't.
Kane, what about you? Could you see yourself the whole day digging the hole?
Not the whole day. Sounds like something you want to do, though.
It does sound like
something.
to do.
No, I'd try to be a train engineer. I'd like run the Amtrak run from Chicago to San Francisco.
Or overalls?
Oh, yeah. You know I would. Little hat. I don't dream.
Doug wants to do it for the helmet. Oh,
And
you get to wear a helmet?
Right there. It's all about the helmet. Safety first.
Doug walking around. Look
Got
at
his
this.
yellow helmet.
Yeah.
Bingo.
Calling people out. Where's your helmet?
Let me go
OSHA's coming.
Let me go get it out of my role play closet.
There it is.
Carson Anderson, open lines, 248-539-9797. All right, we got a fringe sport record set, and Gator and I need some help in putting this into perspective. We'll get to that at 103 here on 97.1.
We can start a multitude of ways. We're going to get to University of Michigan a little bit later. Let's burn it down before we build it up, I guess. Lions, a little bit after that. You have things you want to say about Saturday. I want to hit the fan portal. I can't do this the rest of the fall.
Yeah.
As a Spartans and Giants fan, if I can't continue to do this flaccid penis offense that we watch constantly. 60 minutes on Saturday, 60 minutes on Sunday. Nobody can block a soul. Nobody can throw the ball. Nobody can do anything. Clown car effort, arguments on the sidelines, teams that look like they're on Quaaludes. I want to hit the fan portal. But see, you have something else you want to say today.
No.
And you won't share.
No.
So I said, fine. I'll sit here and just let you go ahead. Go ahead and shoot.
You know what I was thinking about the other day?
Zach
happy-
Wilson?
No, I'm happy for our guy TJ Lang because TJ gets to go into a happy locker room and do post game interviews.
Right.
That is one of the toughest jobs that probably I've ever had, is be post game interview locker room guy after a loss, after another loss, after 3-4 losses in a row. That's never fun. I was thinking about poor Ortiz, Tony Ortiz. He's now got a great job. He's moved to higher things. But Tony Ortiz, he should get to go into a winning locker room. I wonder if we could get Tony Ortiz to do just one day a post-game locker room, just for old time's sake. And now that things are good,
Yeah, I'd like that for Tony as well.
Tony went into a lot of losing locker rooms.
Do you want to co-host a post-game show?
To free up Ortiz?
No. Because you and I both did post-game shows and the team was horrible.
Yeah, my record as a show host of post-game shows was 3-29.
Mine was better, but not a ton better.
Yep. Those were tough shows, man. Those were tough shows.
Yeah.
But I'm talking to somebody who did post-game shows after just about every loss in 119 game the Tiger loss season.
Yeah, you want tough? Do that.
Yeah.
Yeah. How many losses have you done as Michigan's voice, Doug?
1.
All right. It's coming back. It's coming back to you. See, all right?
No, I guess that. Oh, you're saying I'm getting it back on this.
Yes,
end.
yes,
Oh, the
yeah,
po-
like
yes,
a good, yeah.
You're right. Yes,
Karma.
we're Jensen and I are 19-1, which is unbelievable.
Yes, you guys are 19.
Yes, they are. Specifically, Gator. That's the point. Doug and John, 19-1.
It's a very fortunate way to start. A game.
You think?
Yeah,
It's fantastic.
19-1. Okay.
Says here you're 19-1. Yes, that's right. And your record is Lions. We don't include.
Yeah.
You wanted only like most recently.
This is
last couple years.
AL
Yeah.
after Lions.
That's right.
I'm doing better now. Okay. So you heard about this dude at the Chicago Marathon? He destroyed the marathon record and finished the marathon. What is it? 23.6 miles? Is that
26.2.
26.2.
Yeah, don't you see the stickers, man? Don't
I guess I
disrespect
do.
the
Yeah,
stickers.
yeah, my bad. I'm not a long distance runner.
Well, you come to the right place.
Yeah. Guy's name is Kevin Kiptum.
Where's Kevin from?
Not here, I don't think.
Is he from Kenya?
I believe he is.
Okay.
2 hours and 35 seconds.
Calvin, I think is his name.
Calvin? Okay.
There's an L in there. K-E-L.
My bad. 2 hours and 35 seconds.
So 2 hours.
Run the 26.2.
It's insane.
It sounds insane, but then again, every winning marathon time to me sounds insane.
Yes, because
they all
yeah,
are insane.
You're right. Because we
Not-
couldn't do it.
Yeah, there's not one of them where I've said, Everybody who wins a marathon, their time is insane. But I think the running crowd, from the little bit I gathered on social media, is freaking out because they're starting to approach breaking 2 hours.
Well, to break this down, because I like to break down math, Doug. It's over 13 miles an hour.
For 2 hours straight.
For 2 hours straight.
That's insane.
That is unbelievable.
My heart is already pounding just reading those, like hearing you say that. Like, I'm tired.
Like, when I go on, I like to walk. If I'm going to go for an hour walk, I'll be lucky to get close to 4 miles if I'm just walking, right? I don't run. Running is well beyond me. It's my rearview mirror. But to think that this is 3 times faster than that, more than 3 times faster, and it's not stopping that pace is crazy. So 12 miles an hour would be is 5-minute miles, right? This is faster than that. You're doing better than 5-minute miles for 26 in a row plus.
So the record had been held by Eliud Kipchoge, I believe is how you pronounce it, as he went in 2 hours, 1 minute, and 9 seconds at the Berlin Marathon He also has broken the 2-hour marathon, but he did it in a non-record eligible race. I don't know what that means or why it's record eligible or what's not record eligible.
Downhill course. I don't know.
Yeah, right. I mean, maybe it is wind aided.
Yeah.
I mean, they
Could be.
scratched track records for wind aid. I know nothing about long distance running. Gator.
A lot.
So suffice it to say, we need a little bit of help of putting this in perspective about how much this Kelvin dude is better than Kipchoge and what makes one race record eligible and another race not record eligible. But that sounds, I mean, less than 2 hours for a marathon sounds ridiculous.
I text a buddy of mine who runs, you know, for to stay in shape and just he likes it as well, and he runs pretty quick. And I text him about this, and he said his feet and knees hurt just reading this. Like 13 miles per hour, Gator, that's fast. He's not like you. You think you're running long distance, you're gonna pace yourself, right? Which they do. 13 miles per hour is not slow. He's at a pace, and to keep that up for 2 hours straight.
I wonder how long I could run next to this guy running that pace.
Yeah. And you kind of run a little bit, right?
I do run, I do run, but I'm, it's the 2 to 5 mile guy, and if I used to run 30 times a year, 5 years ago it was 25 times a year, 3 years ago it was 15 times a year. Now I'm done like once a month. I'm like, let's go.
Takes you 3 weeks to recover.
Yeah, kind of.
I mean, just breaking the math down, that is most impressive. And it's kind of unfathomable that it can be done, and yet it's done. But there are things that have been done in this world over years that I think everybody, when it happens, eyes are like, "Are you kidding me?" And then it always gets beaten. When was it Roger Bannister was the first one to break the 4 minute mile, and then it just people have continued to hit that. You're going a little.
Chariots of Fire, wasn't that what that movie was about?
Well, it wasn't about Roger Bannister, but it was about the Olympics, I think in 36 or something like that. But yeah, actually before that, well before 36. It's just records have been made to be broken. People are bigger, faster, stronger, and it's going to happen. But 2 hours?
I mean,
to run 26.2 miles in 2 hours.
Someone just texted us, Will, at work. I don't even want to drive for 2 hours. This guy was running for 13 miles.
Let's go to Alec. You're on 97.1 The Ticket. Hi, Alec.
Hey, boys. How you guys doing?
All right.
Good.
So I was just calling on you guys saying about how the one record wasn't qualified, and it was because he had a pacer running with him. So it's essentially a guy that is not going to finish the race, but he's going to run as fast as he possibly can to keep that runner from, essentially keeping pace and keeping up with the course. And then he'll drop off, and it's kind of like a chaser. And so he had a pacer, as well as the course wasn't considered like marathon qualified due to whatever the reasoning is. But there's those stipulations that why a sub 2 hour mile wouldn't count or not, that record.
Gotcha. Okay. The pacer thing of course I don't know anything, but I don't know why that's a big deal.
People think it's it's kind of like a motivational thing. That's why people do it, but they kind of think, okay, well, that's not really, a bit of an exaggeration. Someone taking off in front of you really, really fast to keep the pace up and push the pace, and then drop off and not finish it just to help another guy. Right. They kind of think of it as like a piggyback type of thing.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
It's like an extra aid you're not supposed to have.
All right. I mean,
like you can't wear like AirPods or anything like that.
Can't have a golf cart in a golf tournament, right? So there's different rules. Steve is next. Hi, Steve.
Hey, I'm actually running right now. I'm training for a half marathon, streaming you guys. You're calling.
This is incredible. Hold on. You're out running right now?
Yeah, correct.
What pace are you on?
Oh, I'm slow. I'm doing like 10:37 miles right now.
My God, you are slow.
Yeah, no.
Pick it up!
Come on, Steve!
Let's
go!
Working on it, all right?
I'm
a big
miles?
boy. I give myself credit just for getting out here.
There you go. I do too.
Of course. We're
Doug may not, but I do.
How many miles in are you right now?
Right now, I'm 2.88, and I'm going 4 today.
2.88 on your way to 4. All right, so this is awesome. Give us some insight here, Steve, the runner.
No, I think the guy earlier actually hit on it a little bit. So I wanted to give you some idea of why Kipchoge's non-record marathon didn't count. So I actually engineered this race or this run purely so he could break the record. I know he's from somewhere in Africa. They picked the race in his time zone in Europe, a very flat course. I think the guy before me said he was running with pacers, which helps. He also had electric vehicles driving in front of him that were driving at the exact pace he's supposed to go with a laser on the ground showing him how fast he needs to be.
Okay.
So he had multiple aids and ways to get it done. I'm now realizing it's a lot harder to run and talk.
Yeah, it is.
Well, Steve, we're going to keep you on line here for a while.
Yes.
Isn't there something going on with new shoes, like some sort of illegal running shoes that are available?
Yeah. So they put carbon fiber plates in them that are supposed to kind of spring you forward. They say that it's science, quote unquote, says it conserves 3% of energy.
Wow.
On your run. So, not a huge. For a guy like me, not a big deal, but for a guy running a marathon over 26 miles, it's going to shave, a few seconds to a minute off the race.
Yeah. Have you've never used them?
Oh, let him go.
No, Steve, what are your thoughts on Israel and Palestine?
Oh, jeez.
Just keep him on the line.
Yeah.
The Lions have a chance at the 1 seed?
Yeah.
Right,
Absolutely.
Yes. Hey, Steve, let us know if you how the run goes, and don't be a stranger, all right?
All right, take care.
Take care.
Poor guy.
That guy's awesome. Steve, the runner.
By the way, having pacers or running on a flat course doesn't take away anything.
No.
No, it does in the world of running.
I
but
think in the world of running, it's like the trash cans in baseball. These are things that they're frowned upon if you want a legit score or whatever.
That's fair enough for those people, right? But
Yeah.
for any of
Oh,
us,
yeah,
are
of
you
course.
less impressed?
No. That's...
Your body still has to keep up with the pace that it's setting.
But part of breaking records in that sport is the mental. You got to figure it out on your own.
Yeah, no, I hear you. I'm just saying. I'm not any less impressed.
Steve's strong candidate for caller of the year. Outrunning, and he called us because we happen to be talking
Well, the best part was when he finally realized, it's a lot harder to run and talk than I thought it was. Yes, it is.
Okay,
Thank you, Steve.
power rankings. NFL power rankings are out because the Monday night game has been, that's over with. We're seeing something reflected in these power rankings as it pertains to our Lions. I don't know if we've ever seen before. We'll get to that today at 120. Jared Goff at 130, 97.1.
When Steve's done, Steve deserves to have himself a Coppercraft, right? Or at least something from the Coppercraft family, which is Flying Ace Spirits Bourbon. It's made in Holland. It's part of the Coppercraft family. You know it's quality. It is absolutely delicious. I've been drinking this bourbon for about a year now, and what I really like about it is just flat out, it's the taste. It's got notes of vanilla and ripe stone fruit. It's very, very smooth. You're going to want to come back for more. This is a versatile spirit because you can drink it any way you want. You want to do shots of your friends? You want to celebrate after you run a half marathon? Go ahead. Drink it neat, straight, on the rocks, or you can mix it up with something. If you want to mix it up with ginger ale, I highly recommend it. Ginger ale and bourbon is delicious. You want cola? Go ahead. However you have it is just fine. No one's going to give you a side eye about that at all because at only $30 a bottle, it's not going to bust your budget. Not at all. And you don't want to show up to a party or tailgate empty-handed. Go out and get yourself some Flying Ace Spirits bourbon today. You're going to thank me later. You can follow them at Flying Ace Spirits on Instagram. That way you get to stay up to date on all their upcoming releases. And as always, please drink responsibly and never drink and drive.
Obviously, we know on any given Sunday anybody can win.
Yeah.
San Francisco, Lions better than them?
No.
Not yet.
Philly.
I would say as good. Can I say as good?
Yeah, you can say whatever you want. It's your mouth.
I would say slightly below right now. Slightly.
Buffalo.
Gosh, that's
Gosh,
I mean, honestly, I would say as
good.
good.
Okay.
If it was a home game, I'd take the Lions. If it was
Okay.
there, I'd take Buffalo.
All right. Now, this one, they obviously beat them, but Kansas City. Now, if they had the Kelsey, Chris Jones equation, but
Oh, so you're going with the.
no, I'm not saying it's an but we're looking at them right now.
Kang, have you looked at the power rankings by chance?
I'd say right here, right now, yeah.
Sorry, Mike.
Okay, what do you think the Lions deserve to be?
Well, I think just thinking about how many teams in the NFC would be ahead of them, I got to have Philadelphia, San Francisco, and Seattle ahead of them.
Okay.
Because Seattle beat the Lions. So there's 4 right there.
Three ahead of them?
3 ahead of them. Yeah, they're in 4th place right now. So let me look at the rest of it. I would say you got, well, we beat Kansas City, so I think we're ahead of them. Miami's 4-1. I think Miami's ahead of them. So that bumps them down to 5th. I would say the Lions should be 5th.
Okay. Kang, would you disagree with any of that? Or
You said the whole NFL or the NFC?
The whole NFL.
Okay.
Yeah, whole NFL.
Oh yeah, I mean you got Eagles, Niners. I got the Chiefs ahead of them. Gator. I know you're doing the head
Because they beat
matchup.
them, yeah.
I know, but you know how it is with these power rankings.
Well, I know how it is with the power rankings. I'm saying
I got
how
maybe
you or I would
the
do it.
Bills, Dolphins. I got the Lions at 7.
Okay.
I would expect them to be further than 5th, but for me, I have them at 5th.
ESPN has the Detroit Lions at 5th.
Oh.
There you go, man.
Sports Illustrated has the Detroit Lions at 4th.
Oh.
CBS has the Detroit Lions at 5th.
Whoa.
The Athletic has the Detroit Lions at 5th.
Whoa.
Respect.
That is respect.
This is what I'm saying. The power rankings reflect something.
Ow.
ESPN, here's who they have against Detroit, ahead of Detroit: San Francisco, Philly, Kansas City, Miami. So they have Detroit ahead of a team that they lost to, Seattle.
And
behind
a
team
they
beat.
So.
Sports Illustrated: San Francisco 1, Philly 2, Kansas City 3, Detroit 4. CBS: San Francisco 1, Philly 2, Kansas City 3, Miami 4, Detroit 5. And The Athletic: San Francisco 1, Philly 2, Miami 3, and I apologize, Detroit 4. I said 5 earlier. Detroit's 4 according to The Athletic.
Well.
So in 2 of these, they're 5th, and 1 of them, they're 4th. This is, respect. All of them have Detroit ahead of Seattle, even though Seattle won that game. And what I do find I find interesting is Tampa's 9, according to ESPN. Tampa is not in Sports Illustrated's top 10. Tampa is 6 in the CBS top 10. And on The Athletic, Tampa is 9. I find that interesting because we're talking about, how big is this game coming up on Sunday? I mean, I'm already chomping at the bit to get there. Early heads up, I'm going to have to be in the bubble. So you too, if you don't mind.
There we go.
But anyway, long story short, these power rankings reflect a ton of respect for the Detroit Lions, doesn't it?
It does. No, it's again unfamiliar territory to get praise from the national media. It's very unfamiliar territory. There's no snark.
No.
This is I'm surprised, frankly, and yet maybe I shouldn't be because they've kind of been the darling for what they did last year, the improvements they made to the team in the offseason, and then starting off with a win at Arrowhead. I mean, put everyone on notice.
Perception changer.
Yeah.
Okay, here is what Sports Illustrated had the most interesting thing to write. Here's what Sports Illustrated wrote. With this kind of emphatic drubbing, the Lions have firmly planted themselves within a small circle of NFL teams capable of winning the Super Bowl. While this isn't a bold statement, it's the kind of acknowledgement of a sample size. Their weapon set is deep and only getting better. Defensively, the amount of schematic work it took for the Panthers to finally log their first touchdown a few minutes into the second quarter was exhausting. The Lions can get on you fast and can also keep you pinned to the ground. They're in the small circle of NFL teams capable of winning the Super Bowl. I mean, there's a lot of regular season football to be played, but that reflects a ton of respect. Now, does respect really matter? To me, when it comes to sports, I don't really care. Like, respect matter. I want my kids to respect what their parents have to say. But I'm not a big, I've been disrespected kind of guy. I'm just not. That doesn't bother me. And when it comes to sports, I'm not particularly, whatever. These things play out on the field, right?
Yeah.
You earn everything you get. And if in this day and age, if you turn on SportsCenter in the morning and they're talking more about the team that the Lions or a Detroit team beat than they're talking about giving Detroit credit, you can find plenty of outlets now that can give you the credit you want to hear. So the respect thing, but I too was shocked to see Detroit firmly ahead of Seattle in all of these. All of them. Seattle won the game.
Right, and to see Kansas City ahead of the Lions in a couple of them, okay. I mean, flip-flop them. It doesn't matter to me. And I don't really care about power rankings anyway.
The problem with doing it the way that if you have a hard and fast rule that this team beat that team is you eventually get yourself backed into a corner where you can't have that all the time. And then you may as well just list them by their record.
Well,
you know what I mean?
Right, but that's why I always wonder how do you come about with a power ranking? Is a power ranking what you think they're going to be when the season ends? Is it what you think they are right now in a snapshot of time? Is it what you think they're going to be in a couple weeks from now? What is a power ranking? Because teams that maybe you had higher up there, all of a sudden they just suffered a big injury. Do you downgrade them because of an injury that hasn't affected them on the field yet? Or do you just let it ride out?
Like
I just
Miami with Devon, Achane.
I mean, because that could be a huge hit for Miami.
By the way, it's tough to get used to Achane.
Yeah, instead of Achane?
Yeah. I mean, I'm getting used to it, but
well, you got 4 weeks to ignore it, so.
Yeah, that's right, because he's out hurt. 248-539-9797. Jared Goff. Let's talk about some of the trick plays, how his team avoids complacency. We'll get to all of that next here on 97.1 The Ticket.
I said the Eagles. I said Jalen Hurts isn't playing that well.
He always shows his true colors.
No, Miami.
I think as good as.
This team it's 4 games, and none of us are going crazy about it, right? But it's amazing how remarkably consistent this team is.
Mm-hmm.
They're a top 10 passing team. They're a top 10 rushing team. They're a top 10 offensive team in terms of yards total. Like everything is just like consistent. They are, I think, 8th in the NFL in scoring. That's just all offensive numbers. And then defensively, they're number 1 against the run, which is crazy talk. Right. They're getting all this amazing pressure on the quarterback. Their points per game is right about where it was when they were 8-2 down the stretch. I think they were giving up 20.3 points per game. This is 20.8, which ranks more towards the middle of the league. So that area can be improved upon. But they're remarkably consistent. And this is how you go from being average to good and then go from good to great. It's how consistent are you?
All right, let's get to work. It's a Tuesday. It's October. It's 85 degrees out. And I have no football to watch. All right, Rico, we can start a multitude of ways. We're going to get to University of Michigan a little bit later. Let's burn it down before we build it up, I guess. Lions, a little bit after that. You have things you want to say about Saturday. I want to hit the fan portal. I can't do this the rest of the fall.
Yeah.
As a Spartans and Giants fan, if I
Obviously, we know on any given Sunday anybody can win.
Yeah.
San Francisco, Lions better than them?
No.
Not yet. No.
Philly.
I would say as good. Can I say as good?
Yeah, you can say
Yeah.
whatever you want.
Yeah.
It's your mouth.
I would say slightly below right now. Slightly.
Buffalo.
Gosh, that's
Gosh,
I mean, honestly, I would say as
good.
As good.
Yeah.
If it was a home game, I'd take the Lions. If it was
Okay.
there, I'd take Buffalo.
All right. Now, this one, they obviously beat them, but Kansas City. Now, if they had the Kelsey-Chris Jones equation, but
Oh, so you're going with the.
no, I'm not saying it's an asterisk, but we're looking at
Yeah.
them right now.
Would you have dinner with Tirico the other
No,
day?
I'd say
we're
right here,
now.
right now, yeah.
Sorry,
They
Mike.
are.
Okay.
You didn't say that about Philly, but you said about.
I said the Eagles. I said Jalen Hurts aren't playing that good. Isn't playing that well.
He always shows his true colors.
No. Miami.
I think as good as.
This team it's 4 games, and none of us are going crazy about it, right? But it's amazing how remarkably consistent this team is. They're a top 10 passing team. They're a top 10 rushing team. They're a top 10 offensive team in terms of yards total. Like everything is just like consistent. They are, I think, 8th in the NFL in scoring. That's just all offensive numbers. And then defensively, they're number 1 against the run, which is crazy talk.
Right.
They're getting all this amazing pressure on the quarterback. Their points per game is right about where it was when they were 8-2 down the stretch. I think they were giving up 20.3 points per game. This is 20.8, which ranks more towards the middle of the league. So that area can be improved upon. But they're remarkably consistent. And this is how you go from being average to good and then go from good to great. It's how consistent are you?
All right, let's get to work. It's a Tuesday. It's October. It's 85 degrees out. And I have no football to watch. All right, Rico, we can start a multitude of ways. We're going to get to University of Michigan a little bit later. Let's burn it down before we build it up, I guess. Lions, a little bit after that. You have things you want to say about Saturday. I want to hit the fan portal. I can't do this the rest of the fall. As a Spartans and Giants fan, if I can't continue to do this flaccid penis offense that we watch constantly. 60 minutes on Saturday, 60 minutes on Sunday. Nobody can block a soul. Nobody can throw the ball. Nobody can do anything.
The Play Gun Lake Casino and
Clown car
Sportsbook app,
effort,
it's the official
arguments on
partner
the
of the
sidelines,
Real Michigan sports
teams that
fan.
look
The only
like they're on
casino and sportsbook app
Quaaludes.
that I recommend.
I want to hit
Simple,
the fan board.
safe, and easy to
But
use.
see,
Download the
you-
Play Gun Lake
Oh,
Casino
no,
app right
you have
now,
something else
and all
you
your
wanna
favorite
say.
casino games are
No,
right
you
at your
won't share.
fingertips.
No, listen,
Odds,
fine.
bets, slots, and games
I'll
right at your
sit here and
fingertips.
just let you
in
go
the
ahead.
casino and the
Go ahead
sportsbook
and
come
shoot.
together wherever you are in the state of Michigan. At your favorite sports bar, watching football, or maybe you're at your favorite football tailgate or your watch party with your friends, having fun. You get it all the action on the Play Gun Lake Casino Sportsbook app. Play popular online slots like 88 Fortunes and Wheel of Fortune. Plus, new slots like Atomic Meltdown and Imperial Wealth. Play with a live dealer on your phone and enjoy blackjack, roulette, and baccarat. Check out Ultimate Texas Hold'em, just added to the Play Gun Lake Casino and Sportsbook app. The thrill of an extra spin, the pure joy of a jackpot. Great offer right now for new users. Download the Play Gun Lake Casino online casino app right now and get up to $1,000 casino bonus back if you're down within the first 24 hours. The Play Gun Lake Casino and Sportsbook app. It's your time to play. New users only. Casino bonus must be wagered. Terms and conditions apply. See website at playgunlake.com for details. You must be 21 and in Michigan. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER or Michigan Problem Gambling Helpline at 1-800-270-7117.
Okay, so a trade just went down in the NFL. And as always, we ask the question, how does it impact us? And in this one, it was more of how could it have impacted us? A player that the Rams drafted when Brad Holmes was the director of college scouting was just moved. Now, Brad Holmes didn't make the draft picks for the Los Angeles Rams, but he built the draft boards for them, or had a large part of it. It was ultimately one of the big parts of his job. And back in 2020, he took the Lions job in 2021. His first draft was in 2021. So his last draft with the Rams in the second round, the Rams, go figure, didn't have a first-round pick, but they had 2 second-round picks. With the second of their second-round picks, they took Van Jefferson, wide receiver from Florida. And he had a great second season. Great might be strong. He had a very, very good second season. I don't have his numbers in front of me. Do you, by chance?
I guess I do.
Okay. Well, second season, was that, am I correct? That was his best year?
Man, I thought I had him from. Yes, I do. His second season, he had, I believe it was 800 yards. He had, it was his third season.
Okay.
50 receptions, 802 yards, and 6 touchdowns.
Okay.
So it's certainly not great.
No, but it's pretty good.
It's okay.
And he was made available, and I would have suspected Brad Holmes knew about that, and Brad Holmes apparently passed on that.
It was his second year. Sorry, it was upside down the way it was listed here on the NFL.com. Yes, he went from 19 receptions his rookie year to 50 the second year to 24 last year. He played 11 games, and then he's got 8 in 4 games this year.
So did they just trade Van Jefferson and a 7th-round pick for a 6th-round pick with Atlanta? Is that what I'm seeing?
I think so.
Okay. So almost nothing. You're basically giving up your 6th for a 7th and a player. That's what Atlanta's giving up. And the Rams are just getting a 6th-round pick by giving up their 7th. So, it's almost nothing. You're improving your draft spot by 32 spots ish. But I guess Brad Holmes didn't have any interest.
Well, I'm not sure why you would.
Because the cost is almost nothing. That's why.
Well, is he an upgrade over what they have? Who would he take playing time over?
Well, I don't know, but there's been discussion of adding to the depth at the wide receiver position already, and watching Brad Holmes take a player off the scrap heap that I think people might have thought was done in Josh Reynolds, and getting what they got out of him. Brad Holmes might have seen something. He's just being misused in LA.
Maybe.
And the only reason I tie it in is because Brad Holmes was part of the staff that drafted him in the second round. So they thought well enough of him to take him in the second round. Then Brad Holmes wasn't around for much of his career, but if he thought there was something there, he might have taken a flyer. Obviously he didn't, or they were going to offer less than what Atlanta offered, which was almost nothing. So
yeah, he's got 32 receptions in his last 15 games, and roughly 477 yards. Roughly, it's 477 yards in his last 15 games. I mean, they used him that second year he was in the league when they won the Super Bowl, and then hurt a little bit last year, and they haven't used him this year. 8 receptions in 4 games.
Is he a Puka casualty?
Absolutely.
Yeah.
But Puka is second in the National Football League in yards receiving right now.
Yeah.
He's a stud right now.
It's crazy.
And they got Cooper Kupp back. So he's odd man out, but I'm sure he's odd man out for other reasons too. Yeah, I have no issue with the Lions.
I don't either. I just think it's interesting. If he was part of the staff that took him, he might have kicked the tires or maybe not at all. Given the price, I'm leaning towards not at all.
That means the Lions feel comfortable with where they're at, unless it's going to be a bigger upgrade, right?
We just heard Jared Goff praising their receiving,
Yeah.
going up and down.
They're
left,
happy.
right,
I mean,
yeah.
the other thing, look, he'll be I imagine he's a free agent after the year because it's his 4th year in the league and it was a 2nd-round pick. So those are 4-year deals. So if they have any interest, maybe there's interest in the offseason. We'll see.
Yeah. I think if there was any interest, they would have given they could have got him, but I mean they clearly the Rams weren't going to get much for him, so given what the price eventually was. And since Detroit and Atlanta could meet in the playoffs, I'm not scared of Van Jefferson at this point.
No.
Lions taking on Tampa. Is taking on the feel of a big game, Gator. I know it's early in the week, but when all the power rankings come out and many people have Tampa in the top 10 and Detroit in the top 10, the schedule is not difficult. This might be the toughest back-to-back games. The Lions have the rest of the way at Tampa, at Baltimore. It's funny because Tom Milliken came up to me this morning and said, hey, you revamping your preseason prediction for the Lions? And I said, no, I'll stick with it. Flag is planted. But do I see the potential for them to have more than 11 wins? You're damn right I do. I mean, that potential is strong to quite strong, given they've played one division game in what might be a brutal division. And probably one of the bigger developments is that the AFC West doesn't look like the gauntlet that we thought it was going to be. I mean, that Raiders team that beat the Packers last night, that was kind of an ugly football game.
Oh, it was a very ugly football game. I'm amazed that Josh Jacobs is a shell of what he was. A year ago, he was great. This year, I mean, a lot of acrimony in the offseason about contracts and stuff like that, but now he's playing and he's not making much of a contribution. Garoppolo is average at best. Devontae Adams is a stud, but took him a half before they used him. And they've got one stud player on defense, and Max Crosby. Beyond that, what do they have?
I don't see much, but that team's on the schedule. The Chargers are on the schedule. I'm staying by that prediction. Flag planted.
Yeah, the Chargers are the weird one because that's one that you kind of expect they're going to, at some point, does the light switch go on? Mm-hmm. Or is it just they're so poorly coached, they don't know what to do with this quarterback that's got all this talent? Is he just completely lost there?
They've had personnel, it looks like, on both sides of the ball, and they just can't figure it out.
I don't know, but hopefully they continue to be confused when they take on the Detroit Lions.
Mm-hmm. Obviously, Denver's a mess. You've got, I mean, how many teams that are a mess are on Detroit's schedule the rest of the way? Denver, the Bears twice, the Vikings twice. Maybe that's it. So
Green
it's
Bay.
5. Is Green Bay a mess? I mean, I guess they'd be
not a mess, but they're at the embryonic stages of a rebuild, I guess. They've got young talent, but they haven't put it together.
At the core of it, with 12 games left, 5 of them against teams that are a mess. A mess.
Yeah.
So it's not just, it's not bad. A mess. Well, maybe the Bears will pull out of that. So Rico is sauntered in studio.
Oh, a saunter.
Yeah.
Yeah. You know what? Looking at that schedule, talking about the Lions.
Yeah.
That's why I had to change my outlook. They make it to the bye week. I think pretty much their last games they'll lose this year will be before the bye week.
What week's the bye week? I don't even know.
It's after the Raiders game.
Okay, after the Monday night game.
So I think November 4th.
Mm-hmm. Next 2 weeks are huge. Next 2 weeks are the kind of where you can make a legitimate run at the top seed in the NFC if you win these two.
Maybe at Dallas. But other than that, all those games, Chicago, come on.
Sure. What do you got planned coming up next?
I guess the latest in grifts. You know how like owners hold the city hostage?
Yeah.
I'm a billionaire, but hey, Gator, can you put a little bit on my new stadium, please? Because,
Yeah, what do you need?
Stuff. Yeah, Mark Stoops is the latest coach to say, well, you guys want us to win. You better pony up some NIL money. Because, I only make $9 million a year. What do you expect from me?
I swear to God, people don't understand how NIL works sometimes.
They don't.
It's like they think that there's like some big vault at a university where money is put in, and then they withdraw money from the vault and hand it to the players.
Right.
And say,
go to
Here
the
you
running
go.
back store.
Right.
That's not how it works.
I understand.
It's a business transaction that takes place between the player and a business.
It needs to be fixed because it's the greatest grift because it's the owner saying, pay for my stadium, I'm poor.
He talking about Mark Stoops?
I guess.
Yeah, the school. You can't keep telling me how much TV money you're making, and then, but we can't pay the players.
Well, here's the other dirty secret too. They're robbing the youth of this country. Look at what tuitions have gone. I mean, what 300%? Schools have become profit centers. It's like hospitals. Like I don't want to hear schools cry poor. Oh, Mark, you got beat by 50 in Athens Saturday. That's a YP. That ain't an MP. Don't go on your show asking people for money. Right. But the problem is there's no rules. I said, why don't we operate it like a 401k, like a dollar for dollar match? Like if Bobby Megabucks decides he wants to give $1 million, school has to match it. Dollar for dollar matching for NIL.
I don't hate it.
What's wrong with that? It at least incentivizes the donors on that level, because what I also don't want to hear about is, owners pulling their money and calling the ambulance. Or not owners, donors. Like, there has to be some equity. I'm a Rico on this. And, Scott, it's a business transaction.
Or you know what? Everybody take some of that TV money, form a hard cap. You spend your money how you want to spend it.
I don't mind that.
If you want to give one player all the money,
Doug,
that's yours.
Doug, you and I both greatly mind it. We just want to go back to the
Yeah, right. I mean, I would, but that ain't
It's
happening.
over.
So,
I know. It's okay.
I still love Saturdays.
I know.
How long before they have the hard and fast rules that make sense?
Well, Thursday
with
they're
NIL?
meeting, and they're still not addressing schools paying NIL directly, but they are going to address the ability for the schools to review contracts, for schools to play a more active role in marketing.
Yeah. Remember, the NCAA didn't want this, so they're happy to watch it crash and burn.
Well, have fun,
And
gentlemen.
we're going to do a ton of Lions. 3:00. We've got some audio, and I'm excited. It's not Brian Burns related.
Okay. Stay safe. Respect 971.
Brought to you by Hall Financial. Through 5 weeks, the Lions already boast a 2-game lead in the NFC North. And when it comes to strength of schedule the rest of the way, Detroit has the easiest in the league. This morning, Doug and Gator asked quarterback Jared Goff to assess the team through 5 weeks. Good news for Sunday against Tampa Bay. Head coach Dan Campbell says Amon-Ra St. Brown will return from injury. Detroit, a 3-point road favorite at the Bucs. Staying in the NFL, Vikings wide receiver Justin Jefferson will miss at least 4 weeks with a hamstring injury, and Chiefs tight end Travis Kelce is practicing today. He deals with an ankle injury ahead of Thursday Night Football. Midweek odds have the Wolverines as a heavy favorite over Indiana Saturday at the Big House, 33.5 points to be exact. The Spartans 5.5-point underdogs at Rutgers. And it's opening night in the NHL. Happy holidays, Kenny. 3 matchups on tap for tonight. Predators Lightning is the early game. Connor Bedard and the Blackhawks play Pittsburgh at 8, and the defending champion Golden Knights host Vegas at 10:30. At the ticket update desk, where flannels are so back, I'm Luke Sloan. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
Let's get to it on a Tuesday, the 10th of October. Good to have you with us. Fall is in session. We will get to the Lions at 3 o'clock, but Rico wants to bring something up to start the show. It's going to upset me, and that's cool because it's relevant. Rico, the floor is yours.
Yeah, it is, Mike. We have the latest coach in Help Me, I'm Poor. Yeah, Mark Stoops goes to his radio show coming off of a loss last week to Georgia, 51-13, where he basically, well, you know what? How about I just let you hear what Mark Stoops had to say?
I'm not going to make excuses, but everything leaving my mouth next is excuses and groveling.
Yeah.
Go ahead, say what you got to say. I'll wait.
I'm so tired of this, Mike. I mean, Mel Tucker did this before the season started. Hey, guys, you want better players? Give us money. Help us. We're poor. The NCAA.
Yeah, keep your pants on.
The NCAA.
Leopold.
No, let's stay focused here.
Sorry.
Stay focused.
The anger just rises to the top. I can't help it.
I understand, but now with Stoops now saying, hey, we got beat by Georgia, but it really wasn't our fault. Georgia just pays for better players. If you guys want us to be competitive, help us out. This is the latest grift. This is the owners coming to the people saying, build me a new stadium. Even though I'm a billionaire, I'm poor. Universities and schools and conferences are making a ton of money. You can't sit here and keep telling me that you're signing these billion-dollar deals with TV networks but we can't pay the players. Yes, you can. Come up with a better system because you are robbing the fan base. You are taking advantage of their fandom saying, guys, give us money if you want to see a winning team. It's wrong. Plain and simple. If it's up to me, a hard cap every school. You come up with the contract that Gundy came up with where it's 1 year, 2 year, 3 year deals. There's a better way to do this. I'm so angry that we're still doing this. When you lose a game, hey, it's not my fault. We need better players, so pony up the money. Even though we're all making money out of here, we're all rich, we got nothing. When I saw this, I knew you would be upset because I'm upset.
My question is, who the hell is even spending money on NIL anymore? Look at the start of this. You go, I have no problem with the players getting paid. Well, how are they doing it? Well, there's no rules. All right, well, I guess we can give this a try. What donors, like if you're a Michigan fan or a State fan or a Buckeye, who's actively donating to NIL? I don't know a single person. No. I don't. And I mean, here's Siren, Rico and I both know some major donors. I think a lot of fans do. If you're a Michigan fan, it's not hard to find major donors. I'm not talking Stephen Ross, but I mean, look, people who are putting in a 6-figure commitment to a school, that's a major donor. Right. I don't know a single person who's actively partaking in NIL. In fact, the people I talk to find it completely distasteful. There is no ROI, and ultimately, there aren't even easy ways to do it. Everybody saw what happened at State. I mean, SD4L, just kidding, plug pulled night before game. There's another one called This Is Sparta. I don't know what the Michigan one is called. The Champions Club, the Oosterbahn Factory, I don't know, whatever it is.
And the SD4L, the whole thing did not get pulled. What got pulled was, okay, you know what? Anybody who's going into the portal, your check's not going to cash. You're going to leave here. I give St. Andre credit. He treated it like a business, Mike. And when I found out all the details, I wasn't angry. If you don't show up to work, Odyssey can say, Mike, we're not going to pay you. And you had kids who were threatening, well, I'm going to leave, but I want you to pay me. That's not how it works, son.
Yeah, but on the other side of it, kids complain when they're not given things they were promised. Listen, true. Look all over the board here. It's a mess. My problem, I'm with Rico on this. A coach goes on the road, loses by 50, and I got to hear you grifting for dollars? Like, I would love to know from the people, how much longer can we go with this system with no oversight? Like, how much longer are the super donors even going to spend $1?
Well, you took away the tax incentives. I don't think they're going to, they have no reason to do this unless you are just super fan who just wants to say, here, literally take my money. I get no tax breaks whatsoever.
If you wanted a benefit to it, obviously winning is key. There needs to be a rule that schools can pay players. I'm with Rico on this. The ticket money, the alcohol revenue, the TV money is just behemoth.
And there it is right there.
All of it. So here's my question. What if it was like a 401k match? Rico Beard goes out and goes, look, I want to give 50 large to MSU. I want to win a natty. And the school goes, we'll dollar match you 50-50. You put in 50, we put in 50. You put in $1 million, we put in $1 million. You incentivize the fans knowing, A, I can put my money direct to the football program, but you'll match it. So in essence, there's some form of buy-in. Rico, it can't continue this way. Like, I can't imagine. Look, as excited as people are to have, let's say you're a Michigan fan. How long will you continue to donate money knowing you're getting nothing out of it?
See, right there. And that's why I think that you should just break this right here in its infancy stage, because how is this any different from when an owner of a team decides every 5 or 6 years, I kind of need a new stadium. I need an upgrade. I need some tax breaks. I need the people of the city to pay for it, or else maybe I move my team. You're doing the same for fans. If you want to be good, you have to pay money. Yeah, I know we're making billions of dollars off of TV deals, but we don't want to spend our money for these players. We want you to give us money. Mike, I like what you're saying with the whole 401k thing.
I'm just trying to brainstorm.
And I'm saying we don't even have to do that. If you just basically said hard and fast, there's a cap. Every school has a cap. You have $4 million. You can distribute that however you want. If you want to give $2.5 million to your star quarterback and give the other $1.5 million to everybody else, that's fine. Not my business. But everybody had. If you took $4 million a year from the TV money, nobody's going to miss that. But you can incentivize it and pay your players. And I would also say, and by the way, you have to be enrolled on campus in order to get this money. We're not paying recruits. We're not paying for visits. We're not doing this stuff. You want to go to school, you go to school. Once you get there, now you can work on your NIL deal.
But see, I still think it comes back to what Mike Gundy said.
Yeah.
You got to sign a contract.
Yeah.
And the contract's binding. Like, if it's a 1-year deal, it's a 1-year deal. If it's a 2-year deal, like the school is, hey, I don't care if your leg gets put on backwards like Nick Chubb. School still has to pay. It's fully guaranteed. Mm-hmm. If you sign a 4-year deal and you got pennies on the dollar, but then you blow up and you turn into a star. You know, like Blake Corum did not come here as the number one running back in America. Blake Corum has developed into a really good football player. Sorry, that's the deal you sign. Right. There's no renegotiation. There is no transfer portal. The contract is the contract. If you want to go to the portal at the end of every year, sign a one-year deal. Mm-hmm. See, that's my point, though. Enrico, the NCAA, they're having this meeting Thursday. Have you seen this? Mm-hmm. It doesn't address the real stuff. No. Oh, we're going to meet and schools would be able to review contracts. Who cares? My point would be, if you're a college football fan, you've been a season ticket holder at U of M or Michigan State. Maybe you've donated to the seat licenses or you've dabbled here and there. Here's my thing. At what point do you get tired of them asking you for money? Because if the answer every time a coach loses is to cry and beg for more money, I really, and maybe I have misjudged this, I feel like if you're a Wolverine and you're paying for god-awful schedules and you pay for a declining live environment because the at-home product is way better.
Because you're not going to get a discount on your season tickets either.
Right. At what point do you get tired of being asked for money? It's Rico, you've said it from the start. It is unsustainable long term. And you've seen A&M shut down their collective. Miami's guy is under SEC investigation. You don't even know what half these schools are doing, but the people doing it, how long will they continue to do it? Mm-hmm. It just feels like this thing is careening down the road.
Yeah, you put the instant millions in there, but wait, we're not winning. So,
or the player I paid for sucks.
Right. Do I get my money back? No, you're still going to pay him.
Hey, but you get a sticker and a sweatshirt.
Right. You don't even get anything for this. You're simply doing this because you are a fan. The NCAAs and teams are taking advantage of you being a fan.
What does this look like in 2 years? I would love to know from people. What do you imagine this morphs into? Because the coaches clearly hate this. I don't know if I'd love it as a player's family based on I can't rely on the check cashing. You know, you have guys like this Jalen Rashada kid who was supposed to go to Miami, then he was supposed to go to Florida, then he ended up at ASU. You got players complaining once they're on campus, something we know factually that takes place at both schools. Yeah. And it's like, all right.
Oh, man, you got players saying, you want me to come to do an unofficial visit?
$5,000.
$5,000. $5,000, and I'll come and maybe think about your school.
What's it look like in 2 years? That's what I'd love to know from you, the people. And anything is acceptable. I don't have the answer, guys. I just know, listening to Mark Stoops' comment that we led the show with, we can bump back with it. This, coaches going out with their hat in their hand, not for a new football building. Not for you to have your name on the stadium. Not for you. You know, that's different. There's a legacy element and there is a tax benefit. That's not sustainable. Right. It's not. And it's being proven on a daily basis it's not. So what does it end up looking like?
How big of a fan are you? Help us out.
Right now, I'm in the fan portal.
Yeah, I think what you're going to end up seeing is more and more empty stadiums, more and more people like that who just say, this isn't fun anymore.
Right, you're a Kentucky fan. You know you're not Georgia. You're a Michigan State fan. You know you're not Georgia. You're not Ohio State. What does my money get me? No one can tell me.
No, because, oh, by the way, you went and found that sleeper guy in Keon Coleman? Bye.
Oh, not before he asked you for money 3 times.
Yeah.
And you match, and you match, and you match, and I'm taking my talents to Tallahassee from a hotel room.
Yeah, did the check cash? All right, I'm out. I'm transferring out.
248-539-9797. Let's talk about it a little bit. America's favorite place to watch football, Stadium Swim, located at Circa Resort and Casino. Listen, if you're going to spend your money, you may as well have a good time. You want to light it on fire with NIL? Go for it. Or go enjoy a life experience. One of the 6 pools, 3 different levels, and the largest outdoor sports book in the United States of America. It's Stadium Swim. Book your spot today. CircaLasVegas.com. That's CircaLasVegas.com.
Obviously, we know on any given Sunday anybody can win.
Yeah.
San Francisco, Lions better than them?
No.
Not yet. No.
Philly.
I would say as good. Can I say as good?
Yeah, you can say whatever you want. It's your mouth.
I would say slightly below right now. Slightly.
Buffalo.
Gosh, that's
Gosh,
I mean, honestly, I would say as good.
Okay.
If it was a home game, I'd take the Lions. If it was
Okay.
there, I'd take Buffalo.
All right. Now, this one, they obviously beat them, but Kansas City. Now, if they had the Kelsey Chris Jones equation, but
Oh, so you're going with the.
no, I'm not saying it's an asterisk, but we're looking at them right now.
What, did you have dinner with Tirico the other
No,
day?
I'd say
Well,
right
right
here,
now.
right now, yeah.
Sorry, Mike.
They are.
Okay.
You didn't say that about Philly, but you said about.
I said the Eagles. I said Jalen Hurts aren't playing that good. Isn't playing that well.
He always shows his true colors.
No. Miami.
I think as good as.
Mark Stoops, Kentucky head coach, and just really this ever-evolving state of the state as it relates to college football. And look, even if you're a Michigan fan and your team is fantastic, I do wonder how much longer would you continue to spend your money? There's just no oversight, there's no rules, and this grift by coaches. Rico nailed it. It's a lot like owners. Help me, I'm poor. Here's an idea. We need the NCAA and college football come to the table. We don't need Congress. The schools need to pay or subsidize a portion of this. They're getting all this TV money. The fans get no benefit. The players get no benefit. It's not right. It would be the equivalent of the owners having a salaried team they don't pay for. That's what college football is currently. That's not right.
That's a good way of putting it. Yeah. We're going to put the players out there, but you need to pay to make sure that they stay here and they're happy. So
Right.
we
Can you
get the
imagine
best players.
Sheila going to the people and going, hey, you want better players? You got to give us more money. Wait a second.
Yeah.
You have a TV deal. We paid for your stadium.
Right.
But now we got to pay for the team to hold on a minute.
And you get the NFL revenue share, but we got to pony up money to keep Aiden here.
David,
and we got to
ticket
pay
text.
Goff's contract.
What do people have to say about this?
Someone says it's not grifting. More money equals better players. NIL has officially ruined college football, though, for me. Without hard cold cash, you can't even compete, and that is pathetic.
Yeah, but it is a grift. It's a grift when you are taking other people's money without ever using your own.
Mm-hmm.
These schools are hoarders.
Yeah. When you see that the Big Ten is going to make a $100 million deal off of Fox and the Big Ten Network.
Per school.
Hold on. Not talking about NBC money or CBS money.
What about that Peacock money?
Right. Just Fox and the big BTN, $100 million per school for all the original schools.
But help me, I'm poor. Like, no, come on now.
So that's what I'm saying. Take that of the $100 million, $4 or $5 million strictly for player NIL. That's it. And you know what? Here's where I guess, and you don't even have to do the Title IX thing because it's coming from a private company. You don't have to spend it on any other sport that you don't want to spend it on.
See, I'm glad you mentioned that because there are a lot of people asking that question. how would Title IX be affected if
It
you
won't.
do something like that?
Now, if the school said we're going to pay out of our own pockets, now you're looking at Title IX. But if you use the TV money, that's coming from an entire. That's just like
it's just for football or basketball. So yeah,
think of Fox as a booster, and Fox said, "Here's $100 million. Do what you want to do with it."
literally everything needs rules. The fact that NIL doesn't have it is nuts. I also think that all scholarship players on a team should be paid the same amount as their scholarship.
Well, I'll give you an example, though. All right, so we're going to get into this cash for scholarship routine. SMU, every player on their team through their collective makes $38,000 a year. Is that the type of thing you want? Well, here's your problem. The best players on the team are going to get more than that. And the worst players on the team, no disrespect to anybody, they're not worth their scholarship. They're cannon fodder. These Olympic sports that no one gives a rip about, sorry, you're not worth your scholarship. The schools do it because they have to because of Title IX. We got to have equal scholarships for men and women. Well, I guess we got to create a women's crew team and a men's tennis team to balance this thing out. If we're going to operate a minor league for the NFL, you got to go all in. Mm-hmm. It can't be involved with Title IX. No. It's a pro sport. It's not amateur.
Because if you look at it, the football and basketball programs in some schools, baseball, fund the other sports. Now, yes, the outlier, UConn women, they're probably paying for UConn men's football because more people go see them. So before people hit us up with that, well, what about this school and what about that school? There are outliers where, yes, Tennessee women, or they will help pay, but for most of the programs, football, basketball bring in the majority of the money, and then they kind of subsidize all the other sports.
David
says, I think it burns me up to the ground that the NCAA watches it happen. And once they're absolutely desperate for regulation, then the NCAA will step in and look like the hero.
I don't know that they're going to look like a hero because what schools and the NCAA don't want to deal with is a union. They don't want to deal with workman's comp. They don't want to deal with what it would take to do this right. That's why they never wanted to partake in it. So now we're in this weird space where if you're a Michigan fan, a Buckeye fan, I mean, forget it if you're a State fan. I don't know what you're spending your money on. The point is, anytime a coach loses now, they go and cry and beg for more money, and you're like, wait, the school just 10x their TV deal, and you want more money from us? That, to me, is where you're going to lose a lot, and you're already seeing it. You're seeing it all over the country. People are pulling back and going, this NIL thing isn't what it was advertised to be. I'm out. Go to Brian, 97.1. What's up, Brian?
Hey, Mike, just a moment ago, you said if we're going to operate a minor league for the NFL, right, this whole system is not sustainable because there's no demand for television viewership for minor league sports. Who watches AAA baseball?
No
except
one.
on public access channel. The G League, right? 0 viewers. And 10 years ago, I was the guy who got snacks in the morning, and at 10 a.m. my ass is on the couch, and I'm watching game day, and I'm watching the noon, 3:30, 7 o'clock, and 10 o'clock game, and maybe the Rainbow Warriors are going to play late at night, right? I was that guy. Now, I watch it a little bit here, leave the room, go do. My attitude about college football in particular has changed dramatically. And as a Buckeye, watching last weekend's game, I could hear boos coming from the stands because they were playing very poorly, right?
Yep.
From principle, years ago, I would have like, oh, that's BS. You shouldn't do that to those kids. I don't feel
that's
that
gone.
way anymore.
Yeah, that's gone. No.
So all of this naive and the things that I loved about college football are gone, and my passion for it is waned.
You know, it's funny. It's funny, Brian, and I'm glad you said it. Look, I think I've arrived at the same place where I have said, barring MSU competing for the Big Ten or competing for the playoff, I have no interest in it. Well, they did that to the sport. Look, I spent my whole adult life until D'Antonio where, man, could we win 8 or 9 games, get a New Year's Day bowl, maybe, Outback Bowl or Citrus or whatever. That's all gone. Anything other than MSU competing for the Big Ten, I have no interest in it. I mean, like Michigan State coming up. In the years State used to be terrible, I'd still care about the Michigan State game. This game this year? Look, go and have fun if you want. The reality is there's no emotion in any of this because once you're out of the playoff, there's nothing to play for.
Oh, and it's going to change starting next year. If you're not one of the 12 to 15 teams.
What's the point of operating?
Yeah, if all of a sudden you're sitting at, and your record, you've already got 3 losses right now.
What are you doing?
You're done. When's Midnight Madness? Plain and simple.
We are officially a basketball school. 248-539-9797. Get off the sidelines. Moran Buick GMC. Your schedule's packed. You got to get the kids to all their sporting events. The new Acadia from Moran might be the answer for you. Seating up to 7. You can lease a 23 Acadia, 24 months, $266 a month, just $19.99 down. If you got projects around the house, you're a hunter, an outdoorsman, if you will, 23 GMC Sierra 1500 from Moran. New stock arriving daily. And as always, MoranExpress.com. Online ordering, always easy, always fast. MoranExpress.com. You're always going to get the best price, period. It's on Telegraph, just north Eureka and Taylor, or at MoranExpress.com. It's Moran Buick GMC. We are professional grade. All right, let's get to work. It's a Tuesday. It's October. It's 85 degrees out. And I have no football to watch. All right, Rico, we can start a multitude of ways. We're going to get to University of Michigan a little bit later. Let's burn it down before we build it up, I guess. Lions, a little bit after that. You have things you want to say about Saturday. I want to hit the fan portal. I can't do this the rest of the fall. Yeah. As a Spartans and Giants fan, if I can't continue to do this flaccid penis offense that we watch constantly. 60 minutes on Saturday, 60 minutes on Sunday. Nobody can block a soul. Nobody can throw the ball. Nobody can do anything. Clown car effort, arguments on the sidelines, teams that look like they're on Quaaludes. I want to hit the fan portal. But see, you have something else you want to say today.
No.
And you won't share. So I said, fine. I'll sit here and just let you go ahead. Go ahead and shoot. All right. I spend my weekend dedicated to all things ball, and I harvest and collect and incubate what we deem to be the weekend report. David? When did you meet Will Smith? All right. I already told you. Over the weekend. All right. We start the weekend report, and it's a very simple question, except I don't know how the telephone call goes. Hi, Bill. It's Robert. Gonna need to see you in my office. Bill Belichick's toast. How does that call go to tell him you no longer want him as your coach?
Bill, bring your playbook. We got some stuff to talk about.
Okay, but I'm saying the literal way.
You know what?
Where you go, thanks for the memories. It was Brady, not you, and I can't take anymore.
Hey, Bill, you want to come over to the house? We're going to have some dinner. We're going to just sit down. You know what? You got a Kirk Cousins fire pit in the backyard.
And then you poison him?
No, and you just sit there and say, hey, it's over. I'm your good friend. It's over. The run is done. What are we doing? You right here, right now, you can't even tell me what we're doing.
Outscored 72-3.
Mac
the
Brown's
last 2
benched.
weeks.
He's back as a starter. Then he's benched again. Now he's back as a starter. Bill, let's have some grace. Let's have some dignity. We'll come up with some reason why you have to leave.
Health concerns.
No one will question it.
All right, I want to go to issue number 2. You know, David has spent a lifetime researching the good book and trying to figure out the identity of Satan. And I think I have discovered Satan on earth. It's Mario Cristobal, Miami head coach. How on earth, with 37 seconds left and your opponent has no timeouts, how do you not take a knee and run the football and then have the audacity to go into your postgame after you lose because you're Satan and blame ball security and preaching 2 hands on the ball to your running backs? How do you do that unless your name is Beelzebub?
This isn't even the first time he's done it, though.
When did you run into Will Smith?
Right. If you're the running back, I would say, or coach, I could have just took a knee and I didn't have to worry about ball security. I don't know, because
how can't you just go in and go, I effed up. I no longer deserve to serve food. Shut it down. John Taffer's our coach next week as I go to prison.
Yeah. I did this again. I mean, we always joke and say maybe you need to have that the
late game guru.
Yeah, the late game guru. Like, this is one where, guys, what are we doing? We're not running a play. This is where you need a good team captain quarterback who says, screw that. I'm taking a knee, okay? We're not going to risk this. Because you did it before. If this was your first time doing it, I could understand. But you did it at Oregon. And you lost to Stanford because why? Well, I know more than you. I'm smarter than you. Actually, you're not.
Well, you know, while we've said Cristobal is Satan, Satan's work was taking place in Columbia, Missouri. It is the bad beat of the week, and I feel horrible. If you lost money on this game, you endured one of the worst beats you'll see all season. Missouri was covering for 59 minutes and 50 seconds. They were never the wrong side, catching 5.5, winning most of the day, lose the lead late. Missouri and the vaunted meaningless pick 6 as time expires. The LSU player could have fallen down, should have fallen down. F it, touchdowns. And somehow you don't get the cover as a better. That is Satan's brew.
It is. I'm not going to get mad at the LSU player because you're taught to finish the play and not to do what Patrick Mahomes did. But yeah, I was angry because I had Missouri.
No. Oh, no.
And the points.
No.
Because I'm sitting there doing the math. And the funny thing is, I'm like, you know what? The only way I can lose this is like what happened to you and Cookies that Sunday. That Saturday.
Oregon and Texas Tech.
I was like, unless that and pick 6, and he's wow.
And here it's happening.
Wow.
It's happening.
Yeah.
Let me go on to an issue in the NFL, and I'm going to lean on you guys. Lamar Jackson. Where are we at with Lamar. You two are two of the biggest defenders of this overrated turd burger. So go ahead. Where are we at? When did you meet Will Smith? Where are we at with Lamar?
I don't think I can speak on this because the Steelers always have his number. Outside of that, I think he's a good quarterback.
David, it's week 5. He's thrown for 200 yards twice. He has 4 touchdowns and 2 picks. When did you meet Will Smith?
I'm beginning to believe that it was the former offensive coordinator and not him.
Oh, Greg Roman.
That made Lamar.
Well, you know what? You're racist. Because that's the refrain when you criticize Lamar. You get people dialing in saying,
No, you're okay.
You're a racist, Rico.
It's okay to criticize Lamar now. You just can't criticize Dion.
Got
now
it.
You're a racist.
Got it.
You criticize Dion.
I don't believe in norms. I think it's okay to be different. And therefore, I have a take. You need to change my mind. Ready? I don't care that a tight end has never won the Heisman because right here, right now, Brock Bowers is the best player in America, and I would vote him for the Heisman Trophy. Change my mind.
I like Brock Bowers, Mike. He probably deserves to be in New York.
When did you meet Will Smith?
But it's always going to be a quarterback because a quarterback handles the ball every
If I
play.
vote Bowers number 1, do you judge me and should I have my Heisman vote taken away?
No, I do not judge you because if that's my see, if you do the homework and you can justify it and not pull what I heard yesterday from a certain columnist.
Oh, I got you.
You can justify it. You can vote for whoever you want. I voted for Christian McCaffrey over Derrick Henry and got roasted because I said nobody stays up to watch Stanford, and if McCaffrey played for Alabama, he would be in. But you punished him because he was a white running back. That's why he didn't win it.
Now, long season to go. I'm saying right here, right now, at about the halfway point, that's the best football player I've seen all year.
I still say for me, it's Penix. But if you told me that he was there, I'm not going to be upset. And if you put him as number 1 on your ballot, I'm not going to be angry because if you take him off of that Georgia team, that's an entirely different team.
Weekend Report exclusive. Changed my mind. The wrong quarterback got taken number 1 overall in the NFL draft. CJ Stroud looks awesome. I don't know where this guy came from because he can't do it against Michigan, but he has arrived on Sundays and he's awesome.
Leads me to wonder.
Did Carolina take the wrong man?
Yes, they did. And leads me to wonder, maybe it is Ryan Day who just chokes when it comes to playing Michigan. It's not the players.
This
it's
is a tough
the game
team.
plan.
Blue Halls.
And you know what nobody's talking about anymore? His Wonderlic test or whatever that test that he took. Remember, he had the low score. Oh, CJ Stroud is so stupid. Yeah, CJ Stroud's about to be the rookie of the year.
I would like to give a shout out to the single greatest onside kick I've ever watched. I take you to Laramie, Wyoming. Wyoming hosting Fresno State. Nice upset this week. Fresno State pulled off the most graceful, angelic, almost like ice skating or ballet onside kick, where the kicker had one guy on that side of the field. And it was almost like he threw him the football, except he did it with his foot.
The double bounce.
No, it was just a standard pooch kick. And he kicked it in stride like he was throwing a slant pattern. And the player just, right at 10 yards. Right at 10 yards. I have never in my life seen anything like it.
Really?
There was no chaos. It was all grace.
See, I've seen
David, you're nodding. Did you see this play?
I did see this play, and it was like he was throwing a pass, a slant or something.
Have you ever seen anything like it?
Never seen anything like that. It
When
was amazing.
did you meet Will Smith? It was unbelievable.
Usually they bounce it,
Right,
and he
it's
did not.
You get the double bounce, and
No.
it's that second one that goes up high, and you just high point the ball.
It was as if he threw it, like throwing it to a child. You have to see it.
Okay.
People, the
gonna
greatest
look it up.
onside kick in the history of onside kicks. I want to go back to the NFL with something.
Taylor Swift?
No. I want to talk brotherly shove for a minute.
Okay.
Now, Aaron Donald almost murdered somebody when the Eagles did this before the half. But when you're running this play with no timeouts, 7 seconds, and you're at the 1.5 yard line, and Sirianni knows this play is so unfair, It's so impossible to stop. I'm just going to go ahead and say F it. If I get stopped, I'll get roasted. I won't. Is this the most unfair play in the history of professional sports? The brotherly shove has become something that so violates the spirit of the rules. It is a rugby play that has now invaded football. There is no mechanism for the defense to stop it. It is beyond dangerous for the defensive players. Rico, I'll ask you again. While I don't criticize the Eagles for using it, doesn't the rules committee have to come in and ban this?
No, absolutely not. Because here's the thing.
You're just an unfair person.
The Eagles have not signed an exclusivity contract saying, we are the only team that can run this play.
No, I don't want anyone running it. It's a lousy play.
How is it any
because
different?
It's not rugby.
No, but you used to have it where the running back and the Walter Payton would just jump over the pile.
I like that much better.
But that's one play where it's pretty much unstoppable if
No,
you
it's
get
not.
the right running back because you got to time it up.
You can
and now
still
if you hit him in the head,
you can still
it's a
defeat your
15-yard
blocker.
penalty.
You can get in the A gaps. You can go over the top. There is
Defensive
nothing that can
coordinators
stop this.
get paid a lot of money.
David,
figure it out.
Okay, then, Mr. Harvard. See, now you just done did it. You explain how you stop it, Mr. Defensive Coordinator.
I don't get paid millions of dollars.
You know what you are? No. Fraud.
What?
Fraud. You can't say that and then go, well, that's not my job. There is no way to stop it, and you know it.
I would stop Noah Kim.
I got the answer, and it's directed right to Rico. Tell you when I ran into Will Smith.
It's the thing.
That-
Every team can run this play,
Turn
Mike.
his microphone
So,
off. It's a disgrace.
just run it.
That is the weekend report. All right, if you enjoy the brotherly shove or, watching rugby, Old Nation Brewing, it's the beer for you. Old Nation.
Where?
Fan favorite. And they brew world-class beer from right here in the state of Michigan. The M43, the B43, Oktoberfest, the whole lineup. It is made for football viewing. Also, Old Nation just won Untapped's Best Regional Breweries Top 15 list. Only one in the state of Michigan, which is a hyper-competitive landscape for breweries. Only one to make that list. If you want to check out the full lineup or see where it's carried, oldnationbrewing.com. That's oldnationbrewing.com. 21 and up, please drink responsibly.
This team it's 4 games and none of us are going crazy about it, right? But it's amazing how remarkably consistent this team is.
Mm-hmm.
They're a top 10 passing team. They're a top 10 rushing team. They're a top 10 offensive team in terms of yards total. Like everything is just like consistent. They are, I think, 8th in the NFL in scoring. That's just all offensive numbers. And then defensively, they're number one against the run, which is crazy talk.
Right.
They're getting all this amazing pressure on the quarterback. Their points per game is right about where it was when they were 8-2 down the stretch. I think they were giving up 20.3 points per game. This is 20.8, which ranks more towards the middle of the league. So that area can be improved upon. But they're remarkably consistent. And this is how you go from being average to good and then go from good to great. It's how consistent are you?
Well, at least Rico has now seen the onside kick, the magic of Fresno State. I'm glad you enjoyed that.
It was like a soccer player. You're right. I've
Never seen anything like it.
Wow, he's in the wrong sport.
We have some Dan Campbell audio that I'm very excited about. We're going to get to it at 3. We'll also knock out some of these calls as well. David, any ticket text from Weekend Report, or do you want to go on the board?
Let's go on the board.
That means David didn't have his sheet loaded up. I know your game. Let's go on the board. Well, I keep this one pretty simple. And it violates a little bit of how we do it. Normally, I would say, nothing over minus 120. But I feel like the kids aren't ready. I love the Baltimore Orioles. I love the story. I love watching them.
Just baby birds flew the coop too soon.
Texas is rolling. Texas
is
minus
back.
130 money line at home. I just wonder, can the Orioles with that crew, so young, so inexperienced, they dropped the first couple at home, can they really go on the road, or is Texas just going to put the pedal down?
And it's funny because I thought about just taking the Orioles on the road money line, because if you don't win this game, that's it. This is
dunzo.
You have to just whatever you got to do, you got to win.
The problem is it's Nate Eovaldi, who is a postseason god, who is,
and that's why I didn't.
And what are they going against? Dale Kramer, or whatever the hell that kid's name is. So for me, I think Texas is interesting. It's not the biggest value on the board, but I wanted to provide a baseball play because I know Kenny's going straight to the ice. Rico, what do you have first?
Well, because basically Christian Watson is too slow. You would have gotten the touchdown, and they probably would have won the game. But he got caught from behind. But you know what, Mike? Let's do a little football tonight. Let's go to Louisiana Tech.
Oh, no. Hank Bachmeier?
No. Wide receiver Smoke Harris for Louisiana Tech to score anytime touchdown plus 110.
Wait. Smoke Harris?
Yeah, you got to go with a guy named Smoke.
And then there's Crevassier Smoke, the running back. Fascinating. I'm still waiting for the kid named Smoke Blunt. Smoke Crack. Let's really dial this up to the next level.
It's not crack, it's crochet.
Crochet. All right, Smoke Hair. And again, Rico last week gave you a rat-tastic Middle Tennessee State anytime touchdown by their star wide receiver, and he gave you 2 of them.
Yeah, it was Elijah Metcalf, but you know what? Everybody bet on him. He's only minus 125, so it doesn't qualify.
Smoke Crack. 2 touchdowns
Smoke
or more.
Harris.
All right. Kenny, what do you got, buddy? Come on.
Yeah, you know
Come
what's
on.
about to happen.
Let's go.
It's opening night, NHL.
Cracking over.
No, that's 6.5. That's irresponsible. We're not going to give that to the people. I like the Predators here. Money line plus 132. Going to Tampa. Tampa is Andrei Vasilevsky-Liss. And the Preds have UC Saros, who's one of the premier goaltenders in this league. I think this is an upset spot for Tampa. I'm going to take Nashville on the money line here.
Smashville.
Also, there is a little bit of interest if you want to take Seattle against Vegas. This is their banner night. This is a night where...
I was just going to say this to you. Is like when you raise the banner, isn't there a shot at a huge letdown?
So one of two things in my mind happens. Either a gigantic letdown or a gigantic blowout. I think letdown is more likely with Vegas as they're less seasoned than Seattle. I'd like to see Seattle win that one too. I like Seattle there.
People, all I'll tell you is Kenny may not look like much, but this guy, he knows puck.
Wow. King of the backhanded compliment. I like it.
Whatever. I'm saying, you know your sport. You do a nice job with it. But give Kenny a chance to get rolling. You need data points. David, besides what you always tell us, what else do you have for the people?
I want to throw this out there based on what Rico said yesterday. That possibly the winner of the Oregon-Washington game, that quarterback might win the Heisman. So right now, throw a few dollars, plus 600 for Bo Nix right now. I would throw a few dollars on that right now. Because if that will change, if he wins that game, your odds are going to be worse off. So
true.
I would throw some money on that right now.
I don't think he will, but you know what? David, responsible.
Mm-hmm.
Respect.
I have Dan Campbell audio we're going to get to next. David, I also just sent something to your email. I need you to put in this Frank Reich audio. We're going to do this during the 4 o'clock. This audio is troubling. Spicy. You're going to like it in the 4 o'clock.
Jeez.
Hey, if you want a career in radio, hi, I'm Rico Beard. Listen, we'll get to it in the 4 o'clock.
When did you meet Frank Reich?
When did you meet Will Smith? Let's talk Lions next. 97.1. All right, now this is a weird week. We have football last night. We got now technically it's football tonight, but it's some of the rattiest nonsense in the world.
Smoke!
Football tonight, football tomorrow, football Thursday, football Friday. This is choice. And FanDuel, more ways to play. I mean, you got Rico on here going with, crack smoke, 2 touchdowns or more tonight. They're giving you prop bets on games that there might not even be a video camera at. That's FanDuel's deal. More betting markets than anyone. Visit FanDuel.com/tickets so you don't miss out on your chance to get a no-sweat same-game parlay as well. It's America's #1 sports book. It's FanDuel, the official betting partner of the NFL. 21 and up, present Michigan. Refund issue. Non-withdrawable bonus bets that expire 7 days after receipt. Max refund $5 unless otherwise specified. Restrictions apply. See terms. Sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem. 1-800-270-7117.
Obviously, we know on any given Sunday anybody can win.
Yeah.
San Francisco, Lions better than them?
No.
Not yet. No.
Philly.
I would say as good, Can I say as good?
Yeah, you can say
Yeah.
whatever you want.
Yeah,
It's your mouth.
I would say slightly below right now. Slightly.
Buffalo.
Gosh, that's
Gosh,
I mean, honestly, I would say as good.
Yeah.
If it was a home game, I'd take the Lions. If it was
Okay.
there, I'd take Buffalo.
All right. Now, this one, they obviously beat them, but Kansas City. Now, if they had the Kelsey-Chris Jones equation, but
Oh, so you're going with the
I'm not saying it's an asterisk, but we're looking at
Yeah.
them right now.
Would you have dinner with Tirico the other
No,
day?
I'd say
we're
right here,
now.
right now, yeah.
Sorry, Mike.
They are.
Okay.
You didn't say that about Philly, but you said about.
I said the Eagles. I said Jalen Hurts aren't playing that good. Isn't playing that well.
He always shows his true colors.
No. Miami.
I think as good as.
Today is an off day for the Lions ahead of Sunday's game in Tampa Bay against the Bucs. Detroit already holds a 2-game lead in the NFC North, and when it comes to strength of schedule the rest of the way, Detroit has the easiest in the league. This morning, Stoney and Jansen asked head coach Dan Campbell about what has Detroit achieved so far. Campbell expects Amon-Ra St. Brown to return from injury coming up on Sunday. The Lions a 3-point road favorite at the Bucs. And bad news for a Lions division foe. Vikings wide receiver Justin Jefferson will miss at least 4 weeks with a hamstring injury. To college now, midweek odds have Michigan as a heavy favorite over Indiana. This is Saturday at the Big House. The spread a whopping 33.5. That's according to FanDuel. Michigan State is a 5.5-point underdog at Rutgers. It's Big Ten basketball media day today in Minneapolis. The preseason media poll has the Spartans as the second best team in the conference to Purdue. Michigan is 11th. And the divisional round continues today in the American League. The Twins host the Astros at 4 o'clock with that series tied at 1 game apiece. The Rangers welcome the Orioles to Arlington at 8 o'clock. They've got a 2-0 series lead. At the Ticket Update Desk, I'm Luke Sloan. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
Never been a fan of that one, but I accept it. I was upset that day. I want to play some audio for you. Look, if you're uncomfortable having Jameson Williams conversations, too bad. Grow up. We have talked about how they've spoken about J-Mo. And yesterday we talked about J-Mo's return. And look, they led into it with, we have to trust him to be able to play him. Well, Dan Campbell was with the morning show. It was a very good interview by John and Mike. And I want to play for you 2 clips. One is about Jameson Williams. One is about my guy, Josh Reynolds. And I want you to tell me what you take out of this. Because the clips are so different. But I think in their difference, there is a word used, and it's against J-Mo, and it's for Reynolds. And I'm telling you, I think it has to lead Lion fans to one belief. Now, David, you want to play the Josh Reynolds thing first, right? Yes. So here's Dan Campbell about Josh Reynolds. Now, listen to this. Now, I have said there is no way I play a guy or throw the ball less to a guy like Josh Reynolds in the name of Jameson Williams. Just don't do it. I think Dan Campbell agrees. Now, listen to what he had to say about J-Mo's return and tell me if it's something or nothing. David, go ahead. So let me give you my takeaway, and then I want to hear from Rico, and I want to hear from the people. Guys, I said for a while it would take a month for him to really get back because this kid was nowhere. He is so far behind the curve. He is so far behind these other receivers and other weapons earning trust. I want to know if now, hearing what Dan Campbell has said, seeing it on the field, if you're willing to leave your expectations at the door and join the Hope Club. I hope J-Mo works out. I no longer expect it to. I want to know if you are hope versus expectation. Because one thing is clear. They are hammering. We have to be able to trust this kid. Yep. He has to prove to us. Yep. He has to get acclimated. He has to earn the reps. Guys, that is not how you talk about a player you're truly excited about or who's killing it at practice. We never got a report in the offseason he was having a good camp. Then he got hurt. Now he's come back. You know what you haven't heard a word about? Him. How he's practicing, what you're getting out of it. Josh Reynolds, on the other hand, doesn't even practice. And Dan Campbell could not launch more platitudes his way. Josh Reynolds is in sync with his quarterback. Josh Reynolds, we know where you'll be, when you'll be there, and you'll catch it when we throw it to you. I want to know if you are now reaching where I'm at with J-Mo, which is hope. Big hope. But my expectations are gone. If you're still in the expectation category, you're not wrong. You won't be judged. You won't be belittled or demeaned. But I need to know why. I need to know what, outside of Alabama highlights, you're still hanging on to. Now, Rico, when you heard the audio, is this me being a mean radio guy?
No.
Is it something or nothing?
No, it's something. Because the key word that I heard when talking about Reynolds, reliable. We can count on him. We know what he is. We know what he can do. We know what he can help us in winning games. He's our guy. For J-Mo, you know what? I don't want to throw him under the bus, so you're trying to find the positive things. It was like the parent-teacher conference where you don't want to say, well, yeah, you know, your son shows up on time. He does this. He does that. But, yeah, this told me it is now about hope. Let's hope that we can get something out of him. Whereas, yeah, you're Terry Reynolds. You're reliable. I know what I'm getting every week. I know what he brings to the table. I do think we've reached that point now where expectations kind of has to go out of the window, and I think you're right. You hope that Jameson can do what we all thought that he could do. But I'm not going to hold my breath.
No, and again, I don't think hoping a player works out versus expecting it is negative or bashing. I just think that's a weak-minded take from J-Mo truthers. I like the J-Mo pick. I defended it. I wanted Jordan Davis, but I didn't rip the pick. But he has done nothing to back up my opinion about that pick. Nothing. Not on the field or off. Nothing. And we're over a year later. There's nothing I can do for you. In his 18 months as a Detroit Lion, there's nothing I can do. You've given me nothing to offer my audience. I can't keep going out there screaming everything is fine. You've given me no ability to say that.
And when your head coach is talking about, well, I mean, looking how he's blocking and all of this from your first round wide, like you're an offensive tackle, you're a guard. Okay, yeah, that's why we drafted you.
I know.
Didn't draft you to block.
But
this
ask
is
you
the
this.
best that they can talk about.
When you hear Dan Campbell speak, do you feel like, hey, we're sitting on Jamar Chase? He doesn't sit there and go, you guys don't see him practice. This kid's electric. This kid's going to be great. We have huge expectations for J-Mo. Did he say that?
No.
All he said is he's got a lot of room to grow. That's kind of telling you he's nowhere close.
That's actually a valid point, because if it was, he would say, guys, I know. You know what? Give him a few weeks and he's going to give Lions fans what they've been waiting to see. He could have easily done that. But to me, each week when asked about Jay, he just keeps trying to lower the bar and hoping that Jameson does something, and then you're going to be like, oh, my God, he is back. But don't expect anything. Just keep the bar low.
And as I said yesterday, this is the key, guys. This team is every bit as good as I thought they would be. I'm not slowing down for J-Mo. He can come along for the ride, and he's either going to get up to speed or get left behind. Amon-Ra's the team's unquestioned number one. Sam Laporta might be the best young tight end in football. He's number 2. Josh Reynolds, number 3. And my running backs, plural, are number 4. J-Mo has to find a way into that mix. I'm not slowing down for him because we're winning. Now, if this was Carolina, I'd throw J-Mo out there and I'd give him 12 targets a week. I'm not doing that. And they're telling you they're not doing that. So I'm lowering my expectation to hope. I hope this works out. I hope the kid is every bit as good as he used to be. And it'd be amazing if he wants it and he works his way into it. But the expectation stuff for me, I told you once he got hurt this summer, I was done. I want to know if what you take out of those comments from Dan Campbell. 248-539-9797. David, what do you take out of it?
When I heard him use step 1 when he was talking about J-Mo, that right there was red flag to me. The guy's been here for a year and a half, and he's step 1. He should know the offense. He should know his position. He should know where he needs to be. He should know how he needs to be for his quarterback. There should be a connection there a little bit. I get he hasn't played a lot, but you can practice. There's off-season stuff with your quarterback. You should know at this point. Shouldn't be step 1. That's the red flag to me. Step 1? That's a problem. And then you are talking about Josh Reynolds, who is an unsung hero for this team. He does everything. And Campbell Bay, he does everything we ask him to do. No practice, doesn't matter. Right. We can put him in a spot. We love that about him.
You easily could have said regarding J-Mo, listen, the guy does everything. We have huge plans for him. We really feel great that he's back.
We're going to work him back into the lineup slowly, right, but trust me, by the end of the season, this guy is going to be a major part of this offense.
And those two statements were on the heels of each other. He talked about J-Mo first. Then he talked about Reynolds. The tone between the two, these aren't parsed from August and then October. This is next to each other in an interview today with our morning show. It struck me listening to it while I was driving. And again, if you don't take the same things out of it, that's okay. This is not a hill to die on.
No.
But I am just in hope phase.
Hope versus expectation. It's very simple. 248-539-9797.
He said it all, people.
Let's talk about the Chevy dealer in the area that's been leading the way, Hamilton Chevrolet in Warren. Well, Andrew's not, but him and the sales staff, they want to be your Chevy dealer, and they'll guarantee you the lowest payment on your next Chevy, period. They'll find you every discount, rebate, and incentive to save you money. Hamilton recently received a large delivery of new 2024 Chevrolets that are ready for immediate delivery, and the selection is best right now, including the October Rico deal. Get this, a new 2024 Chevy Equinox, $299 a month for 24 months. You walk in with $995 down. You drive away with 10,000 miles a year. Yeah, you heard me right.
A new 2024 Chevy Equinox for under $300 a month. You know what I say. The best deals are found at 14 Mile and Mound. Stop in and see my guys at Hamilton Chevrolet and tell them Rico sent you. Make Hamilton Chevrolet your Chevy dealer. Visit HamiltonChevy.com. That's HamiltonChevy.com. Chevrolet, find new roads.
Obviously, we know on any given Sunday anybody can win.
Yeah.
San Francisco, Lions better than them?
No.
Not yet. No.
Philly.
I would say as good. Can I say as good?
Yeah, you can say whatever you want. It's your mouth.
I would say slightly below right now. Slightly.
Buffalo.
Gosh, that's
Gosh,
I mean, honestly, I would say as good.
Yeah.
If it was a home game, I'd take the Lions. If it was there, I'd take Buffalo.
All right. Now, this one, they obviously beat them, but Kansas City. Now, if they had the Kelsey-Chris Jones equation, but.
Yeah. Oh, so you're going with the.
No, I'm not saying it's.
When you've been injured in an accident, it could be auto, truck, slip and fall, anything in between, attorney David Femininio is the guy you need to call. And we've told you, when you get injured in Michigan, you get David and you get paid. David will personally make sure you get every dime you deserve and never take a fee until you get paid. So if you're injured or know someone who has been, they need to call David Femininio. 855-65-CRASH or go to that website, getdavidgetpaid.com. All right, so that's part of what Dan Campbell had to say. And again, if it's something, it's something. If it's nothing, it's nothing. I'm not mad about it. I know what I know. The way they talk about him, they're telling you he's way behind. And the way they talk about a guy like Josh Reynolds embodies everything they want on this team. Yep. So I have lowered my expectations for J-Mo to just the hope phase. I hope we watch him catch 6 balls for 158 yards and 2 touchdowns in Tampa Bay. But I don't expect it. I hope he turns into this team's 1A right next to Amon-Ra. I don't expect it. And in fact, I don't think he'll be the team's second leading receiver because Sam Laporta is a star. Sam Laporta has walked in, done everything right, and is getting better every week. Yeah. So I just, David, ticket text coming in, and then we'll get to the callers. I think it's a very interesting juxtaposition of the two audio clips.
Oh, if I may.
Oh, yeah.
There is a cut here on Sam Laporta. He was talking about Sam Laporta this morning on that same interview.
So depend on, for one, trust and reliability for somebody else. Well, he put his pants on today, and that's a win.
He didn't miss the toilet.
Right. Well, you know, he showed up, and we'll take it.
Hey, guys, here's the deal. If you respect Dan Campbell, and you think Dan Campbell's a good coach, and you think Dan Campbell speaks pretty plain, then you can't run from the way he talks about those other players and the way he talks about J-Mo.
Yeah.
So let's get to it. Let's see where we're at. Let's go to Scott, 97.1. Scotty, how you doing, buddy?
Hey, good. It's a great afternoon. Hey, I agree with you 100%, Mike. I agree with the pick. I at this point, I trust the front office. When they make a move, that's fine. But he hasn't stayed healthy. He's made bad choices. And really, he looks like a boy with men out on the field right now. So, yeah, I hope he comes around because when I look at Miami and the speed they have, I would love to have one player like close to what they have. But I'm not counting on it.
Yeah, it's hope. And we all want the best.
Yeah.
But, like...
Oh, absolutely.
He's not talking about him. He ain't talking about him like a first-round draft pick or a number 12 overall guy.
No.
And I think what helps this team, and maybe this is what the disconnect is with J-Mo is when you look at a lot of people on this team, Mike, they've really had to work hard to get to the NFL. They, from St. Brown and being drafted in the 4th round, and that chip on his shoulder, Laporta, not the first tight end taken. It was like, okay, Branch not making it in the 1st round. Like there's some anger. Whereas I think with J-Mo, it's still, I'm better than you, so I don't have that same fire. Except for in the NFL, everybody's fast, J-Mo. Everybody can do what you can do. Whereas in college, you stood out amongst everybody else. Maybe that's just it. Is like these other guys have hunger and passion because they have something to prove, because they want to go out here and show, I should have been drafted higher. I should have had this. I am better than this guy, and that's what this team is all about. It's that hardworking team. They all are coming together. I'm not seeing that. So it still goes back to the hope that you're hoping that J-Mo picks up on what everybody else is doing and just says, you know what? I should have hit the ground running. I know what I did. I may have made a mistake, but when I get here, you'll see I'm ready. And you're not getting that. And the coaches aren't saying, hey, this guy is lighting it up in practice. You'll see. It's going to take a little bit of time. He's got a little bit of rust.
We've
on
never
him.
heard anything of the sort.
No.
And again, you go to the game, you'll think I'm making a lot out of a little. Guys, the design of this team right now, we're trying to go after a Super Bowl. When you have a receiver who's wide open and you throw the football to him and he short arms a ball because he doesn't want to get hit, that's a drive killer. And against a better team, not the ratty Panthers, that's going to cost you a game. So when you hear your coach talking about trust, dependability, the whole bit, I'm telling you, it flies right in the face of what they're saying about J-Mo. So now it's on the kid to respond and earn that trust. I've lowered my expectations to, you know what, maybe at some point this season he helps us. But I don't have the greatest amount of faith right now. Let's go to Randy, 97.1. What's up, Randy?
What's up, Mike?
What's going on, Randy?
Listen, man, let me ask you a question. Have we given up on J-Mo? Is he a liability to this team right now?
No, I wouldn't say a liability. I don't know how much I can play him right now. Who am I playing him over?
I listen to the interview. Matter of fact, I listen to the station every day. But I never heard Dan Campbell say anything negative or bad about J-Mo. Only thing he said was, we got him in this week. He's working hard and he's doing what he got to do. When he talked about the other guy, the other receiver, the only thing he was saying about him was how, he was dependable because he's been in the system. The only thing he said bad about J-Mo is he haven't been there. Now, all I'm asking you guys, you and Rico, is Jameson Williams a liability to this team? That's all I'm asking.
No, Randy, I'll say this. He's not a liability to the team, but right now I'll ask you, Randy, is he an asset to the team?
Well, he can't be an asset. He just got there. Why don't you give him time?
How long has Laporta been here?
Laporta been here for, 6 months?
J-Mo's been here a little bit longer than 6 months.
Okay, but last year, it wasn't his fault that he was drafted when he was an injured player. Everybody knew he was going to take him about a year to get back, right?
So in the last 7 games, how many catches did he have?
He wasn't there to catch no ball.
Yes, he was. Yes, he was, Randy. He came back.
The last 7 games,
How many catches did he have?
You talking about last year?
Yeah. How many catches did he have?
Okay. How many targets did he have?
How many catches did he have?
How many targets?
How many catches?
Did he have?
Randy, I'll play this
How
game.
many-
Randy, do you know how you earn targets? Do you know how you earn targets?
How many targets did he get?
How many catches? Randy, I'll play this game with you all day.
I can play the game too, Mike.
Great, I'm here till 6. How many catches? Keep repeating
Hey,
yourself.
Mike,
you don't
it
get
don't
targets
matter
if they
how
don't
many
trust you. They don't get targets if they don't trust
Just
you.
say he a liability, Mike. Just say that.
Oh, so hold on. Let me ask you a question, Randy. So what is it? So this is the hill you want to die on, is this word liability.
This is the hill you want to die on.
What
because
hill?
This is the narrative that you talk about every time you let that guy's name come out your mouth.
Okay, now we get to the truth. So you think I have some kind of problem with a kid that I defended when they...
do.
So hold
Yes, you
on.
do.
True or false,
Yes, you
did
do.
I defend him when they drafted him? True or false?
Say that again?
True or false, there was no one who defended the pick more than me at this station?
Regardless of whether you defend it
Answer
or not,
my
today
question.
you do not agree with the pick.
I liked the pick. I had to get made fun of by
Why
Rico.
is it every time you speak this man's name, it's some negative?
Because he hasn't done anything! You dummy! Because he hasn't done anything right, Randy! He caught 1 pass last year. 1! He had the social media antics. He got demonstrative as all hell down the stretch last year. Wah! Wah! They didn't throw me the ball. Wah!
And for the record,
I'm not done. Then he gets himself caught up in a gambling suspension. Then they talk about how important training camp was. Do you know what we never heard? Not a single good report. Not one. Not one.
No.
Then he got hurt. Now he's back, And all he offered us was, hey, I caught 100 balls on the jugs machine. Do the math. That takes 10 minutes. He comes back this week, alligator arms the ball over the middle, and what we're hearing the head coach tell you is, hey, you got a lot of room for growth. Then he talks about Josh Reynolds like he's Jerry effing Rice. There's no narrative. I want this to work because if it doesn't, I look like a bleep hole. I defended this. The reality is this guy to my left was right and is probably going to be right in the end. They should have just taken Jordan Davis. Full stop. But there I was defending it. But when a player does nothing right, I have a right to alter my opinion. Now, I want it to work. Why? I don't know about you. I'd love to see a parade down Woodward at some point. And they're better with J-Mo if he figures it out. But let's just get to reality. Narrative. There's no narrative. The narrative is he hadn't been any damn good.
9 targets, 1 reception in those 7 games.
You earn targets by earning trust.
In training camp, I think I remember when Goff just got so frustrated, he pulled him off to the side and had a very animated one-way conversation with him.
Nice narrative, Sparty. 248-539-9797, Northville Lumber, oldest company in the state, largest Trex decking outlet in the country. Nobody stocks more. Nobody sells more than Northville Lumber. How do you do that? You do it because the product's in stock. You do it because you got it right in your warehouse a mile down the road. 2 weeks, 4 weeks, 6 weeks. No. You buy it, you get it. And at industry low prices. So deck season, it rolls on. Don't tell me we can't be on our outdoor living areas in October. That's bull junk, as Coach Prime says. Go to Northville Lumber today. Call them up or go to northvillelumber.com. That's northvillelumber.com. All right, let's get to work. It's a Tuesday. It's October. It's 85 degrees out. And I have no football to watch. All right, Rico, we can start a multitude of ways. We're going to get to University of Michigan a little bit later. Let's burn it down before we build it up, I guess. Lions, a little bit after that. You have things you want to say about Saturday. I want to hit the fan portal. I can't do this the rest of the fall. Yeah. As a Spartans and Giants fan, if I can't continue to do this flaccid penis offense that we watch constantly, 60 minutes on Saturday, 60 minutes on Sunday, nobody can block a soul, nobody can throw the ball, nobody can do anything, clown car effort, arguments on the sidelines, teams that look like they're on Quaaludes. I want to hit the fan portal. But see, you have something else you want to say today. No. And you won't share. No. So I said, fine. I'll sit here and just let you go ahead. Go ahead and shoot.
This team it's 4 games, and none of us are going crazy about it, right? But it's amazing how remarkably consistent this team is.
Mm-hmm.
They're a top 10 passing team. They're a top 10 rushing team. They're a top 10 offensive team in terms of yards total. Like everything is just
brought to you by Mother
consistent.
Waddles. The Lions
They
could be
are,
getting
I
their
think,
best
8th in the
offensive
NFL
weapon
in
back this
scoring.
week. Head coach Dan Campbell's
That's
told
just all
Sony and
offensive
Jansen this
numbers.
morning
And
that
then
he expects
defensive
Amon-Ra St. Brown to
they're
return
number
from
one
injury.
against
Detroit's
the run, which is
3-point road
crazy,
favorite
Todd.
at the Bucs.
They're getting all this
Staying in the
amazing
NFL this
pressure
afternoon, Vikings wide
on,
receiver Justin Jefferson will miss
on
at
the
least 4
quarterback.
weeks with a
Their
hamstring
points
injury.
per game
Chiefs tight end
is
Travis Kelce
right
is
about
practicing
where
today.
it was when
He's
they were
dealing with an
8-2
ankle
down the
injury ahead of
stretch.
Thursday
I
night
think it was
football.
they were giving up
Divisional
20.3
round continues
points per
today in
game.
the
This is
American League. The
20.8,
Twins host the Astros at 4
which
o'clock. With that
ranks more
series tied at
towards the
1 game
middle of the
apiece.
league.
And the Rangers welcome the Orioles to
so that
Arlington at 8
area
o'clock. They've got a
can be
2-0
improved
series
upon.
lead. It's also
But they're
opening night in the
remarkably
NHL. 3
consistent.
matchups
This
on
is
tap
what you-
tonight.
this is how you
Predators Lightning is the
go
early
from-
game. Connor Bedard,
from
the
being
Blackhawks play
average to
Pittsburgh
good
at 8.
and then being
And the defending
go from
champion
good
Golden
to
Knights host
great. It's
Vegas.
how
That's coming up
consistent
later
are
tonight
you?
at 10:30. I'm Luke Sloan. More at 4 o'clock or at 97ontheticket.com.
All right, let's get back to the people. And we can reset the audio a little later, but Dan Campbell talked about Josh Reynolds, talked about J-Mo, talked about Laporta, and there's just a stark difference in the way they talk about J-Mo, which means I'm lowering my expectations. How that's bad, I have no idea. I'm giving myself the ability to end up happy because I just don't see a window for Jameson Williams to ever be this team's number 1 or number 2. You know why? Amon-Ra's a stud, and Sam Laporta, you may have drafted one of the 5 best players in this draft. He's a star. But yet I got to listen to people talk about J-Mo needs more time. Here's an idea. Show me a report where he's ripping it up at practice. Show me a report where he's sleeping at the facility like Chad Ochocinco. Show me something that says he's willing to bleed to be great. This team's based on that. To the people, shall we?
Let's
Paul,
go, man.
97.1. What's up, Paulie? How are you?
What's going on, Mike Rico? You guys all right?
Yes, sir. What's going on?
Hey, I'm still holding them in the high expectations only because I do, even at this level, think he has another gear that only a handful of guys in the league have. And, only 3 to 5 targets is all he needs to, break something big for us. So still holding on to hope, or I guess expectations, I should say. But the next month will really determine a lot for me.
Yeah, no, I think that's a great point. I said, look, for me, it was going to take a month when he got back for me to know. Well, that lines up now because the NFL gave him the reprieve. It lines up with the bye week. You're at Tampa, you're at Baltimore, and you're home against the Raiders. And then it's the bye week. I think you get a good chance to know by then, right?
Yeah, and I think I even see with Gibbs a little bit. I think their eyes and their brain just needs to slow down a little bit. Like they got so much speed and talent that sometimes it looks like they're the road runner just running in place before they actually know where they're going with it. So hopefully they get it together. Obviously we don't have to have them as the number 1 at this point, which is a beautiful thing, but I'd like to see them start popping some things for us.
I will tell you, though, when you trade up to take a guy at 12, it's pretty damning where I don't think there's anyone in this town that could say he's going to be our number 1 receiver. He's not. But the fact that I don't think any of you could say he's number 2, that's where we run into some real problems.
And when your team, your coach talks about Josh Reynolds the way in glowing fashion, and just to kind of make it apples to apples, because Reynolds came in the middle of the year in a trade. His first 7 games, he came in near the end of the year. He had 36 targets, 19 catches.
Because the quarterback trusts him.
J-Mo?
I don't think Jared Goff trusts this kid.
Yeah.
But that's the language that Dan Campbell used on both Josh Reynolds and Sam Laporta, that Goff trusts both of them. Didn't use that for J-Mo.
So, yeah, he came in the middle of the season, didn't know the Lions' plays, and by the end of the year, he had 36 targets, 19 catches in his first 7 games. J-Mo, injured, but you had the playbook. You knew the plays, 9 targets, 1 catch. So it's not a narrative. It's not us making fun of him. These are just facts, people.
What sense would it make for us to not want this to work?
Right.
We're better with him. We're better if he's a star. We're better if he's Deshaun Jackson. I want this to work because I'm the idiot who said we're winning this division and winning a playoff game.
I thought he was going to be the Lions version of Jamar Chase. I thought he was going to, where we all made fun of Chase in the preseason. He's dropping balls. Oh, wait, there he is. He's all pro guy. Sorry.
Go to Kevin, 97.1. What's up, Kev?
Hey, man. Thanks for taking my call.
Yes, sir.
Hey, I gotta say, I kind of understand what both the two callers before me said. I definitely wouldn't give up on him anytime soon. I think what the coach was speaking on too. I don't read anything negative that the coach was saying. He was just being straight up, and that's the thing I like about him the most. If he spoke to Williams the way that he spoke to us about Williams, Williams should get it. He should get it. It's like you have an opportunity, young man, to do this, that, and the other. Get your stuff together. And I really do think he's that kind of a player. One, he did draft someone that was hurt, so you have to give him a window of time, whatever it will be. It he not know the playbook or whatever, but you got to give him a window of time of healing. Two, when he dropped that pass across the middle, I don't know. I think I might have been a little shell shocked too when you haven't had the kind of reps that a lot of these guys has already had. So, I can even let that go a little bit also. But, yeah, I don't know.
Kevin, let me say this.
Go ahead. I'm sorry.
It's not the fact that he spoke negatively. Juxtapose that about how glowing he is talking about the other people. And basically when it came to J-Mo, he's okay. He's all right.
And I think that's all he's supposed to get because that's all he's been. And the guy that he did praise, he was supposed to praise. That's what I like about that coach. He didn't praise the guy that was doing so great that he's just All-American, he's the man. No, he gave him what he's supposed to give him. And that's what I like about the coach. He didn't have to shine his shoes or whatever. He gave the guy his props. And J-Mo, if he wants his props, he's going to have to earn them. And that's all I got out of the conversation. I didn't get anything else out of it.
Right. So you're basically saying the same thing we're saying.
Yeah, pretty much. But you guys are talk show hosts, and you're really good at it. All I'm saying is sometimes doing a talk show, in order to get us to be on here, you have to sound like you sound. And I get it. You guys are really good at what you do. But as from a standpoint of what they're doing on that field, I think the coach is spot on. I think we're in a good position, and I want him to shine too, because you can't teach speed. You can't teach speed. You can teach patterns and everything else, but when you unleash the hounds, if that boy can run, it's gonna pay dividends. Most of all, if he's anywhere in the vicinity of where he's supposed to be. So we'll have to wait and see.
248-539-9797. I don't really know what to say. You know what? How about we do a little top 10?
So even when someone calls up and agrees, they say that we're negative, but they're right, even though they have just said what I've said.
But we're talk show hosts, and we
snap into action this NFL season with FanDuel. I need a break right now. $200 in bonus bets guaranteed when you place a $5 bet. That's $200 in bonus bets, win or lose. And if you're thinking about joining FanDuel, there is no better time to get into the action. The app is easy to use, more betting markets than anyone. It's FanDuel.com/ticket. Kick off the NFL season with FanDuel, the official partner of the NFL. 21 and up, present Michigan. First online real money wager only. $10 first deposit required. Bonus issue. Non-withdrawable bonus bets that expire 7 days after receipt. Restrictions apply. See terms. Sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem 1-800-270-7117.
obviously we know on any given Sunday anybody can win.
Yeah.
San Francisco, Lions better than them?
No.
Not yet. No.
Philly.
I would say as good. Can I say as good?
Yeah, you can say whatever you want. It's your mouth.
I would say slightly below right now. Slightly.
Buffalo.
Gosh, that's
Gosh,
I mean, honestly, I would say as good.
Yeah.
If it was a home game, I'd take the Lions. If it was
Okay.
there, I'd take Buffalo.
All right. Now, this one, they obviously beat them, but Kansas City. Now, if they had the Kelsey-Chris Jones equation, but.
Oh, so you're going with the.
No, I'm not saying it's an asterisk, but we're looking at them right now.
Did you have dinner with Tirico the other
No,
day?
I'd say right now, yeah.
Sorry, Mike.
They are.
Okay.
You didn't say that about Philly, but you said about.
I said the Eagles. I said Jalen Hurts aren't playing that good. Isn't playing that well.
He always shows his true colors.
No. Miami.
I think as good as.
All right, we'll get back to your calls in a moment, but we got to do this. This has become a much better segment once we have flushed the Big Ten down the toilet and stayed national. Now, these are power rankings. Rico Beard is not the AP. Unlike the Associated Press, Rico watches games. Rico keeps a fluid poll that allows teams to move up and down based on performance. What you do, who you play, and how you play. Not your brand or you just being a lazy sports writer who didn't watch anything that weekend because you were busy covering the one team you schlepped for. It is time for the hostage situation top 10. Unbelievable.
Thank you, Michael. I appreciate the compliment. I take great pride in this.
What? Or the power rank?
Both.
Okay, then. I'm glad we've established a baseline.
Hey, man.
All right, let's go. Number 10.
It is what it is.
Number
What do you want me to
10.
say?
Go to 10. Just go to 10.
At number 10. We have, joining the top 10 they've been gone for a long time, the University of Alabama. Alabama, goes on the road, defeats Texas A&M 26-20. They have been hovering around, Mike. They went out there. They actually got a what I thought was a quality victory.
It is.
On the road.
It is.
And they're better than USC.
They are better than USC, but they're nowhere near what Bama normally is.
But see, I'm not judging Bama on past teams.
I
I'm
know.
just judging them on right here, right now.
If that's one of the 10 best teams in America, that pretty much tells you there aren't 10 good teams. But go ahead.
No.
Number 9.
At number 9, they were on a bye week. Penn State. Penn State, they're going to have an opportunity, I think, in 2 weeks when they play Ohio State. We're really going to see in the round robin tournament of the 3 Big Ten schools. The first one's going to be Penn State, Ohio State. But right now, they're sitting at number 9.
Biggest concern, is Drew Aller that guy? Is their passing game in a big spot, in a big game? Can he drop back 30 times and lead him to victory? I don't have that answer yet.
McCord has had to come back twice now. Drew Aller has not.
Yep.
At number 8, fresh off of their first loss of the year, the University of Texas losing to Oklahoma.
I think it's low, Rico.
34-30.
I think it's low.
It's low, but you'll see why. I mean, it's one of those you did lose in a game that you probably should have won. So I can't punish. I mean, I can't
My
reward
issue
you
with you punishing the loss like this is they at least played the game that some of these other schools don't even dare. You got other schools that are going to play a ranked team till November. I'm not pointing to Kenny. They just played a ranked team. I'm just saying.
Right. But here's the thing. They can bounce back. At number 8, they're on a bye, but we're going to find out what they are. Is the University of Oregon. Oregon's going to be taking on Washington. This is a game that, I want to watch. I've circled it, and I think it's going to be entertaining.
I think whoever wins that quarterback is going to have the inside track to New York.
Yes.
Bo Nix, Penix, one of those two.
At number 6, Ohio State University. Ohio State won their game 37-17. Which looks great if you just looked at the box score.
It wasn't great.
If you watched the game, at one point they were down double digits to Maryland. And Maryland probably should have stepped on Ohio State's throat, but they didn't. They went full Maryland and let Ohio State back in the game. The game was in Columbus, so there was no excuses. Ohio State found a way to win. Don't look at the score. If you watch the game, you'll know why I have them ranked number 6.
So is that why you kind of leaned your head and kind of hesitated on naming them there?
Yeah.
That was a little struggle for them.
It was.
It was bad.
So, if you just saw they won by 20. No, it wasn't that way. At number 5, they had a bye week, and they're going to be playing Oregon. I just talked about it, the University of Washington. They have not played anyone. This is going to be their first real test. It's going to be at home. But Washington has done things that I've wanted to see the great teams do. Destroy your opponents. Basically tell them you don't have any chance. Now, their last game wasn't that great. So that's why I got them at number 5. We're going to find out about them in Oregon. One of those two, I think, is going to take command of the Pac-12 and probably because I don't think USC is going – my God, they can't play defense.
USC is one of the most overrated teams of the last 5 years.
You want to talk about media hype?
They are a joke.
Do
they
USC
practice
team.
defense? Do they even rep defensive drills? And Alex Grinch has been a good DC at a couple other stops. He clearly can't get this thing fixed at USC.
If Lincoln
awful.
Riley has job security, you have to fire him.
It's a must.
You can't bring
this
him back.
defense can't look this way.
At number 4, I got Oklahoma.
That's too high.
Oklahoma. Texas was number 1 last week.
It's fine. It'll take care of itself when Texas beats them in Arlington.
Now, the thing about Oklahoma, this was their game. Their remaining schedule, I think they have a 90% chance of winning all of their games. So it's setting up for that rematch. But right now, I had Texas number 1. They knocked off number 1. They're sitting at number 4, beating Texas 34-30. At number 3, the University of Michigan. Going to Minnesota and dropping a hammer, 52-10. The reason why they're 3 is because the other 2 teams have beaten ranked teams, and Michigan has not. That's the only difference between them and the number 2 team and the number 3 team.
I can't yell at them for it, David. It makes sense.
Yeah, it does make sense. That's fair.
But do I think, I don't know, right here, right now, the last 2 weeks have been impressive by Michigan. I know what he's about to do. Yeah. I'm okay with it. I just
at number 2, University of North Carolina.
What?
I'm kidding.
Wait, what?
That was for Kenny. That was for Kenny. At number 2, the University of Georgia. Georgia beating a ranked Kentucky team 51-13 was never a game. You had your Kentucky coach and Mark Stoops saying, "I'm poor. Please help us. We need players like Georgia have. So fans, can you pony up and Venmo me some money for NIL?" Georgia did what they were supposed to do, Kenny.
Rico, all I wanted you to do was put them in the top 3, and I would have been fine with that. You did that. I appreciate it.
And at number 1 is still Florida State. You have 2 ranked teams that you beat away from Tallahassee. That's why you're going to get the number 1. You defeated LSU. You defeated a ranked Clemson at the time. You're number 1, Florida State. And they beat Virginia Tech, by the way, 39-17.
I think the one thing I would say, and it's recency bias, the way Georgia looked Saturday night and the way that they attacked and that passing offense, Rico, if they're willing to embrace who they actually are, they're the best team in America. But again, I like that your rankings are based where there's an element of resume, because clearly the AP does not factor any of that in.
So I try to make it as fair as possible. And as it, guys, you can rise, you can fall.
Your Texas ranking is egregious.
Okay, so who should have moved to get Texas up? Who should I drop down?
You can do whatever you want.
No, I'm just saying.
Texas should have been at 5.
So you would drop.
I'd move the Pac-12 teams down.
Okay.
I'm not going to get into an argument over it, but you're asking.
I asked the question.
That's all. I mean, David, any issue with the power rank?
Yeah, I would have just moved them down 1 at Oregon. Just swap them. Not too much.
Move Ohio State and Washington down and put Texas in that spot.
I think that would have been the respectful play. You're just not a respectable man.
But I do wear a bike helmet.
That's right. Forklifts. All right. That's the power rank. 97.1. All right, let's get to work. It's a Tuesday. It's October. It's 85 degrees out. And I have no football to watch. All right, Rico, we can start a multitude of ways. We're going to get to University of Michigan a little bit later. Let's burn it down before we build it up, I guess. Lions, a little bit after that. You have things you want to say about Saturday. I want to hit the fan portal. I can't do this the rest of the fall. Yeah. As a Spartans and Giants fan, if I can't continue to do this flaccid penis offense that we watch constantly, 60 minutes on Saturday, 60 minutes on Sunday, nobody can block a soul, nobody can throw the ball, nobody can do anything, clown car effort, arguments on the sidelines, teams that look like they're on Quaaludes. I want to hit the fan portal. But see, you have something else you want to say today.
No.
And you won't share. No. So I said, fine. I'll sit here and just let you go ahead. Go ahead and shoot.
Brought to you by Capital Mortgage Funding, 1-800-LOW-RATE, the best mortgage banker. Through just 5 weeks, the Lions already boast a 2-game lead in the NFC North. And when it comes to strengths of schedule the rest of the way, Detroit has the easiest in the entire league. This morning, Doug and Gator asked quarterback Jared Goff to assess the team through 5 weeks. The good news for Sunday against Tampa Bay, head coach Dan Campbell expects Amon-Ra St. Brown to return from injury. Detroit a 3-point road favorite at the Bucs. Staying in the NFL, Vikings wide receiver Justin Jefferson will miss at least 4 weeks with a hamstring injury. Chiefs tight end Travis Kelce is practicing today. He deals with an ankle injury ahead of Thursday Night Football. To college now, midweek odds have the Wolverines as a heavy favorite over Indiana. That's Saturday at the Big House, 33.5 points to be exact. The Spartans are 5.5-point underdogs at Rutgers. It's also opening night in the NHL, 3 matchups on tap. Predators Lightning is the early game. Connor Bedard and the Blackhawks play Pittsburgh at 8, and the defending champion Golden Knights host Vegas coming up later tonight at 10:30. At the Ticket Update Desk, I'm Luke Sloan. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
A couple notes, too. We're going to reset everything and get to the callers. But Justin Jefferson injury news, you just hate to see it. Jordan Love, first 2 weeks of the year. Geez, maybe he's okay. Look at his numbers since. He's arguably the worst quarterback in football. You are in week 5. You have a 2-game lead plus the tiebreaker. The Vikings are done. The Bears are done.
Jefferson injured reserve. So
it's all falling into place. I want to play for the audio. David will stack these. The clip first is about Jameson Williams. Then Dan Campbell goes on to talk about Josh Reynolds. He also has a clip in there about Laporta. Nice interview by The Morning Show. And all I'm telling you is what I've said since summer feels like the truth. This guy's nowhere close. This guy isn't doing everything he needs to do. And if the team were truly happy with him, and if this guy were truly excelling, the team would sound different. So, case in point, when a player is ripping up camp, coaches, media, they're the first people to want to tell you that. Mm-hmm. We never had a single report about that with J-Mo. Not one. Then he had the drop touchdown in the preseason game. Then he got hurt. Now, the NFL gave him his reprieve. We got to see him on Sunday. What did he do? Alligator armed a ball over the middle. That ain't going to fly. And then Dan Campbell comes out, and they've said it. In order for us to play him, we got to trust him. Well, listen to what Dan Campbell said about J-Mo, and then we'll juxtapose it with what he says about Josh Reynolds. And you tell me whether you're willing to lower your expectations. I am lowering mine just to keep my sanity. Team's winning, and I'm not going to go square peg round hole. But here's what he had to say about Jameson Williams being back. Now, here's what he had to say about Josh Reynolds. Those comments couldn't sound more different. And remember, Josh Reynolds, all due respect, he's not your number one. He's not Amon-Ra. He's not your number two. He's not Sam Laporta. But look at the difference in how he talks. Yeah. I'm telling you, if J-Mo was doing all the right stuff and this team could trust him, I think it sounds different.
I mean, the fact that he called him a true asset.
I mean,
his words, not ours.
Wouldn't it have been easy just to say, listen, we think J-Mo's got a chance to be a star in this league. We're very excited. He's working his ass off. I don't hear none of that.
It's a blessing. He does everything we ask him to do. It's a blessing and a curse because he can do everything. He's a true asset to the team.
Cutscene, as you put it. J-Mo, he put his pants on.
Yeah.
Thank you. The development starts all over again. It's like, really? Look, all I'm saying, all Rico's saying, we're in hope phase with J-Mo. No longer do I expect him to be a star. No longer do I expect him to be this team's number one or number two. I think the ship has sailed. In the time since he's been drafted, Amon-Ra's asserted himself to being one of the top 10 receivers in the league. Sam Laporta's a revelation. He looks like you've drafted the next great young tight end. And Jared Goff's relationship with Josh Reynolds has elevated his profile to being your number three.
Mm-hmm. And now here's the thing. When you hear what's going on, it's not, well, you're bashing J-Mo. No. The coaches watch practice. Coaches want to tell you how great these players are, whether you want to hear it or not. You're not hearing Dan Campbell go above and beyond talking about him. He's simply saying, to paraphrase, he's okay. We've lowered the expectations. We hope that maybe he'll get this thing going. When you talk about Laporta, when you talk about Reynolds, these guys are assets. They're hitting the ground running. They're doing everything we asked them to do. That's what you want to hear from your coach. He's not telling you that. And the beauty of Dan Campbell, as we've all said, he's a straight-laced type of coach. He just tells you like it is. And if he's not telling you how great this man is and he sees him every day, to me, that should be a concern.
Go to Mike, 97.1. Hi, Mike.
Hey, fellas. How's it going, man?
Good. What's up?
I got some concerns, man. I'm going to try to get my point across with some numbers, and then I'm going to talk about what the coach just said. But I'm going to let you know where I'm coming from. I wanted Jordan Davis off the hit. So I'm upset at not just what we're not getting from Jameson, but what we could have had, especially when we go up against the Phillies, the 49ers, KC, and Buffalo, them quarterbacks. So I'm going to leave that alone for now. But when I looked at like the last 5 years, and I'm trying to figure this guy out, okay, we all want him to be a star. He was at Ohio State. Freshman year, 6 catches, 112. Okay, that's not too bad. Okay, freshman year. Sophomore year, he started 6 games, still only 9 catches, 154. And dude left. So this is a quote out of his mouth. He was asked, why did you leave Ohio State to go to Alabama? Dude said the receiver room was getting crowded and, quote, unquote, I wasn't certain of my role in the offense. So hold on to that. So he went on to Alabama, 79 for 1,500. Great year. But the last 2 years, 7 games, 9 targets, 1 for 41. That 1 for 41 looked like Alabama, wide open, nobody's around him. This year, first attempt, Gorilla armed it. 2 for 2 this year. That's unacceptable. For the last 5 years, this dude had 95 receptions for 1,700, 1,800 yards, and mostly all of that came at Alabama. So when I talked to Herman Moore earlier this year, he said, in August, he said, don't let the guy use his confidence. I'm looking at Dan Campbell, and I think Dan Campbell knows that this guy's lost his confidence and he's lost his courage. Blocking downfield is one thing, but going across the middle and alligator arming it, that's lacking a lot. It's a difference. I'm not saying this guy, but I'm saying it's a difference. It's a difference. And when I looked at what the coach said, I'm really believing that he didn't rip him apart, but he's saying this guy has a ways to go. And for the 14th pick in the draft, I'm hurting because you're supposed to get more than this.
Oh, listen, absolutely. Now, I can't speak to the confidence and the courage portion. I mean, it's interesting to talk about. I'm going to wait and see on it. In the here and now, they're not gassing you up. They're not raising the bar on him. And that lets you know to me, you know what? they have tempered their own expectations. If you don't agree, that's okay. I don't see it as bashing to say, geez.
No. They're not seeing something that they want to see. So they're not going to say, hey, he's really doing well, and trust me, in a few games.
When has there ever been a single report about how well he's practicing? About how he's first in and last out? There hasn't been one.
No, I mean, they spared no expense telling us about Jahmyr Gibbs in the preseason. That's all we heard about.
248-539-9797. We will get your calls next. 97.1.
Well, you know what? Last night I was watching the Braves in the playoffs, and thank you, Austin Riley. I need the fastest internet around to keep up with all the action. Xfinity connects me to more of the great game that I love. With Xfinity Internet, I get the speed that I need at a great price. So no more frozen screens, pixelated videos, just pure, uninterrupted streaming bliss. Xfinity Internet is built to handle all your digital demands with speeds that'll make your head spin. Enjoy all your favorite apps all in one place with the Flex 4K streaming box, and the 4K is awesome. All with Xfinity Internet. Xfinity allows me to stream all my favorite shows and all my favorite games without interruptions. It means I get the latest scores as they happen, latest injury updates, fantasy stats. Choose from a variety of speeds depending on your needs, including gig speeds up to 1.2 gigabits per second, and enjoy reliable internet on all your devices. To get started, call 1-800-XFINITY, visit Xfinity.com, or simply drop into a local Xfinity store today for more details. Maximum download speed of 940 megabits per second when hardwired via Ethernet. Actual speeds vary and not guaranteed based on Xfinity's fastest available download speeds.
This team it's 4 games, and none of us are going crazy about it, right? But it's amazing how remarkably consistent this team is. They're a top 10 passing team. They're a top 10 rushing team. They're a top 10 offensive team in terms of yards total. Like everything is just like consistent. They are, I think, 8th in the NFL in scoring. That's just all offensive numbers. And then defensively, they're number 1 against the run, which is crazy talk. Right. They're getting all this amazing pressure on the quarterback. Their points per game is right about where it was when they were 8-2 down the stretch. I think they were giving up 20.3 points per game. This is 20.8, which ranks more towards the middle of the league. So that area can be improved upon. But they're remarkably consistent. And this is how you go from being average to good, and then go from good to great. It's how consistent are you?
Hey, when your furnace goes out, you need reliable service. Mastercraft Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical, they got you covered 24/7. Locally owned for 40 years. They back their work with a 5-year warranty. Mastercraft, your one-stop shop for heating, AC, plumbing, electrical. Generators in stock as well. Mastercraft can't get to you that same day. They're going to take $100 off your next day service call. Just visit mastercraftheating.com. David on the ticket text, then straight to the callers. We'll get a little weekend report later in the hour. We're talking Campbell, J-Mo, Reynolds, something or nothing with how they're talking about J-Mo and whether you've lowered your expectations a little bit. David.
Jameson Williams is a bust. Look no further than Sam Laporta. It is what it is. Don't salute him for being a good blocker. It's his job. We are lowering the bar for this guy. Players ain't supposed to take this long to pop, especially a wide receiver. The J-Mo thing is nothing. He played half of his career snaps in his first game. Give the kid time. Hopefully, he turns into a stud.
Hold on, can I just ask one question?
Yeah.
In this whole give him time thing, have any of us said he's a bust? Have any of us say we've given up?
Nope.
So why create a straw man? We are giving him time. But what you don't get to do is not get talked about.
Because we're not giving him glowing reviews. Because we're not saying this guy, despite not doing anything, he's going to be a great player.
Right, I can't say that.
We're holding him up against his own stats.
I said it when they took him. I defended it. In 7 games, he caught 1 ball. Then, in my opinion, had a very C- offseason with some decision-making, and you got no glowing reports. Then he got popped for gambling. I'm sorry. You came back, you alligator-armed the ball where you were wide open. You're not going to earn trust with your quarterback there. And then the coach comes out and is like, well, first thing I'll tell you, he's got a lot of room to grow. Awesome.
You talk about Josh Reynolds, and you're saying, well, you know what? He's a true asset to the
He's
team.
Jerry Rice.
I mean, when your coach is saying you're a true asset, we can ask him to do anything. That's a blessing and a curse. It's not that he's bashing J-Mo. It's just that he's going above and beyond to tell you how great Josh Reynolds is. That should be switched around.
David, go ahead.
When they start talking about a wide receiver blocking downfield instead of catching the ball, that equals red flag. # hope he gets good. # bust.
Yeah, that's an old lineman. Well, he doesn't get a lot of holding penalties.
No, I'm hopeful, but it is turned from expectation to hope.
Someone says J-Mo is a bust. He's about 1 to 2 games away from Okuda status for me.
I'm not ready to go there. I'm just not. I can't go there. I mean, am I getting a little worried? Yes.
He's got about 12 games before I think we hit Okuda status.
Well, then now we're on the same page. Let's go to Paul, 97.1. Paulie, what's going on, buddy?
Hey, guys. I would say that I still expect J-Mo to be great. I don't think bust is something we should be talking about. I do think he did not get to where we wanted him to be as quick as we wanted to. You know, we hoped he would be a star by now, and he's obviously not. But this team's made everyone on the field look pretty good, and I think he's got the talent. He will get there with time. Unfortunately, it's a lot longer, and the expectations are shifting. We expected him to be great by now, and unfortunately, those are out weeks, maybe months of the way.
So let me ask you a question.
Campbell wants to use them.
A month from now, where do you think the conversation is?
I think he probably isn't fully up to where we hope him to be in a month. I think it'll probably take a little longer than that, and it's disappointing, but I still think, I think next season for sure we should be talking about him as an incredible asset to this team, and I hope he gets there at least 3/4 of the way through this season. We're talking about that as we get rolling in the last 4 games.
My differentiator is this, and Paul, it's not right or wrong. It's subjective. You're in a different spot than I am. If we don't look at this kid as a real asset by Thanksgiving, I'm out. The league moves fast. And, Paulie, this is a team I expect they're going to win 12 games. maybe more. Who knows?
As you said,
not going to wait around for you.
As you said, everybody else is playing great. I would not be trying to take away reps from, Reynolds and Laporta to force JMO in, and I think he can get there. He's got a lot of talent, but yeah, he's got a maybe a steeper hill than most to be given the opportunity to excel the way we hope he will.
Yeah, because now, Paulie, you're looking at getting him reps in garbage time.
Well, because the quarterback clearly is bonded with Laporta. He has a bond with Josh Reynolds, and it goes without saying with Amon-Ra.
Right. And for people, it's going to take him some time. Look, Laporta, 2-3 games? And he realized, I got something.
Am I being a sucker for saying he's got until Thanksgiving in my world?
No.
Or
I think
is that fair?
No, I think Mike, that's more than fair because he's going to have to get reps against blowout games against bad teams. And you see a lot of bad teams on their schedule with the Bears and stuff, and he's going to have to prove that he's that guy. But, yeah, if we're talking the same conversation in Thanksgiving,
it's okay for me to say I'm out.
Yeah.
All right, Lamont, 97.1. What's up, Lamont?
Hey, thanks for taking my call, fellas.
What's up?
Listen, I first of all, I agree with Mike. And I agree with Mike for the reasons that the main point that Mike brought up at the very beginning. You do not mess with the team's chemistry to bring anybody up to speed. I don't care if you're a first round pick, right? And so that makes that brings the onus on JMO to essentially catch a moving bus, right? And so I agree because when I was on, I lowered my expectations from, expecting to hoping back when we heard that he was going to miss the first 6 weeks of the season, because I knew even back then that if the Lions were really as good as we thought they were going to be, and it appears they are, that he was going to get left behind, right? And it's that much harder for a rookie, which is effectively what he still is, to try to catch a moving bus, So my new expectations for JMO now is, and because my expectations has changed, is that we could utilize his speed to open it up for everybody else. Now, that's a terrible place to be for a first-round pick, and what you said, Mike, by Thanksgiving, maybe, if he could show some things by Thanksgiving, I think that's fair because the Lions do have a very easy schedule. Hopefully he should prove something. But if we don't see it out of him back then, by then, we're in trouble. He's in trouble, because the Lions, they taking off. They're not going to wait for him.
No, and that's my point is, hey, maybe there's an opportunity down the line if they got the division sewn up. You want to try to flood him with reps as they were hoping to do in the preseason. I don't know. Hey, ultimately, if you called up and said, guys, as long as he's ready by the playoffs, hey, you know what? I don't hate the opinion. But if we're talking about a guy taking number 12 overall, I want you to take yourself out of being a Lions fan. And I want you to think about the Packers, the Bears, or the Vikings taking that guy at number 12 and having it go the way it's gone here. And I wonder if you would call up and go,
guys.
Laughing at him. Yeah, you'd be like, that's a bust. So my point is,
Jordan Addison, you wasted a pick on him. He stinks.
Well, right, Addison's already, involved in their offense right from the rip. Now, again, you could say he's got time. My question is time for what?
Well, I'm going to go back to something you just said, that getting him ready for the playoffs, that's what you're hoping for. But if you made it to the playoffs, Mike, it's one and done. You know that. David, your team's been there. That's not a time that you can matriculate somebody into the lineup. No. We got to put our best players out there, and you're going to be getting maximum reps. Get plenty of sleep, drink your Gatorade, because we're going to be leaning on our guys. Because we can't afford a drop pass. You're done. There is no 2 out of 3 when it comes to the playoffs.
Let's go to Mike, 97.1. Mikey, what's going on, buddy?
Hey, thanks for taking the call, fellas. What an amazing topic. Everyone kind of took the wind out of my sails with all the comments, but after you brought up the topic, I was on a long drive. I pulled up Josh Reynolds and JMO's Instagram accounts. Look no further than the work ethic compared to those two, and I think you might have some more questionable decisions
what did you,
this upcoming offseason.
Illuminate it for us, for those of us that are not a part of the social media game.
I started creeping on some Lions players. Now the Kool-Aid's getting served up all over the place, and you look at Josh Reynolds, it's, the consummate professional, the airplane pics, the wardrobe, the family, the dogs, practice, whatever. You look at Mr. J-Mo, it would be the opposite and lead to questionable decisions off the field during the offseason.
Well, I know. Look, I mean, Mike, I'll leave that to David and Kenny to corroborate. I guess the point is we know enough about the off-field stuff and social media proclivities that, I mean, I to me, if I'm him, that's the last place I'd be. Head down, let's work, let's get our career going where it needs to go. I don't need you at 6 a.m. or 4 a.m. or 3 a.m., doing a zillion miles an hour down the highway, or you're at a Coney, or we're handing out money. I just...
On your suspension, like you guys said, you had the playbook. You should have been on high school fields running routes with practice guys, quarterbacks, and trying to get your timing down, not just showing up and now getting credit for doing blocks.
Okay, I don't know what's going on in the background there. We'll leave that alone. But listen, I'm not going to take it that Campbell complimenting the block on the Montgomery run is somehow this great negative. But I do understand when people have taken the approach and going, hey, we didn't draft you number 12 overall to lay a block. We drafted you number 12 overall to be dynamic.
Yeah. And that's basically when you're talking about, his blocking as a wide receiver is really doing something.
I'll continue to say it. Deshaun Jackson, the later years. I still think that's what his role is going to be here. I will be shocked if he will never get reps over Amon-Ra or Laporta. And Josh Reynolds has a role here. So now you're in this idea of Rico. Mm-hmm. Here's your moment in the sun. We'll take a shot or two deep. You basically took a guy 12 overall to be a 50-50 lotto ticket on a deep throw each week? That's what we're doing?
No, I think you put it best. If this guy was drafted by the Packers or the Bears or the Vikings, Lions fans would be doing a victory lap laughing at them.
Well, the other guy we don't bring up, and Campbell did bring up today, was Khalif Raymond. And how good he is in the slot. It's like they have all these weapons. And Montgomery, Jahmyr Gibbs, they want to use a bunch of different pieces. So in that sense, there's definitely something for J-Mo, but he's got to get it going. All right, it's October. It's the month of giving from Hungry Howie's. They are on a drive to raise $5 million for the National Breast Cancer Foundation. How will they do that? It's simple. Every time you buy a pizza, a portion of the proceeds goes to charity. It's that simple. So you're a State fan and you're eating your feelings. Well, a piece of that goes to the National Breast Cancer Foundation. You're a Michigan fan. You're celebrating winning by 50 every week. Same deal, raising money for cancer research. Either way, you're helping people out and you're getting some quality pie. It's Hungry Howie's Pizza, National Breast Cancer Foundation, the month of giving, the $5 million goal. It's Hungry Howie's.
Obviously, we know on any given Sunday anybody can win.
Yeah.
San Francisco, Lions better than them?
No.
Not yet. No.
Philly.
I would say as good. Can I say as good?
Yeah, you can say whatever you want. It's your mouth.
I would say slightly below right now. Slightly.
Buffalo.
Gosh, that's
Gosh,
I mean, honestly, I would say as good.
Yeah.
If it was a home game, I'd take the Lions. If it was
Okay.
there, I'd take Buffalo.
All right. Now, this one, they obviously beat them, but Kansas City. Now, if they had the Kelsey, Chris Jones equation, but
Oh, so you're going with the.
no, I'm not saying it's an asterisk, but we're looking at them right now.
What, did you have dinner with Tirico the other
No.
day?
I'd say
Well,
right
right
here,
now.
right now, yeah.
Sorry, Mike.
They are.
Okay.
You didn't say that about Philly, but you said about.
I said the Eagles. I said Jalen Hurts aren't playing that good. Isn't playing that well.
He always shows his true colors.
No. Miami.
I think as good as.
Brought to you by Grand Traverse Resort and Spa. The Lions could be getting their best offensive weapon back this week. Head coach Dan Campbell told Stoney and Jansen this morning that he expects Amon-Ra St. Brown to return from injury. Detroit, a 3-point road favorite at the Bucs. The divisional round continues today in the American League. The Twins are hosting the Astros right now with that series tied at a game apiece. The Rangers also welcoming the Orioles to Arlington at 8 o'clock tonight. They've got a 2-0 series lead. It's also opening night in the NHL. 3 matchups are on tap for tonight. Predators Lightning is the early game. Connor Bedard and the Blackhawks then play Pittsburgh at 8. And the defending champion Golden Knights host Seattle coming up at 10:30. I'm Luke Sloan. We're at 5 o'clock. We're at 97ontheticket.com.
All right, let's get straight to the people. Talking a little J-Mo, a little Dan Campbell. It's great. NFC North 4-1, 2-game lead. And what you're talking about is a little bit about the first-round pick last year. We're not talking about crisis.
I was about to say, it feels more than a 2-game lead now with Minnesota, with Justin Jefferson on the IR.
Trying to tell you this.
Yeah.
When are you going to come to my side? This division will be wrapped up.
I came
The
to your
opposite
side
of
last
David.
week when I told you
Wrapped up.
you're going to destroy Carolina, and I looked at the rest of that schedule and said, I only see,
listen,
at the most 4 losses, and that's with some key people being injured.
If you can go 3-1 in your next 4, this division's wrapped up before you ever face Minnesota.
This next 4-game stretch.
Last 3 games, Kenny won't have to watch.
This next 4-game stretch is probably the most games you're going to lose for the rest of this season. Because other than that, maybe at
Tampa,
Dallas,
at Baltimore, home against the Raiders, at the LA Chargers.
Yep. Whatever you lose, that's pretty much it. Maybe the Cowboys rise from the dead late in the year. Other than that,
your team killed them. Let's go to.
have.
I mean, they're a fantastic football team. Let's go to Mitch, 97.1. Hi, Mitch. How you doing, buddy?
How's it going, boys? Can you hear me okay?
Yeah, loud and clear, Mitch. What's up?
All right, awesome. So talking J-Mo, I heard the conversation earlier, and the last couple of callers were really reasonable, but I got to thank you for doing the Lord's work, body slamming idiots that were calling earlier in the show. So thank you on behalf of the listeners.
You're very welcome.
I'll tell you my mindset, because I know you guys are connoisseurs of good commercials. Have you seen the AT&T one? Where they're on the airline and the person says, it's not that you don't provide good service, it's that you haven't.
Yes, where they're like, wait, meals? Oh, yes, that's for our blah, blah, blah customers who are up here. Yeah, no, I know the one. Yes.
With Michael Key.
That's my demo. It's not that you don't have good playability, it's that you haven't shown it. And I'm the guy who's always calling up saying we need to have high expectations. I don't think anyone's going to argue that this is a special season. We need our guys to be performing now.
At a certain point, you have to show us. It can't be talk. It's got to be walk. Now, look, they go to Tampa. He's got 5 catches for 92 yards and a touchdown. He looks electric, explosive. It'll calm a lot of things down. But with every week that goes by that you're either not available or not productive, I think people have a right to go, geez, I'm a little worried. That's not ripping the kid. It's not sandbagging him.
It's another week that we waited. And after a while, people get impatient. And that's what some fans have to realize. Their Lion fans were just impatient. Like, okay, I was expecting something and I got nothing so far.
Well, that's what the good teams have as expectations for their guys, and I'm not like you guys. I don't see a loss in the next few games here. I expect a sweep. We have been cooking on all cylinders.
All right. If they do what you're talking about, Mitch, if somehow they won the next 4 games and you're sitting at 8-1, buddy, you got every right to talk about we can go to San Francisco and be in that mix. Dude, I'm not ready to say it, but Mitch, if you're dreaming, I'm dreaming. To hell with it.
If Mitch, here's the thing. If that's the case, then San Francisco still has to play the Eagles. They still have to play Seattle twice.
Yeah.
That you may get the bye if they can pull this feat off, because the rest of your schedule, Dan Campbell, man, that's a cakewalk. You want to talk about a diabetes schedule? That's the back end of that schedule.
My dream sequence is being 7-2. If they got 3 out of the 4 and you're 7-2, you're damn good. You're one of the 5-6 best teams in the league, in my opinion.
Yeah.
Is that fair?
No, that's Mike. That's more than fair, because you're just like, wow, they could really.
They can do this.
The
Bears, but you have to. Here's the key. Look at the flip side. If you go 1-3 in the next 4, and you lose all 3 road games, the conversation changes. The split is where you're in the middle and you go, hey, we're 6-3, we're pacing, we're going to be all right. But if you want to start having the crazy Mitch conversation, win 3 of 4. Mike, 4 of 4, it's someone shows up with a giant check at Kane's
Even
house.
If they go 1-3, you got the Bears twice. You
I'm
got
not doing
Green Bay
Nope.
coming. I am.
No.
David.
But
seriously.
it makes me think less of you because you didn't win the tough games. That's the separator. Look, I'm not telling you at Tampa, at Baltimore, and at the Chargers is the hardest 3 games I can design. But you have to take 2 of those 3 if you want to call a radio station and tell me we could beat Philly or we could beat San Francisco.
Fair.
You have to. Come on.
Fair.
Otherwise, you're just verbal J-Mo.
But just that back end. And now with the Vikings and Justin Jefferson, don't know when he's coming back. Like, wow.
Well,
the
they're
Broncos.
Oh, boy.
At home. Hey, J-Mo, circle December 18th.
Did you see
this
the final?
Should be your coming. If you can't do it against the Denver Broncos, quit.
Do you see the final stats on the Denver O-line this week?
No.
Russell Wilson was pressured on 52% of his dropbacks. 52.
Yeah.
Unlimited.
That's where, you go ahead and put all your Lions in your fantasy lineup.
Oh, that D-line that week? I demand FanDuel, you, Aiden Hutchinson, to record a sack, to record 2, to do a dance, whatever you like.
Yeah. The J-Mo coming out party should be that
in
Saturday.
Isaiah Buggs sack prop. Plus 12,000. I'm in. 248-539.
Jared Goff gets a reception for a touchdown. Trick play.
It's all on the board the week you play Denver. Do you want to lose a few LBs like John Jansen? Ideal U Health Center at idealu.us. Don't wait. You go to idealu.us today. You book that free consultation. Sign up, get a $200 Visa gift card. You could be 15, 20, even 30 pounds lighter in 30 days with idealu.us. And look, it worked for John. It could work for you. John lost over 60 pounds. He's kept it off. Do you want to go down the same path? Get with Ideal U. And you can get that $200 Visa gift card. 15, 20, 30 pounds in just 30 days. Jansen did it. So can you. Way less with Ideal U. Just go to idealu.us. All right, let's get to work. It's a Tuesday. It's October. It's 85 degrees out. And I have no football to watch. All right, Rico, we can start a multitude of ways. We're going to get to University of Michigan a little bit later. Let's burn it down before we build it up, I guess. Lions, a little bit after that. You have things you want to say about Saturday. I want to hit the fan portal. I can't do this the rest of the fall. Yeah. As a Spartans and Giants fan, if I can't continue to do this flaccid penis offense that we watch constantly, 60 minutes on Saturday, 60 minutes on Sunday, nobody can block a soul, nobody can throw the ball, nobody can do anything, clown car effort, arguments on the sidelines, teams that look like they're on Quaaludes. I want to hit the fan portal. But see, you have something else you want to say today. No. And you won't share. No. So I said, fine. I'll sit here and just let you go ahead. Go ahead and shoot. All right. I spend my weekend dedicated to all things ball, and I harvest and collect and incubate what we deem to be the weekend report. David? When did you meet Will Smith? All right. I already told you. Over the weekend. All right. We start the weekend report, and it's a very simple question, except I don't know how the telephone call goes. Hi, Bill. It's Robert. Gonna need to see you in my office. Bill Belichick's toast. How does that call go to tell him you no longer want him as your coach?
Bill, bring your playbook. We got some stuff to talk about.
Okay, but I'm saying the literal way.
You know what?
Where you go, thanks for the memories. It was Brady, not you, and I can't take anymore.
Hey, Bill, you want to come over to the house? We're going to have some dinner. We're going to just sit down. You know, you got a Kirk Cousins fire pit in the backyard.
And then you poison him?
No, and you just sit there and say, hey, it's over. I'm your good friend. It's over. The run is done. What are we doing? You right here, right now, you can't even tell me what we're doing.
Outscored 72-3.
Mac Brown's benched. He's back as a starter. Then he's benched again. Now he's back as a starter. Bill, let's have some grace. Let's have some dignity. We'll come up with some reason why you have to leave.
Health concerns.
No one will question it.
All right, I want to go to issue number 2. You know, David has spent a lifetime researching the good book and trying to figure out the identity of Satan. And I think I have discovered Satan on earth. It's Mario Cristobal, Miami head coach. How on earth, with 37 seconds left and your opponent has no timeouts, how do you not take a knee and run the football and then have the audacity to go into your postgame after you lose because you're Satan and blame ball security and preaching 2 hands on the ball to your running backs? How do you do that unless your name is Beelzebub?
This isn't even the first time he's done it, though.
When did you run into Will Smith?
Right. If you're the running back, I would say, or coach, I could have just took a knee and I didn't have to worry about ball security. I don't know, because
how can't you just go in and go, I effed up, I no longer deserve to serve food, shut it down, John Taffer's our coach next week as I go to prison?
Yeah, I did this again. I mean, we always joke and say maybe you need to have that the
late game guru.
Yeah, the late game guru. Like, this is one where, guys, what are we doing? We're not running a play. This is where you need a good team captain quarterback who says, screw that. I'm taking a knee. Okay, we're not going to risk this, because you did it before. If this was your first time doing it, I could understand. But you did it at Oregon, and you lost to Stanford because why? Well, I know more than you. I'm smarter than you. Actually, you're not.
Well, you know, while we've said Cristobal is Satan, Satan's work was taking place in Columbia, Missouri. It is the bad beat of the week, and I feel horrible. If you lost money on this game, you endured one of the worst beats you'll see all season. Missouri was covering for 59 minutes and 50 seconds. They were never the wrong side, catching 5.5, winning most of the day, lose the lead late. Missouri and the vaunted meaningless pick 6 as time expires. The LSU player could have fallen down, should have fallen down. F it, touchdowns. And somehow you don't get the cover as a bettor. That is Satan's brew.
It is. I'm not going to get mad at the LSU player because you're taught to finish the play and not to do what Patrick Mahomes did. But yeah, I was angry because I had Missouri.
No. Oh, no.
And the points.
No.
Because I'm sitting there doing the math. And the funny thing is, I'm like, you know what? The only way I can lose this is like what happened to you and Cookies that Sunday. That Saturday.
Oregon and Texas Tech.
I was like, unless that and pick 6, and he's wow.
And here it's happening.
Wow,
it's happening.
Yeah.
Let me go on to an issue in the NFL, and I'm going to lean on you guys. Lamar Jackson. where are we at with Lamar? You two are two of the biggest defenders of this overrated turd burger. So go ahead. Where are we at? When did you meet Will Smith? Where are we at with Lamar?
I don't think I can speak on this because the Steelers always have his number. Outside of that, I think he's a good quarterback.
David, it's week 5. He's thrown for 200 yards twice. He has 4 touchdowns and 2 picks. When did you meet Will Smith?
I'm beginning to believe that it was the former offensive coordinator and not him.
Oh, Greg Roman.
That made Lamar.
Well, you know what? You're racist. Because that's the refrain when you criticize Lamar. You get people dialing in saying,
No, you're okay.
You're a racist, Rico.
It's okay to criticize Lamar now. You just can't criticize Deion.
Got
now
it.
You're a racist.
Got it.
You criticize Deion.
I don't believe in norms. I think it's okay to be different. And therefore, I have a take. You need to change my mind. Ready? I don't care that a tight end has never won the Heisman because right here, right now, Brock Bowers is the best player in America, and I would vote him for the Heisman Trophy. Change my mind.
I like Brock Bowers, Mike. He probably deserves to be in New York.
When did you meet Will Smith?
But it's always going to be a quarterback because a quarterback handles the ball every
If I
play.
vote Bowers number 1, do you judge me and should I have my Heisman vote taken away?
No, I do not judge you because if that's why, see, if you do the homework and you can justify it and not pull what I heard yesterday from a certain columnist.
Oh, I got you.
You can justify it. You can vote for whoever you want. I voted for Christian McCaffrey over Derrick Henry and got roasted because I said nobody stays up to watch Stanford. And if McCaffrey played for Alabama, he would be in. But you punished him because he was a white running back. That's why he didn't win it.
Now, long season to go. I'm saying right here, right now, at about the halfway point, that's the best football player I've seen all year.
I still say for me, it's Penix. But if you told me that he was there, I'm not going to be upset. And if you put him as number 1 on your ballot, I'm not going to be angry because if you take him off of that Georgia team, that's an entirely different team.
Weekend Report exclusive. Change my mind. The wrong quarterback got taken number 1 overall in the NFL draft. CJ Stroud looks awesome. I don't know where this guy came from because he can't do it against Michigan, but he has arrived on Sundays and he's awesome.
Leads me to wonder.
Did Carolina take the wrong man?
Yes, they did. And leads me to wonder, maybe it is Ryan Day who just chokes when it comes to playing Michigan. It's not the players.
This
it's
is a tough
the game
team.
plan.
Blue Halls.
And you know what nobody's talking about anymore? His Wonderlic test or whatever that test that he took. Remember, he had the low score. Oh, CJ Stroud is so stupid. Yeah, CJ Stroud's about to be the rookie of the year.
I would like to give a shout out to the single greatest onside kick I've ever watched. I take you to Laramie, Wyoming. Wyoming hosting Fresno State. Nice upset this week. Fresno State pulled off the most graceful, angelic, almost like ice skating or ballet onside kick, where the kicker had one guy on that side of the field. And it was almost like he threw him the football, except he did it with his foot.
The double bounce?
No, it was just a standard pooch kick. And he kicked it in stride like he was throwing a slant pattern. And the player just, right at 10 yards. Right at 10 yards. I have never in my life seen anything like it.
Really?
There was no chaos. It was all grace.
See, I've seen
David, you're nodding. Did you see this play?
I did see this play, and it was like he was throwing a pass, a slant or something.
Have you ever seen anything like it?
Never seen anything like that. It was
When
amazing.
did you meet Will Smith? It was unbelievable.
Usually they bounce it.
Right.
And he did not.
You get the double bounce, and
No.
it's that second one that goes up high, and you just high point the ball.
It was as if he threw it, throwing it to a child. You have to see it.
Okay.
People, the greatest onside kick in the history of onside kicks. I want to go back to the NFL with something.
Taylor Swift?
No. I want to talk brotherly shove for a minute.
Okay.
Now, Aaron Donald almost murdered somebody when the Eagles did this before the half. But when you're running this play with no timeouts, 7 seconds, and you're at the 1.5 yard line, and Sirianni knows this play is so unfair, It's so impossible to stop. I'm just going to go ahead and say F it. If I get stopped, I'll get roasted. I won't. Is this the most unfair play in the history of professional sports? The brotherly shove has become something that so violates the spirit of the rules. It is a rugby play that has now invaded football. There is no mechanism for the defense to stop it. It is beyond dangerous for the defensive players. Rico, I'll ask you again. While I don't criticize the Eagles for using it, doesn't the rules committee have to come in and ban this?
No, absolutely
What?
not. Because here's the thing.
You're just an unfair person.
The Eagles have not signed an exclusivity contract saying, we are the only team that can run this play.
No, I don't want anyone running it. It's a lousy play.
How is it any
Because this
different?
isn't, it's not rugby.
No, but you used to have it where the running back and the Walter Payton would just jump over the
I
pile.
like that much better.
But that's one play where that's pretty much unstoppable if you get the right running back because you got to time it up.
You can
and now
still
if you hit him in the head,
you can still
it's a
defeat your
15-yard
blocker.
penalty.
You can get in the A gaps. You can go over the top. There is
Defensive
nothing that can
coordinators
stop this.
get paid a lot of money.
David,
figure it out.
Okay, then, Mr. Harvard. See, now you just done did it. You explain how you stop it, Mr. Defensive Coordinator.
I don't get paid millions of dollars.
You know what you are? No. Fraud.
What?
Fraud. You can't say that and then go, well, that's not my job. There is no way to stop it, and you know it.
I would stop Noah Kim.
I got the answer, and it's direct.
This team it's 4 games and none of us are going crazy about it, right? But it's amazing how remarkably consistent this team is.
Mm-hmm.
They're a top 10 passing team. They're a top 10 rushing team. They're a top 10 offensive team in terms of yards total. Like everything is just like consistent. They are, I think, 8th in the NFL in scoring. That's just all offensive numbers. And then defensively, they're number 1 against the run, which is crazy talk.
Right.
They're getting all this amazing pressure on the quarterback. Their points per game is right about where it was when they were 8-2 down the stretch. I think they were giving up 20.3 points per game. This is 20.8, which ranks more towards the middle of the league. So that area can be improved upon, but they're remarkably consistent. And this is how you go from being average to good, and then go from good to great.
Brought to you by the Michigan Lottery. Today is an off day for the Lions ahead of Sunday's game in Tampa Bay against the Bucs. Detroit already holds a 2-game lead in the NFC North, and when it comes to strength of schedule the rest of the way, Detroit has the easiest in the NFL. This morning, Stoney and Jansen asked head coach Dan Campbell about what Detroit has achieved so far. Campbell expects Amon-Ra St. Brown to return from injury coming up on Sunday. The Lions 3-point road favorites at the Bucs. And bad news for a Lions division foe. Vikings wide receiver Justin Jefferson will miss at least 4 weeks with a hamstring injury. It's Big Ten Basketball Media Day in Indianapolis. The preseason media poll has the Spartans as the second best team in the conference. Michigan is 11th. And the divisional round continues today in the American League. The Twins are hosting the Astros right now. It's currently 4-0 Houston in the third. And the Rangers later tonight will welcome the Orioles to Arlington. That's coming up at 8 o'clock. They've got a 2-0 series lead. At the Ticket Update Desk, I'm Luke Sloan. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
All right, 5 o'clock. Great to have you with us. You missed anything, Odyssey.com rewind. The only thing we've done besides a little Lions today, we did start, Mark Stoops, Kentucky head coach, crying about NIL. It was worth a listen. You can use the rewind feature, go back and get it. The other stuff, it has been Lions. 4-1, top of the NFC North, 2-game lead plus a tiebreaker. You just hated to see the Packers lose last night. But it's been a conversation, and the morning show did a really good interview, and I think it's interesting. If it's something or nothing, good old Jamie and Wojo bit. But it's simple. Dan Campbell on J-Mo and Dan Campbell on Josh Reynolds.
Yeah.
And one guy you can clearly tell he values and is excited about, and he's got a high amount of respect for and high expectations. And the other guy, as Rico L. Beard so aptly put it, congratulations, you put your pants on this morning. Yeah. Take a listen. Tell me if it's something or nothing, because here's where Rico and I are at. We're in the hope phase. I don't expect much from J-Mo anymore. I just hope. And I hope it works because he could be a weapon. And he could be it's almost like a trade acquisition. Mm-hmm. The other thing we are talking about, because I don't want people to feel like it's J-Mo only. But as we sit here now, these next 4 games, while stressful, are going to be a hell of a lot of fun. Because the next 4 games, it's 3 out of 4 on the road. It's 3 out of 4 against what we deem to be playoff caliber teams. And it's an opportunity, I think, for the Lions to actualize what some of the talk is, which is Rico saying, guys, the schedule looks pretty good. They could win a zillion games. If you want to begin talking like that, man, even if you just said the next 3 games before the bye week, man, if you could even just win 2 or 3 and be 6-2 at the bye.
I was about to say 2-2 with the next 4 games, you're sitting pretty. Because other than that, maybe one more loss on the schedule. At Dallas.
The point is,
I know. We are on to Tampa.
We want to be 1-0 this week. 248-539
okay, James Franklin.
9797.
Tampa.
Win the day. Play the J-Mo audio first. Dan Campbell this morning with Stoney and Jansen about J-Mo. Now, compare that with how he spoke about Josh Reynolds. Take a listen. So I just really, again, the comment Dan Campbell made weeks ago, we got to trust him to play him. Look at the way they talk about Josh Reynolds. Reliable, trustworthy, playmaker, the connection with Goff. J-Mo, whether it's his fault or not, there has never been a connection with Jared Goff. And Jared Goff trusts ASB.
Yep.
Trusts Josh Reynolds. And oh, by the way, the rookie who's been here for 10 minutes clearly trusts Sam Laporta, because Sam Laporta looks like one of the great young tight ends in this league. Oh, by the way, Dan Campbell talked about Sam Laporta. David, do we have that?
Yeah, we got it.
When did you meet Will Smith? I want to play this because listen to how he talks about Laporta.
Yeah.
Dependable, trustworthy, belief. So have we ever heard that about J-Mo?
No, and for everybody who was like, well, give J-Mo time, Laporta has had a lot less time. Well, yeah, J-Mo's been here for over 2 years. Yes, he was injured, but he had a chance last season to really make an impact. Coming off of that injury, targeted 9 times, had 1 catch.
Find me the clip of Dan Campbell saying Goff trusts J-Mo. Or that J-Mo first in, last out. That J-Mo's dominating practice.
Unbelievable sync with Jared Goff.
They can't, that they believe he's going to be a star. You don't hear any of that. Guys, I'm taking my cues from the head coach. Dan Campbell's on. You can't be selectively on it. No, we know Dan Campbell's honest. We know he's going to tell us how he feels. So with that in mind, he's telling you how he feels. And I think how he feels is this guy's way behind.
Yep.
And we got plenty of dudes we're rolling out with. This team's going to win. My quarterback trusts them. They work hard. Done.
Yeah.
So Rico and I have adjusted our expectations to the hope phase, which is we hope it works out with J-Mo, but we're not slowing this bus down for him.
Yeah. Hope phase till Turkey Day.
I thought that was fair, right?
No, it is fair.
248-539-9797.
Because you can only wait so long on a first-round pick. And when you're telling me how well he run blocks, that's not what I want to hear from a first-round pick.
Let's go to Sheldon, 97.1. What's up, Sheldon?
Hey, gentlemen.
Sheldon.
I agree with you, Mike. I think Dan Campbell's kind of saying, well, hey, I'm undecided, or he's in the hopeful phase. He knows J-Mo has potential, but Josh Reynolds is showing it. Is not just straight balling and showing toughness. Whereas J-Mo could have showed some toughness on that up the middle route. Yeah, that linebacker was about to decapitate him, but if he would at least made the catch, held onto the ball, showed a little toughness, grit and toughness is what Dan Campbell preaches, and that probably might have said, okay, the kid does have a little heart to at least go up the middle and take a catch. He's not just a speed demon.
Yeah, and one play doesn't define you, but that was a terrible way to come back, and that was our first exposure to you. And if you do that in a big game, you do that against a good opponent, that costs you the game. Yeah. A 3rd and 7, and you alligator arm it, and now you're punting the football, it costs you a game.
with Josh Reynolds, like I say, has been in and out and showing the toughness. And I kind of wish J-Mo would have followed the Amon-Ra St. Brown blueprint. He should have been hanging with Amon-Ra, say, hey, let me work out. Show me what it is to survive in the NFL.
See, Sheldon, it's I love that you said it, because that's something I've said, and I never get calls wanting to yell at me about that. I'm the guy, and I get laughed at going, Amon-Ra's the top 5 receiver in this league. All J-Mo has to do is everything that guy does. Where's the report? Where's the article? Where's the head coach telling me, hey, J-Mo moved in with ASB. J-Mo was in Florida working out with ASB.
Right. Well,
where was any of that?
Right. They're challenging each other to see who could do more and outdo each other.
Right. You catch 1,000 balls in a jugs machine, I'm going to catch 1,100. See, I haven't seen those reports. It doesn't mean they don't exist. I just haven't seen it. So my point to you is, whether it's Amon-Ra, whether it's Josh Reynolds, hell, even Khalif Raymond, complete pro, falls in line, trustworthy. He has his couple of shot plays they run for him. The point is, everything he needs to learn is in that room. So how come we never hear them talk about him the way they talk about them?
And Campbell is very honest, folks. So, yeah, if he was doing well, we would know. Guys, I know you guys may be a little impatient. Trust me, in a few games, you're going to see what's going to happen. Even if he came out and said, by the time we get to our bye week, you're going to see a different J-Mo out there. I think that's enough for me to believe, because they see practice. You don't get that. You hear how great he run blocks.
248-539-9797. Your phone calls coming up next, 97.1.
You heard me talk about Specs at LTU. Look, if you're looking to get into a new career, you hear what Mike and I are doing and said, I want to give this radio thing a try, or you want to go on TV, you're a graphics design artist, Specs at LTU can help you achieve your goals and dreams. It's very simple. So what are you waiting for? Be curious. Visit the website, ltu.edu/specs, to learn more. And you'll learn more about the Specs at LTU certificate programs in broadcast media arts, digital media arts, and graphics communications, located right here in Southfield on the campus of Lawrence Tech, taught by instructors like yours truly who work in the business. What does that mean? It means we're not going to waste your time. You're going to learn from day one. I was just teaching my class some things about the radio business today. You could be in next class, but you got to sign up. Visit the website, ltu.edu/specs. And then make magic by enrolling in Specs at LTU certificate program today.
Obviously, we know on any given Sunday anybody can win.
Yeah.
San Francisco, Lions better than them?
No.
Not yet. No.
Philly.
I would say as good. Can I say as good?
Yeah, you can say whatever you want. It's your mouth.
I would say slightly below right now. Slightly.
Buffalo.
Gosh, that's
Gosh,
I mean, honestly, I would say as good.
Yeah.
If it was a home game, I'd take the Lions. If it was there, I'd take Buffalo.
All right. Now, this one, they obviously beat them, but Kansas City. Now, if they had the Kelsey, Chris Jones equation, but
Oh, so you're going with the.
No, I'm not saying it's an asterisk, but we're looking at them right now.
Did you have dinner with Tirico the other day?
No,
I'd say right here, right now, yeah.
Sorry, Mike.
They are.
Okay.
You didn't say that about Philly, but you said about.
I said the Eagles. I said Jalen Hurts aren't playing that good. Isn't playing that well.
He always shows his true colors.
No. Miami.
I think as good as.
Perfect temperature to sleep, 68 degrees on the nose. What's not up for debate? The eco-friendly, most comfortable mattress on the marketplace. It's the iComfort Eco by Serta. Supportive, designed to keep you cool, comfortable, and feeling restored. Or Serta's perfect sleeper for pressure-relieving comfort and support while maintaining a balanced sleep temperature. Serta, made in Michigan, have been for 110 years. Just go to Serta.com to find a retailer near you. All right, let's go straight to the people. Everybody wants to talk about it, and I think it's a good discussion. It's a sign your team's in first place and up by 2 games. I think it's a sign your team's playing really well when you're talking about what could be your 4th or 5th receiver. Let's go to Dan, 97.1. Danny, what's going on, bud? How are you?
Hey, guys. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Daniel.
Hey, so I love the show. I just want to say, but I got a couple points, so bear with me on this. But I have expectations for JMO just because I think the organization does, and I want to touch on Dan Campbell's comments. I'm young, but I have a little experience in management, and one thing we're always told to do is under-promise and over-deliver. So I think the comments about JMO as opposed to Josh Reynolds, who's been around for 3 years, are mainly just kind of covering Dan Campbell on, covering his back. About his comments about JMO. So, yeah.
Hold on. Well, say that last part again, because I must be missing something. What do you mean?
Sorry. No, the way he's talking about JMO is that he's under promise. If you over promise something,
I got you.
Like JMO, who's very highly anticipated, then it becomes more about Dan Campbell not being able to judge talent if he doesn't work out.
No, I disagree on that one. Yeah. Hold on. Now, in fairness, you're not going to hit every pick. All we're saying is this is the number 12 overall pick in the draft. You moved up to get him. It was controversial.
Mm-hmm.
If this kid was doing everything right, Dan Campbell doesn't hide anything. No. He's effusive in his praise of the players that have bought in. So wouldn't he do the same for JMO? Now, I'm with you. Dan, he's not going to go to the podium and go, I'm telling you right now, fellas, we're sitting on the next Steph Diggs. No. That would be over-promising and setting him up for failure. But, Dan.
But to sit here and say, hey, look, by the time we get to the bye week, he's going to be an integral part of our system, that's not overselling.
Mm-hmm. No, I totally get that. And that was just kind of my viewpoint. And then the other one I wanted to say too, Amon-Ra has talked very highly of JMO. He has a podcast with his brother, and they had David Montgomery on. And basically the whole time they were just bragging about how they're super excited to have Jameson Williams back. So if you listen to the players, there's a lot of great things coming out of them, especially Jared Goff even this morning saying that JMO had the best week of practice that he's ever seen. So I think we just need to pump the brakes a little bit on the JMO hate. And he's only had 9 targets in his career all of last year. So there's not really a sample size.
Dan, hold on. See, you done did it now. We were doing fine, and then you did it. Dan, what do you mean pump the brakes on the hate? Your words.
Oh, I'm sorry. I'm not saying you guys. I'm saying on everyone else, because I've just been hearing a lot of ticket texts about how he's a bust
Yeah,
agree with
I
you.
disagree with people using that word. That's not fair to J-Mo. But me saying, hey, I'm just hoping now, I'm not expecting. All right, I just want to make sure.
No, he's not a bust.
David is doing his Lamaze breathing.
No, because
right
I have
now.
a problem when people call up and say, well, Jared Goff said something great about him and St. Brown said something great about him. What else are they going to say? Because if they don't, that becomes the story.
Right, imagine Jared Goff ripping J-Mo's ass on 97-1 The Ticket. The head coach is the only one where I believe we're going to get a realistic appraisal.
Yeah. And plain and simple. I don't want to hear what other people have to say in their interviews. And show me on the field. Go out there, get it done. And when you drop that pass, yeah, you gave ammunition to everybody who said, man, I don't know. You may not be a bust, but you're bust-esque.
I just hope a month from now, the conversation's totally different. Because if the team's playing well and J-Mo starts to produce and you feel like, man, we got another bullet in the chamber, another weapon, think about how exciting this could be. I don't want this to be the conversation moving forward. No. But as you've said it, eventually you gotta start doing something. It can't just be all hypothetical. It's got to be actionable.
Right. You can't be, well, just give him time. Well, how much time is time?
You're a hater. Matt, 97.1. What's up, Matty?
Hey, how's it going, fellas?
It's going good, Matt. What's up?
So I got to agree with the last caller, and I just want to bring up one point that I think we're kind of missing the point here in what Dan Campbell is saying. This is more about the team and where we're at than J-Mo. I don't care if it's Chris Carter from 20 years ago sitting on my bench. You cannot just throw a guy in there and give him 10 targets a game when your offense is humming and rolling. So to me, I listen to Dan Campbell. What I hear is that Josh Reynolds is doing a great job. Raymond's doing a great job. All these guys who have filled in are doing a great job, and that J-Mo has to earn it. I don't necessarily think that's an indictment on anything J-Mo has done, and I don't think that's a sign that he's going to be a bust or anything like that.
No, and Matt, I think, I hate when people have used the B word already. I'm not ready to go there. I won't do that. I'm with you, Matt. I said from the beginning, when he gets back this season, he's going to be my last wide receiver on this roster. You're going to earn your way back. That's been my whole point.
That's exactly how they've treated him.
We're winning. I'm not going to have less Laporta or less Reynolds or less ASB. So that's why I'm adjusting my expectations. Because, Matt, when we took this kid, I don't know where you were. When they moved up to 12 to take a receiver, I'm going, they're taking him to be their star. They're taking him to be the number one. Well, now, a year and change later, Matt, I can't have that expectation because I don't think he'll ever be top 3 in target share on this team.
And see, I would say this, and I know you didn't draft him to be a jack of all trade receivers, but you heard Campbell talking about Reynolds, how we could put him anywhere. If you're J-Mo and you already know you're behind, you know what? I'm going to learn the X, the Y, and the Z position. So now that St. Brown is not playing, guys, let me get his reps. I can do this until he gets back. Then you get your confidence. You're not seeing that. But you're hearing that about Reynolds.
One more thing I'll say, too, fellas, is these next 4 weeks are very vital for Jameson Williams. And I'm not saying that if he doesn't perform in the next 4 weeks, I'm going to be calling in here saying he's a bust. But it's very vital for him to each game get better, show that he's improving, and show that he can be trusted. And I think he will, and I think we're going to see the player that we all hoped when we drafted him number 12 overall. Thanks, fellas.
Matt, I want you to be right, brother. Trust me, because this team's best version, he's a part of it. But what you just described is what Sam Laporta has done. Every week, Sam Laporta has gotten better and better and better. His relationship with Goff, his level of play, you can see it. We don't need to talk about hypotheticals. It's not about the idea of Sam Laporta. It's about the actuality.
Sam Laporta is doing what we all thought T.J. Hockenson was going to do years ago. He's done it in 5 games. He's become that dude. So, yeah, for Jameson, maybe while you were out, you learned the other positions so that you're waiting for your opportunity, and your opportunity is there because St. Brown's not playing. How about I take his spot? I'll be the possession receiver this game. Kind of like Jahmyr Gibbs had to take over from Montgomery. It wasn't his role, but guys, I can do this for a game.
I'm so glad you said that because this game is as much mental as it is physical. And all these people saying he hasn't had that much time on the field doesn't matter to me. You have time to look at your playbook, understand where you need to be. The physical will catch up to the mental eventually. But you got to get out there and mentally know where you're supposed to be, what you're supposed to do.
You know what, David? The really great players know more than just that. Hey, Penei Sewell can flip over to the left side if he needs to. If the team needs him over there, I can do this, coach. Put me there. I'll help this team out.
You know what else is interesting, too, with Laporta? I mean, look, Travis Kelce clearly is going to go down in history, probably his best tight end ever. Kelsey's 34. Now, if I take him out of this and go, look, he's got maybe a year left. George Kittle's 30. The only other tight end who I would even remotely think of taking over Sam Laporta right now is Mark Andrews, who's had his own battles with health. He's going to be 29, I think. Sam Laporta, to me, is already right there.
Are you saying that Taylor Swift's going to be at Ford Field in 5 years?
I mean, I don't know if we make – well, hold on. I don't know. I mean, are her and Kelsey really together?
No, they're not.
Oh, okay. When did you meet Will Smith?
But we can do the whole publicity stunt. I mean, imagine if she showed up here to Ford Field.
Oh, great. All right. College football Saturdays. And, well, some of us are totally bummed out. Others are looking for reasons to celebrate. Bottom line, Old Nation Brewing Company. Happy to partake in both ends of the emotional spectrum. Old Nation, a fan favorite, world-class beer right in our backyard. The M43, the B43, Oktoberfest. They're winning all kinds of awards. They've just been named one of the top regional breweries in America, according to Untappd. Only Michigan brewery to make that list. Bottom line, no matter whether your team is a dumpster fire like MSU or a national title contender like Michigan, Old Nation, look them up. OldNationBrewing.com. That's OldNationBrewing.com. 21 and up. Please drink responsibly. All right, let's get to work. It's a Tuesday. It's October. It's 85 degrees out. And I have no football to watch. All right, Rico, we can start a multitude of ways. We're going to get to University of Michigan a little bit later. Let's burn it down before we build it up, I guess. Lions, a little bit after that. You have things you want to say about Saturday. I want to hit the fan portal. I can't do this the rest of the fall. Yeah. As a Spartans and Giants fan, if I can't continue to do this flaccid penis offense that we watch constantly, 60 minutes on Saturday, 60 minutes on Sunday, nobody can block a soul, nobody can throw the ball, nobody can do anything, clown car effort, arguments on the sidelines, teams that look like they're on Quaaludes. I want to hit the fan portal. But see, you oh, no, you have something else you want to say today.
No.
And you won't share.
No,
so I said, fine. I'll sit here and just let you go ahead. Go ahead and shoot.
Brought to you by Win Schuler's Cheese Spread and
Never been a
Snack
fan of
Chips.
that
The Lions
one,
could
but
be getting
I
their best
accept it.
offensive weapon back
I
this
was
week.
upset that
Head coach
day.
Dan
I
Campbell
wanna
told Stoney
play some
Jansen this
audio
morning that he expects Amon-Ra St. Brown to return from injury. Detroit,
if you're uncomfortable
a 3-point road
having
favorite
Jameson
at the
Williams
Bucs.
conversation,
The divisional
too
round
bad.
continues today in the American
Grow
League.
up.
A couple of games going on today. The Twins are
We
hosting
have
the
talked
Astros
about
right now at Target Field
how
in
they've
Minneapolis.
spoken about
Currently, the top
Jamo.
of the fifth inning.
And yesterday
Astros
we
lead
talked
5-0
about
with that
Jamo's
series tied at a game apiece. The
And
late game, the
look,
Rangers
they
welcome
led
the
into it
Orioles to
with,
Arlington. That's happening at 8 o'clock.
we
Texas
have
has
to
a
trust
2-0
them to be
series
able to
lead.
play 'em.
It's also opening night in the NHL. The puck has
Well, Dan
officially
Campbell
dropped.
was with
Three
the morning
matchups
show.
on tap for
It was a very good interview by John and Mike. And I want to play for you two clips. One is about Jameson Williams. One is about my guy, Josh Reynolds. And I want you to tell me what you take out of this. Because the clips are so different. But I think in their difference, there is a word used, and it's against Jamo, and it's for Reynolds. And I'm telling you, I think it has to lead Lion fans to one belief. Now, David, you want to play the Josh Reynolds thing first, right? Yes. So here's Dan Campbell about Josh Reynolds. Now, listen to this. Now, I have said there is no way I play a guy or throw the ball less to a guy like Josh Reynolds in the name of Jameson Williams. Just don't do it. I think Dan Campbell agrees. Now, listen to what he had to say about Jamo's return and tell me if it's something or nothing. David, go ahead. So let me give you my takeaway, and then I want to hear from Rico, and I want to hear from the people.
Guys, I said for a while it would take a month for him to really get back because this kid was nowhere. He is so far behind the curve. He is so far behind these other receivers and other weapons earning trust. I want to know if now, hearing what Dan Campbell has said, seeing it on the field, if you're willing to leave your expectations at the door and join the Hope Club. I hope J-Mo works out. I no longer expect it to. I want to know if you are hope versus expectation. Because one thing is clear. They are hammering. We have to be able to trust this kid. Yep. He has to prove to us. Yep. He has to get acclimated. He has to earn the reps. Guys, that is not how you talk about a player you're truly excited about or who's killing it at practice. We never got a report in the offseason he was having a good camp. Then he got hurt. Now he's come back. You know what you haven't heard a word about? Him. How he's practicing, what you're getting out of it. Josh Reynolds, on the other hand, doesn't even practice. And Dan Campbell could not launch more platitudes his way. Josh Reynolds is in sync with his quarterback. Josh Reynolds, we know where you'll be, when you'll be there, and you'll catch it when we throw it to you. I want to know if you are now reaching where I'm at with J-Mo, which is hope. Big hope. But my expectations are gone. If you're still in the expectation category, you're not wrong. You won't be judged. You won't be belittled or demeaned. But I need to know why. I need to know what, outside of Alabama highlights, you're still hanging on to. Now, Rico, when you heard the audio, is this me being a mean radio guy?
No.
Is it something or nothing?
No, it's something. Because the key word that I heard when talking about Reynolds, reliable. We can count on him. We know what he is. We know what he can do. We know what he can help us in winning games. He's our guy. For J-Mo, you know what? I don't want to throw him under the bus, so you're trying to find the positive things. It was like the parent-teacher conference where you don't want to say, well, yeah, you know, your son shows up on time. He does this. He does that. But, yeah, this told me it is now about hope. Let's hope that we can get something out of him. Whereas, yeah, you're Terry Reynolds. You're reliable. I know what I'm getting every week. I know what he brings to the table. I do think we've reached that point now where expectations kind of has to go out of the window, and I think you're right. You hope that Jameson can do what we all thought that he could do. But I'm not going to hold my breath.
No, and again, I don't think hoping a player works out versus expecting it is negative or bashing. I just think that's a weak-minded take from J-Mo truthers. I like the J-Mo pick. I defended it. I wanted Jordan Davis, but I didn't rip the pick. But he has done nothing to back up my opinion about that pick. Nothing. Not on the field or off. Nothing. And we're over a year later. There's nothing I can do for you. In his 18 months as a Detroit Lion, there's nothing I can do. You've given me nothing to offer my audience. Yeah. I can't keep going out there screaming everything is fine. Yeah. You've given me no ability to say that.
And when your head coach is talking about, well, I mean, looking how he's blocking and all of this from your first round wide, like you're an offensive tackle, you're a guard. Okay, yeah, that's why we drafted you.
I know.
Didn't draft you to block.
But this is the
best that they can talk about.
When you hear Dan Campbell speak, do you feel like, hey, we're sitting on Jamar Chase? He doesn't sit there and go, you guys don't see him practice. This kid's electric. This kid's going to be great. We have huge expectations for J-Mo. Did he say that?
No.
All he said is he's got a lot of room to grow. That's kind of telling you he's nowhere close.
That's actually a valid point, because if it was, he would say, guys, I know. You know what? Give him a few weeks and he's going to give Lions fans what they've been waiting to see. He could have easily done that. But to me, each week when asked about Jay, he just keeps trying to lower the bar and hoping that Jameson does something, and then you're going to be like, oh, my God, he is back. But don't expect anything. Just keep the bar low.
And as I said yesterday, this is the key, guys. This team is every bit as good as I thought they would be. I'm not slowing down for J-Mo. He can come along for the ride, and he's either going to get up to speed or get left behind. Amon-Ra's the team's unquestioned number one. Sam Laporta might be the best young tight end in football. He's number 2. Josh Reynolds, number 3. And my running backs, plural, are number 4. J-Mo has to find a way into that mix. I'm not slowing down for him because we're winning. Mm-hmm. Now, if this was Carolina, I'd throw J-Mo out there and I'd give him 12 targets a week. I'm not doing that. And they're telling you they're not doing that. So I'm lowering my expectation to hope. I hope this works out. I hope the kid is every bit as good as he used to be. And it'd be amazing if he wants it and he works his way into it. But the expectation stuff for me, I told you once he got hurt this summer, I was done. I want to know what you take out of those comments from Dan Campbell. 248-539-9797. David, what do you take out of it?
When I heard him use step 1 when he was talking about J-Mo, that right there was red flag to me. The guy's been here for a year and a half, and he's step 1. He should know the offense. He should know his position. He should know where he needs to be. He should know how he needs to be for his quarterback. There should be a connection there a little bit. I get he hasn't played a lot, but you can practice. There's off-season stuff with your quarterback. You should know at this point. Shouldn't be step 1. That's the red flag to me. Step 1? That's a problem. And then you are talking about Josh Reynolds, who is an unsung hero for this team. He does everything. And Campbell Bay, he does everything we ask him to do. No practice, doesn't matter. Right. We can put him in a spot. We love that about him.
You easily could have said regarding J-Mo, listen, the guy does everything. We have huge plans for him. We really feel great that he's back.
We're going to work him back into the lineup slowly, right, but trust me, by the end of the season,
for years,
this guy is going to be a major part of this offense.
And those two statements were on the heels of each other. He talked about. In that vein, though, you're going to need a lender with experience to take as much pain out of this process as they can. And it is Capital Mortgage Funding. 1-800-LOW-RATE. Harry Glanz, Dan Burke, the whole staff at Capital, they're going to help you as best they can. Hey, the days of me telling you how great their rates are, ain't nobody offering you a great rate. But they can get you that pre-approval. They can make the process smooth and easy and give you a chance at finding the house you want. It's Capital Mortgage Funding. 1-800-LOW-RATE. That's Capital Mortgage Funding, the best mortgage banker.
This team it's 4 games, and none of us are going crazy about it, right? But it's amazing how remarkably consistent this team is. Mm-hmm. They're a top 10 passing team. They're a top 10 rushing team. They're a top 10 offensive team in terms of yards total. Like everything is just like consistent. They are, I think, 8th in the NFL in scoring. That's just all offensive numbers. And then defensively, they're number 1 against the run, which is crazy talk. Right. They're getting all this amazing pressure on the quarterback. Their points per game is right about where it was when they were 8-2 down the stretch. I think they were giving up 20.3 points per game. This is 20.8, which ranks more towards the middle of the league. So that area can be improved upon. But they're remarkably consistent. And this is how you go from being average to good and then go from good to great. It's how consistent are you?
Unbelievable. Odyssey.com rewind if you missed anything. David, a ticket text or two. Obviously, it's a hot topic. It's exciting. And the J-Mo stuff is, look, it's going to be a big deal. They use number 12 overall pick. He's a sizzle player, and we're just yet to see it. And now we're on to Tampa Bay. Let's see. Hey, man, I hope he's got 5 catches, 94 yards, and 2 touchdowns Monday. And we can talk about how exciting it was and how encouraged we are. But
because nobody's rooting against him.
No, that's a weird narrative.
That's what's lost and all. You guys being haters and you want him to fail. No, actually you
Why
don't.
would we want him to fail? It's
It
imperative.
would make the
he
team
succeeds.
better.
David.
The J-Mo narratives are getting out of hand. The man is a rookie coming off the ACL injury and the bogus suspension that was clearly rescinded.
Okay. You know what?
I saw another rookie. He's pretty good.
No, I just, it's weird how this town, there are certain chosen ones. There are certain players in this town. There's a weird,
You want to know why? No.
culty
Here's why.
dedication to.
Because Jameson was going to be your Justin Jefferson. He was going to be the guy that everybody coveted in the league. Detroit finally had him, and it didn't turn out to be that way.
Like
a top draft pick that you were just waiting for everybody to be like, wow, he's one of the best wide receivers in the league. That's what happened. So everybody bought in, and when it didn't happen, you're still like, well, give it a little bit of time. That's what the love comes in, Mike.
I think there's like part of it for me too is like I look at players in other cities and I know how I view like Treylon Burks, right? Like nice player out of Arkansas, high upside guy, Titans drafted him. Got to be honest with you. Kind of a bust. Now, I could easily be saying, well, he's a little banged up and it takes time and it's only year 2. To me, when you draft guys like that are wide receivers and running backs, it doesn't take time. They're good or they're not. Now, even if I account for the injury, and in the 7 games last year, he played no role. He had 1 catch. Now he's back this year, and my highlight so far is alligator arms over the middle. Oh, my God, not this.
And as you put, if he were drafted by the Packers, if he was drafted by the Vikings or Bears, I don't think Lions fans would be like, you know what, give him time. He's going to be good. You wouldn't. I've seen guys who came off of injury like, Watson for Green Bay. And guess what? He's pretty good. Is he great? No. But he's pretty good. Can't say that. For J-Mo, we can keep waiting. But No,
and again, if you want to say, hey, I don't take anything out of the comments, I'm good with it. Because ultimately his play is going to speak for itself. Yeah. But, man, my read on Josh Reynolds has not been wrong. And I'm telling you, they love that guy, and Goff loves that guy, and they love Laporta, and they love ASB, which means even if I take running back targets out, J-Mo's no better than the 4th guy on that pecking order. Yep. And at that point, that makes drafting him at 12 kind of difficult.
Uh-oh.
Yeah, I don't think Campbell is hiding what he's saying there at all. I don't.
My God. Hold on.
Should he?
Time out.
What?
Thank you, Jesus.
Oh, what?
Wojo and I have found common ground. Oh, my God.
Yes, we agree.
He has waltzed in and not fought with me on something.
I still say Jason Candle. Okay, never mind. No.
Breaking news, Wojo's a bleep hole.
Yeah. No, obviously, and Campbell, as far as we can tell, really doesn't sugarcoat things.
Straight shooter.
Completely straight shooter. Even when someone has a great game, or if somebody needs to be boosted up, he might. But what could you say right now? And I'm not saying it'll always be negative, but right now, what is positive about J-Mo?
And all I said to the people is, you don't hear a lot of this excitement when they talk about J-Mo. They're excited about Josh Reynolds. They're excited about Laporta. You know they love ASB. When they talk J-Mo, it's always, hey, we got to trust him to play him. Reliability's a skill. Hey, as Rico put it, hey, he put his pants on the right way today.
Yeah. We're not sure, though.
It's almost like he's already an afterthought a little bit from the coaching staff, isn't it? Because this offense is clicking at a top 3 offense level.
I'm not ready to say that.
No, I won't say an afterthought either.
Just the way Dan Campbell talks about it, it's almost like, dude, if he gives us production, sweet.
He is telling you this kid is way behind, and we're not slowing down for him.
If I had something really good to tell you, I would tell you, but here's what I got to say about him.
He's like the worst example of someone who can't afford to be out of football for like a year and a half because he wasn't technically sound before and route running sound. And I think that's what you lose when you're out for that amount of time. I did a deep dive on I went YouTubing and I looked at Alabama people scouting when he was at Alabama. Mm-hmm. The one thing they loved him, they said, oh, my God, he's so great at creating space. Oh, look at him in space. Get the ball in space. Look. And it dawned on me, he was always in space. There was nobody around him ever at Alabama. And I do think he's just still adjusting to the physical nature of the game.
Yeah, in the NFL, guys are bigger and stronger and faster.
Yeah.
It's not college where you're going up against, South Alabama. You're going up against other guys who are just as good and just as fast as you.
Well, the other advantages you have are you had the number 1 pick in the draft throwing you the football.
Fair point there.
You know what I'm saying? Like, that is such an advantage in college that, yeah, unless you have like Mahomes or Allen or whatever, like Goff is good, but let's not get it twisted. It's just, we'll see. Yeah. He's got to start doing something or you're going to get to a point where you go, guys, train's leaving the station.
Yeah, you had Devontae Smith on the other side as
well. Yeah.
The one thing you can say, and I think this is true, he hasn't lost his speed. I don't hear anybody saying like, "Oh, and he lost his step."
It's hard to say it when he never has the ball.
He does create separations. I was ISOing. He had 28 snaps on Sunday. He still burns past.
Did he have 28?
The problem is they just don't find
work
him.
out productivity wise.
Yeah.
I
2
love
catches
this.
for 2 yards.
Now Rieger's doing, hey, Mel, let me tell you something. He was really creating space.
ISO 9.
Running plays?
But you know what that is? Jared Goff has to trust him. Like, maybe he was open there, but Goff's looking, well, no, he's not supposed to be there. He's supposed to be over there. I don't care if he's open there. That's not what it was.
He's on his game tonight, people.
Yeah,
That's 2 good points in one crosstalk.
He's making up for yesterday.
Yeah.
Very fair. Is the JMO stuff next, or are you not doing that?
Yeah, we're going to do that. We have another Lions layer to it, how the Lions are changing people's lives. Excuse me, what?
That's just Rico,
Is a black car? Is that what it was?
No, I
have a black card. Yes.
Thank you.
Oh,
let's move it along, shall we?
Ooh, you spent the extra money.
All right. Hey, the Daily Ticket. Sign up and subscribe and review for Rieger's sake.
Could ya? I mean, listen, we're not cashed the ticket but it has ticket in it though. You guys are wildly successful.
Do whatever you
wildly.
Like. Mm-hmm. Oh, I got a play you're going to love this week. Not that you listen. All right, we'll talk to you guys.
We're diving in. Against it.
Diving in.